Chapter 1 The Pope is Dead. Chapter 1 The Pope is Dead. Douluo Continent, Spirit Hall. The Pope is dead. Yetianxiang, who was fighting left and right in front of the chessboard, suddenly raised his head and asked. Golden Crocodile Douluo, who had just entered the room, froze in place after hearing this, and even forgot to close the door. He really couldn't hold back, because of his more than 100 years of experience. He never thought that his grandson would ask such a question directly. After a few seconds of stagnation, Golden Crocodile Douluo came back to his senses and showed a look of surprise, and couldn't help asking, Xiao Qiang, who told you this? Pope Chihiroji of the Wuhan Palace passed away only last night. The news was tightly sealed, and so far few people know about it. Although this child is very smart and close to a monster, it is too outrageous to be able to directly reveal this kind of secret. After confirming the answer, Yetianxiang lowered his head and continued to fiddle with the chess pieces on the chessboard, and said nonchalantly, a few days ago, I heard that Pope Chihiro was seriously injured and returned from the outside. The Pope probably won't be able to keep Grandpa away all night. Golden Crocodile Douluo is the second enshrinement of the Spirit Hall. His cultivation has reached level 98, he is one of the few strong men in the world. His status in the Hall of Spirits is second only to the great priest Douluo. There are not many things that he can do personally. Even if he is seriously injured, he may not necessarily die. The burly Golden Crocodile Douluo argued strongly. Yetianxiang didn't even raise his head, he just smiled and said, based on what he did in the past. The person who wants to take his life is not outside the Wuhan Palace, but inside the Wuhan Palace. Yetianxiang still has some understanding of what Jiansuanji is. He and the former Saint Bibidong were originally in a master-student relationship, like father and daughter. However, the two of them later became a couple for no apparent reason and even had a daughter. What exactly happened is unknown. But only from Bibidong's disgusting attitude towards her biological daughter Qian Rongxiu, one can get a clue. The stories that happened during the relationship transition were definitely not pleasant. Bang! The door was closed heavily. Golden Crocodile Douluo came to the chessboard, his old face was full of astonishment. How much do you really know? There are many doubts about the Pope's death, and it's not that Golden Crocodile can't see it. The serious injury Chihiroji suffered when he just returned to Wuhandian was not fatal. Furthermore, with the strong background of Wuhandian, not to mention serious injuries, even if he hangs his breath, he can be saved. After Chihiroji came back, he recovered in good condition for several days, but yesterday he died suddenly without warning. Anyone with a discerning eye can spot the problem. However, the father of Chihiroji, the great priest Douluo, made a conclusion on the spot that he died of serious injuries. Obviously there is something tricky in it, and I don't want others to delve into it. It's nothing to do with oneself, since it is the family affairs of the Qian family, outsiders will not go against the wishes of the great priest to meddle in their own affairs. Putting down the chess piece, Yetianxiang's clear eyes met the Golden Crocodile without showing a trace of timidity. The dark pupils were as quiet and deep as the night, and as bright as the vast night sky encompassing all the stars. This is a pair of wise eyes that can penetrate all things and look directly at the source. What can I understand as a 7-year-old kid? I don't understand anything. Straightened up, after a long silence, the Golden Crocodile let out a long sigh, and his face softened a lot. I am not afraid of children being smart, but I am afraid that smart children will not know how to measure, and they will be misunderstood by their cleverness. Things in this world are very complicated, not as simple as you think. Some things are better not known. Yetianxiang awakened his own martial soul at the age of 6. He was born with full soul power and physical strength far exceeding ordinary people. The limit of a normal person's first soul ring is only more than 400 years, but his first soul ring's lifespan has reached more than 2,000 years. After 1 year of practice, he has reached the 18th level of cultivation. In the entire continent, only Douluo's granddaughter Qian Rongxiu can be compared with her. Golden Crocodile feels relieved by the fact that his grandson is gifted and intelligent, but it also worries him. I'm afraid that his wisdom will be easily broken, and his life will not go well. Don't worry, Grandpa. Don't you know what kind of person I am? I will only tell you the truth. Raising his thick index finger and shaking it slightly, Golden Crocodile Douluo felt a warm feeling in his heart, and couldn't help laughing. You little slicker. It's really worrying. Xiaoxing only has the Golden Crocodile as a family member in this world, so if he doesn't tell his grandpa what's on his mind, who will he tell? Grandparents and grandchildren should be close to each other, but instead they become estranged from each other by talking in riddles. This kid is very shrewd, he is very capable of talking nonsense when he sees people, and he is definitely not the one who suffers. Thinking of these golden crocodiles, he couldn't help but relax a lot. There are too many bad things going on in the Wuhan Hall, and even he, the second priest who usually goes out of the worship hall, can't rest in peace. Only when staying with Xiaoxing can I relax and feel at ease. Dama Jindao sat beside the chessboard. Jin Crocodile, who had been busy all night, was not in a hurry to go back to rest. Instead, he wanted to play chess with his grandson. Titled Douluo has a strong physique, and he can maintain a good mental state even if he doesn't sleep for a few days and nights. It's not a big problem if he doesn't sleep for a night. Seeing his grandfather sitting down, Yetianxiang picked up the black and white chess pieces back into the chess basket without any haste. After finishing the chessboard, he politely asked Grandpa to make the first move. Grandpa, can you tell me how the Pope was injured? After all, Yetianxiang is still a 7-year-old child, and he doesn't have his own intelligence system in the spirit hall. With his extraordinary wisdom, he can guess that Chihiroji is dead, but he doesn't know much about the details of the matter. Don't ask if you shouldn't, it's not something you, a child, should understand. Golden Crocodile said in a low voice. Grandpa didn't say anything, and Yetianxiang didn't ask again. Both were focused on the chessboard, and it didn't take long to get down to the middle game. Qian Sunji took the two elders Zhu and Gui from the Wuhan Hall to hunt down the 10-year-old soul beast. Unexpectedly, that soul beast got involved with Tang Hao, the young patriarch of the Clear Sky School. The two sides fought, and in the end Chihiro was seriously injured and was rescued by two elders. Golden Crocodile suddenly spoke in a low voice. Golden Crocodile still knows a little about his grandson's temperament, and if he doesn't tell him now, he will find a way to dig out information. It will only be more troublesome at that time, so if you simply explain everything, it will make Yetianxiang lose interest and cause less trouble. Then what is Wuhandian going to do next? Yetianxiang asked naturally. Golden Crocodile frowned and looked at the chessboard. This kid really climbed up with a pole, not knowing how serious it was. But now that the chatterbox has been opened, it's better to let it all out. Anyway, this matter belongs to him, and he will start action soon. Pope Qian Sunji of Wuhan Palace was seriously injured by Tang Hao and died of his injuries in the end. The great worshipper has gone to hunt down Tang Hao. Next, Wuhandian plans to gather a large number of soul masters to fight against the Haoshanzong to avenge the Pope. Chihiroji is the Pope of the Wuhan Temple, with an extremely lofty status, representing the facade of the Wuhan Temple. His death is definitely not a trivial matter. It is bound to set off turbulent waves in the entire soul world. Due to special reasons, this account can only be fully charged to Haoshanzong and Tang Hao. Wuhandian took a two-pronged approach this time, using thunderous methods, vowing to teach Haoshanzong a good lesson. Avenge the Pope, and at the same time restore the face and reputation of Wuhandian. The new book is on the road, please recommend and collect. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 The Truth. Chapter 2 The Truth. If we really do this, we can indeed weaken Haoshan sect, but the face of Wuhan Palace will probably be even more irreparable. This is inappropriate. After listening to Wuhan Palace's arrangements, Yetianxiang said calmly. Why is it inappropriate? Jin Crocodile asked with a frown. This plan was formulated by Jin Crocodile himself. Although he was not responsible for the specific implementation, it was still very unpleasant to be denied by Sun Tzu. The purpose of Wuhan Palace this time is to punish the Haoshan sect, but not to destroy the Haoshan sect. The reason is not that Wuhan Palace does not have the strength, but that the other two sects of the upper three sects and the two major empires will not allow Wuhan Palace to destroy the Haoshan sect and break the balance of the mainland. Now that Wuhan Palace has raised a large army to attack Haoshan sect, no matter whether they win or lose, Wuhan Palace will be depleted. And the rumor that Tang Hao hammered and killed the Pope will be confirmed. The dignified leader of Wuhan Hall was defeated miserably by the son of the Haoshan clan. The world will only remember Tang Hao's reputation, and it is Wuhan Palace that is embarrassed. This is to embolden others' ambition and destroy one's own prestige. Ye Tianxing analyzed calmly. The root of the problem still lies in identity inequality. Pope Chihiroji of the Wuhan Palace is of the same generation as the patriarch of the Haoshan school, Tang Hao's father. I didn't expect him to be too useless, a 95-level super Douluo, plus 2 elders in the title Douluo realm, couldn't even take down a junior. The big one couldn't even bully the small ones, and they were brutally killed. It really brought Wuhan Palace to shame. This. After listening to Sun Tzu's analysis, Golden Crocodile was at a loss for words for a moment, and didn't know what to say. Judging from the results, Chihiroji is indeed a waste. But no matter what, it is also a waste belonging to the Wuhan temple, and the deceased has passed away. It seems not good to say such things. Then what do you say? If you can't solve the problem, then throw the problem out. As long as everyone can't solve it, it won't appear that someone is too bad. The people involved in this matter, apart from the 2 elders Zhu, Gui, and Tang Hao, are there any survivors? Ye Tianxing did not rush to answer, but continued to ask for details. Only with sufficient intelligence support can we formulate strategies to respond. There are no other survivors. Ye Tianxing's tone was confident, and Jin Crocodile suddenly looked forward to what this kid would say next. After hearing that there was no third party, Ye Tianxing smiled slightly and threw the chess pieces back into the chess basket. That would be easy. Wuhandian can announce to the world, inviting the Blue Lightning Overlord School, Kaibao Glazed Tile School and the 2 great empires, together with the Haoshan School, to discuss human rebellion. Human rebellion? Golden Crocodile asked doubtfully. Yes, Tang Hao is human rebellion. He colludes with the soul beasts and intends to do evil things that subvert mankind. After receiving the news, Qian Sunji, the Pope of Wuhan Palace, immediately led 2 elders to persuade him. Unexpectedly, Tang Hao refused to listen to the advice and insisted on being with the soul beast. While the Pope and the 2 elders were fighting with the spirit beast, they plotted and seriously injured the Pope, causing the Pope to fall unfortunately. After the war, he also killed the 10-year-old soul beast, collected all its soul rings, and broke through to the realm of titled Douluo. This person is treacherous and extremely shameless. He kills his own people and eats them inside and outside. He deserves to be punished for his crime. As a sacred place for soul masters, Wuhan Palace has the obligation to summon the wise men of the world to crusade against the traitor Tang Hao and seek an explanation from the Haoshan sect, which cultivated human traitors. Ye Tianxing said a few words lightly, and the image of a human traitor slowly emerged. Since there are no witnesses, the story can only be told by one's mouth. Whether it is true or not depends on whether you believe it or not. But the truth is not like this. Jin Crocodile said somewhat at a loss. Tang Hao did mess with soul beasts, but he didn't seem to have done anything that harmed humans, and his reputation as a human traitor was too much. The truth, what is the truth? What the world believes is the truth. Tang Hao, a Contra who just passed level 80, suddenly leapfrogged to become a titled Douluo. Moreover, he had just become a titled Douluo and was able to defeat 3 titled Douluo from Wuhan Palace, including a level 95 super Douluo. This kind of thing is unreasonable and hard to believe. On the contrary, what I just said is easier for the world to accept. Yetianxiang chuckled. Golden Crocodile Douluo's chi nurturing skills were pretty good, but today his defense was repeatedly broken by his grandson. No one else, just because what the kid said makes sense. If it hadn't been for the two Douluo Ju and Gui who said frankly, he wouldn't have believed that a mere Tang Hao could beat Jian Sunji into such a miserable state. With a cultivation level of 98, he knows very well how huge the gap between each level above level is. Jian Sunji's angel martial spirit can be said to be a god-level martial spirit, and its quality is definitely no worse than Tang Hao's clear sky hammer. Add to that the several levels of soul power difference, and the gap in hard power between the two is like a chasm that is difficult to bridge. In addition to the two titled Douluo Luezhen, Ju, and Gui, how could it be possible to lose? It's really unscientific. What if they don't come? The power of soul masters still pays attention to their own interests. It is true that Wuhandian is powerful and famous, but it may not be easy to let others go with just a few words. It's a good idea not to come. If they don't go, they will go to Wuhan Palace. The world of soul masters will understand that whether it is the upper three sects or the two great empires, they are all villains who are selfish and selfish for fame. Only Wuhandian cares about the interests of mankind and the future of mankind. Let's see how they deal with it then. Yetianxiang snorted and said lightly. You need to be honest when doing things, and you must not only have strength but also fame when you come out to hang out. The last three sects, the two great empires, like the Wuhan Palace, belong to the great powers of human beings, admired by thousands of people, and have a great reputation. While enjoying the benefits of fame, you must also shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. It is impossible for them to ignore important matters related to human survival. By the way, tell them in private that the Haoshan school has no virtue and is no longer suitable for controlling the subordinate sects below. I think they will understand. To weaken the Haoshan sect, we must first cut off its minions and abolish its wings. In addition to the direct lineage of this sect, Haoshanzong also includes 4 families with the order attribute. Taking action against the single attribute 4 clans without attacking the main Clear Sky School, this kind of result is easier for the members of the Clear Sky School to accept and reduces the difficulty of implementing the plan. At the same time, they use the benefits of carving up the Haoshan sect to lure other forces into the game, adding a few % chance of winning. What a vicious strategy! Are you really a 7-year-old child? Jin Crocodile couldn't help but ask. This kind of tight and vicious strategy doesn't seem like a 7-year-old child can come up with it. I am a king of thrones, a great being that does not belong to this world. In your words, he should be regarded as an alien evil god. This little trick was left over from my practice thousands of years ago and is not worth mentioning at all. Yetianxiang crossed his arms on his chest, showing an elegant and indifferent smile on his side. Looking at the sky with distant eyes, the clouds and clears in his eyes are bright and clear, and there seems to be countless creations. The King of Thrones, the evil god from outside the realm, oh I got it. I understand when you say that. The golden crocodile nodded with a clear expression. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 3. Chapter 3 Achi. To be honest, I am actually the Golden Crocodile Emperor, and I once devoured the stars and wiped out the demons. Golden Crocodile raised his head and said calmly. 7-year-old children are at the age when they are fond of fantasy. Compared with the sinister and sinister tricks, incredible sleep talk sounds more normal. Since Xiao Kaiyang wants to play, Jin Crocodile doesn't mind playing along. However, the effect of the show seemed a bit stiff. Yetianxiang just watched the performance of Golden Crocodile with calm eyes. This made Golden Crocodile Douluo a bit stupid. The compiled lies were believed, but the sincere words were not taken seriously. Yetianxiang had already expected this result. Fiction needs to follow human cognitive logic, but reality does not, or the complex logic in reality is difficult for humans to understand. Even if he blew himself up, others would just treat him like a child. Okay, Golden Crocodile Emperor. Let's talk about something serious. Instead of continuing to embarrass Golden Crocodile Douluo, Yetianxiong brought the topic back to him. Haoshan sex matters are not that easy to solve. We have to plan carefully and act cautiously. Restarting the topic, Golden Crocodile looked more serious. I'll think about it carefully. Don't worry about these things. Yetianxiong's plan is far more effective than directly attacking Haoshanzong, and it costs less to implement, and the execution difficulty is also lower. Golden Crocodile decided on this plan after thinking about it for a while, and had already started planning a course of action in his mind. It's just that he subconsciously doesn't want Yetianxiong to be exposed to those dark things too much. Children are still young and should be bathed in the sun instead of wallowing in dark corners. What Wuhan Palace is afraid of is not the two great empires, nor the three upper sects. The fear is that they huddled together and all united against Wuhandian. So weakening the Clear Sky School is only the most basic, sowing dissension, intensifying conflicts, and destroying their relationship is the top priority. In the 7 years since his rebirth, Yetianxiong spent most of his time reading books and cultivating his soul power, and rarely interfered with other things. Now that the Pope of Wuhan Palace, Qian Sunji, has died suddenly, the situation in Wuhan Palace has become turbulent, and the entire Douluo continent is not at peace either. The reorganization of the power structure will inevitably lead to chaos, and now is a good time to fiddle with the chess pieces to expand the layout. Yetianxiong, who was extremely still and restless, wanted to show them his hand. With Chihiroji's death as a fulcrum, the situation in the entire continent was shaken. This kind of thing seems unbelievable to normal people, but to an old monster who has existed for more than 1,000 years, it can only be regarded as idle time. This plan requires people who can adapt to changes. How about our grandparents and grandchildren go together? Golden Crocodile spread his hands, lowered his body and said, "If you let me bring a child to denounce Haoshanzong, wouldn't you laugh your ass off? The crusade against human rebellion is very serious, so what are the children doing?" Yetianxiong shook his index finger and said, "It's not that 7-year-old Yetianxiong wants to go with you." Yetianxiong activated his soul power, and the purple 1,000-year-old soul ring rose from the solace of his feet, rising to the back of his head before stopping. I saw a white beam of light emanating from the soul ring completely covering Yetianxiong's immature body. Afterwards, the light pillar became taller and thicker, and the soul ring that was originally at the top of the light pillar fell to the middle of the light pillar. When the light dissipated, a young man with a dignified appearance appeared in Golden Crocodile's field of vision. "I want to accompany you on a journey." Yetianxiong's body spirit has special abilities, and the first spirit ring comes from a rare 6-winged phantom beast. The function of the first soul skill is to increase the amplification, but after development, the effect of the amplification is quite different. This soul skill consumes very little, as long as Yetianxiong doesn't fight, it can last for several hours. What is this? Golden Crocodile carefully studied the young man in front of him, and occasionally poked his face and hair with his thick fingers. Jin Crocodile said he was shocked when his child suddenly grew up in front of him. "This is the evolved state of my first soul skill. As long as I don't use force, it won't be a problem for a few hours." Yetianxiong had a look of disbelief on his face. "It's just a small means to change the appearance, not worth mentioning. Does your first soul skill still have this kind of effect?" Jin Crocodile was present when Yetianxiong obtained the first soul ring, and he still knew something about the soul skills. How can soul skills be such an inconvenience? Physical strengthening is also strengthening. The so-called river god is not necessarily a regional god, but may also be a conceptual god. It doesn't mean that physical strengthening can't make you taller and bigger. Yetianxiong's understanding of power is by no means comparable to that of ordinary people. While normal people are still trying to use soul skills proficiently, Yetianxiong has already been able to master the changes in the nature of soul skills. Show results unimaginable to ordinary people. Putting away his soul power, Yetianxiong returned to his child state again. There were many outrageous things today, including this one, and golden crocodile Douluo had begun to get used to it. Dong dong dong. Just when golden crocodile Douluo was about to fight back, there was an unheard knock on the door. Come in. Yetianxiong could guess who the visitor was even with his eyes closed. There were not many people who could move around in this small courtyard. The door was gently opened, and a little girl with delicate appearance and long silky hair walked into the room carrying a tray. It turns out to be Achi. Jin Crocodile smiled at the cute little girl. Walking to the chess table, Achi gracefully bowed and saluted after arranging the tea and snacks in the tray. Second offering, young master, is there anything else you need? Achi asked seriously as he stood up straight, folding his hands and placing them naturally in front of him. After a busy night, it's time for me to go back and rest. Jin Crocodile stood up and stretched his muscles a few times, turned to look at Yetianxiong, then turned and left. Leave space for these two children of the same age to give them more opportunities to communicate. Achi is an orphan whose parents died, and grew up in the shelter of Wuhandian. Yetianxiong hoped to get a special gift on the day he awakened to full soul power, so Achi became his exclusive maid. Yetianxiong is young and old and doesn't like to communicate with children of the same age. Jin Crocodile has been worried about this for a while. It wasn't until Achi appeared that the second worshipper felt relieved. After golden crocodile Douluo left the room, Achi's tense body began to tremble slightly, and she lowered her head and did not dare to look at Yetianxiong. Come here. Yetianxiong said coldly. Achi gritted her teeth and walked to his side. Let me check your health. After receiving the order, Achi leaned over the chessboard, her body trembling more and more, like a prisoner being sent to the gallows, terrified but unable to break free. Unable to resist and could only wait for the trial to come. Yetianxiong rolled up his sleeves, put his white palms on Achi's back, and slowly poured soul power into it. It is not a pleasant thing to have someone else's soul power enter your body. The pain, like someone grabbing your heart and liver, having a foreign object in your body, and having uncontrollable life and death, is extremely cruel and torturous. Achi gritted her teeth with a painful face, closed her eyes, sweat was pouring down her body, and her thin clothes were about to be soaked in sweat. Even so, she didn't dare to resist in the slightest. She knew very well what a terrifying existence the little boy in front of her was, and disobeying him would only lead to more terrifying consequences. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Ren Shuet. Chapter 4 Qian Rongxiu. A quarter of an hour later, Yetianxiong finally recovered his soul power after completing the inspection. The collapsed Achi could no longer hold on, and collapsed on the chess table. The movement of soul power is much smoother than it was some time ago, so the efforts of these days are not in vain. Yetianxiong picked up the towel beside the table to dry off the sweat on his hands. His calm voice contained no trace of emotion. He didn't bring Achi by his side just to play house with the little girl, he just needed an experiment. Experimental items used to study the rules of soul power operation. People in this world can awaken martial spirit and soul power at the age of 6. The quality of the martial soul and the amount of innate soul power almost determine a person's future achievements. If there is a way to help ordinary people break through the limitations of talent and reach a higher level, it will have an immeasurable impact on the development of world civilization. The benefits generated are also immeasurable. The martial soul Achi awakened when he was 6 years old was blue silver grass, a waste martial soul with so little soul power that it could not be detected. If there is no interference, she can only be a beautiful ordinary person in this life. If you are lucky enough, it will be a blessing to be taken into the home of a noble person. This world that values strength is so cruel. The blue-silver grass martial spirit is very weak and useless, but its vitality is tenacious and its plasticity is extremely high. People with this kind of martial spirit are perfect as experimental subjects. Now Yetianxing is using a heaven-defying technique, using his own soul power to help her sort out her meridians and change her physique that she could not cultivate originally. As long as he can survive the risk of exploding and dying, Qi can become a soul master. If you go one step further, you may even have the opportunity to become one of the strongest in the world and gain the opportunity to control your own destiny. In a sense, it is also an incredible opportunity. Of course Yetianxing didn't care about Qi's fate, he only cared about his own research results. The most important thing is to find out a method suitable for the public to practice. Yetianxing is not interested in little girls, or in other words, he is not very interested in humans. It is Yetianxing's instinct to improve his cultivation and hold on to the power in his hands, and he has long been used to this in the past. The 5th level soul power is barely passable. With the help of the secret medicine, it will be completed in another month, and the speed of practice should increase by then. Yetianxing stared at his work and nodded with satisfaction. Qi was an excellent experimental product and successfully withstood various side effects during the experiment, allowing Yetianxing's experiment to proceed smoothly. The first draft of the exercise method has been completed, and the next step is to split the exercise method and polish it repeatedly, and finally launch different levels of commercial exercises to promote huge profits in the mainland. After briefly cleaning Qi and putting on clean clothes, Yetianxing placed the girl on the bed and covered her with a quilt thoughtfully before leaving. Good tools need regular maintenance to work better for their owners. Yetianxing's attitude has always been friendly to useful people. Qian Sunji died just last night, and there was no immediate funeral after the body was taken care of. It would take a few days until someone was cleared of suspicion before the Pope's death could be announced to the world. At the same time, they also took advantage of these few days to gather manpower so that they could attack the Haoshan sect directly after the funeral. The information currently known to the outside world is limited, and the major forces only know that Qian Sunji was seriously injured. The Haoshan sect has not yet realized that the conflict has reached an irreconcilable point. The major forces are still inquiring and watching each other, hoping to solve the problem through peaceful means, so as to avoid the expansion of the situation and affect the situation on the mainland. Wahundian and Haoshan sect are both large in size. If they really fight, there is no telling how many innocent people will be affected. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Those small forces that are not strong enough cannot withstand the aftermath of the dispute and can only hope for peace in the world. This is the sorrow of the weak, there is no room for choice, only the fate of being chosen. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Yetianxing. He was wandering around the residential area after walking out of his residence. Yetianxing stays inside the house most of the time, but occasionally he comes out to get some air, combining work and rest to relax. At the same time, experience life to find inspiration, so that the road to becoming stronger will be smoother and smoother. Naturally, the environment of the place where the elders live is of course the best in the entire continent. The layout of the residential area is quiet and elegant, the flowing water is gurgling, the rockery is lifelike, all kinds of exotic flowers and plants are competing for beauty, and the pavilions, terraces, pavilions, stone tables and waterside pavilions are well arranged, which is comparable to a fairyland on earth, and it is too beautiful to be absorbed. Walking in it is like being in a magnificent picture scroll, with beautiful scenery everywhere. It makes people feel relaxed and happy, suddenly enlightened, and the speed of soul power cultivation can't help but speed up a bit. As the top power in the mainland, Wuhan Palace has an extremely strong foundation. Many things cannot be bought with gold and silver alone. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yetianxing entered a pavilion to take a rest. Enjoying the hard-won quiet time. Suddenly, a childish and sad cry came from not far away. The sudden sound broke the peace around him, like using a steel knife to cut a crack on the glass, which made people feel crazy. The enshrined elders are obsessed with cultivation and have very few relatives. There are only a handful of children living in this area. The familiar voice made Yetianxing confirm the identity of that person. To avoid trouble, he decided to leave immediately and find a cool place to stay again. Unfortunately, as soon as Ye Tianxiang stood up, the source of the sound had already arrived outside the pavilion. When the two looked at each other, trouble finally found their way. Sky. Qian Rongxiu stopped crying and wiped her tears with her little hands. She didn't want people she knew to see her crying helplessly, that would be embarrassing. That's why Qian Rongxiu ran outside, looking for a place where no one was around to vent her emotions, but she didn't expect to bump into Ye Tianxiang here. Zioxiu, what's the matter with you? Now that we have met, Ye Tianxiang couldn't turn around and leave. The first minister and the second minister of Wuhan Hall have a very good relationship. They have known each other since childhood and can be regarded as childhood sweethearts. Qian Rongxiu thinks so. Walking slowly into the gazebo, Qian Rongxiu sat directly beside Ye Tianxiang. My father was hurt. Alas! After saying a few words, Qian Rongxiu, who couldn't control her grief, couldn't help crying again. Ye Tianxiang sat down naturally and comforted him with concern. It's okay, Uncle Qian will definitely get better. In order to make Qian Rongxiu stop crying sooner, Ye Tianxiang began to comfort her. Really? Qian Rongxiu sobbed slightly and said uneasily, but I haven't seen him for several days. Qian Sunji had already been killed by Bibi Dong, so of course Qian Rongxiu couldn't see anyone. Qian Daoliu couldn't tell her directly that your father was killed by your mother. It's okay, nothing will happen to him again. Ye Tianxiang continued to comfort him. Of course the person who has burped will be fine. He can still pop out of the coffin board. Ye Tianxiang had little interaction with Qian Sunji, and he didn't have a good impression of this useless pope. Thank you. Although Ye Tianxiang's words sounded a bit strange, Qian Rongxiu was still very grateful for his comfort. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Trouble. Chapter 5 Trouble. Qian Rongxiu has a god-level seraph martial soul, and her innate soul power has broken through the upper limit of human extremes, reaching level. The talent and family background can be said to be unmatched. The interior of Wuhan Hall looks like only Ye Tianxiang can match it. The two of them didn't say a few words in the gazebo when an unexpected visitor came to the door. A boy with a short cut appeared outside the pavilion, and when he saw the wet tears on Qian Rongxiu's face, he showed an angry expression. Ye Tianxiang, you dare to bully Zioxiu, let's see how I deal with you. The person who came was called Qiang Guxiao, and he was a descendant of Thousand Jun Douluo who was enshrined in the 6th Hall of Worship. He is 3 years older than Ye Tianxiang, and he is very concerned about Qian Rongxiu's affairs on weekdays, and often hangs around Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu looked at the aggressive Qiang Guxiao and hurriedly explained, Tianxiang didn't bully me. It's just that I accidentally sprained my foot. Qian Rongxiu didn't like Qiang Guxiao very much and didn't want to expose the real reason for her crying, so she had to find another excuse to excuse her. Ye Tianxiang looked at Qian Guxiao calmly, without saying anything to explain. Since ancient times, beauties have brought troubles. Qian Rongxiu is not young, but her ability to cause trouble is not small at all. This is also the reason why Ye Tianxiang doesn't want to care about her. Rather than messing around with children, he prefers to be alone and clean. I don't care, anyway, this kid must be wrong. It has not been a day or two for Qian Guxiao to see Ye Tianxiang unhappy, so how could he let go of the opportunity to teach this kid a lesson? Wait until Ye Tianxiang is turned to the ground, and see if he still has the face to stay by Zioxiu's side. Ye Tianxiang, you coward, do you dare to fight with me? Ye Tianxiang completely ignored the child's crude provocation. He stood up and gave Qiang Guxiao a casual look. An invisible aura of majesty came over, and Qiang Guxiao, who had been shouting just now, froze, with a confused look on his face, and a drop of sweat slid down his cheek from the left side of his forehead. That is the instinctive reaction of living beings to feel a huge crisis. Danger! The sharp siren echoed in Qiang Guxiao's mind. Zioxiu, I won't accompany you if I have something else to do. Qian Guxiao's arrival was not a bad thing at all, at least it gave Ye Tianxing a suitable excuse to leave. Ye Tianxing's strength is still very weak, and he needs the support of the temple of worship if he wants to gain the authority of the spirit hall. So he didn't want to make too much trouble with Qian Rongxiu. Get out of the way. Walking to the edge of the pavilion, Ye Tianxing said coldly to Qiang Guxiao who was blocking the way. After hearing this, Qian Guxiao finally recovered from the shock. Thinking of his embarrassing appearance just now, he couldn't help clenching his fists. The impulse of youth still suppresses the fear in my heart. The long stick pattern with a golden dragon coiled on the back of his right hand lit up, and 2 yellow soul rings rose around his body. Qiang Guxiao summoned the martial soul coiled dragon stick to prepare for a preemptive strike. Just as Qian Guxiao was about to attack, a plain white palm suddenly appeared in his vision. Immediately afterwards, Qiang Guxiao's mind went blank, and when he regained consciousness, he was already sitting on the edge of the steps of the gazebo for some reason. The martial spirit in his hand had long since dissipated, and his shoulders were a little heavy. He could only see Ye Tianxing looking down at him calmly. This battle, no, it should be said that this farce has ended before it even started. Qiang Guxiao, who had soul power above level, was vulnerable to Ye Tianxing. I don't even understand how I lost. Let go of the hand on Qian Guxiao's shoulder, Ye Tianxing turned and left without talking nonsense. Wait. Tianxing, I sprained my ankle, can you carry me back? Qian Rongxiu, who was watching, quickly called Ye Tianxing to stop. A lie needs countless lies to cover up. Qian Rongxiu didn't want to stay here with Qian Guxiao. Ye Tianxing stopped, turned around, put Qian Rongxiu on his back, and walked towards Qian Rongxiu's residence. With others around, Ye Tianxing couldn't refuse Qian Rongxiu's request. There is a high probability that they will join forces in the future. As long as Qian Rongxiu is beneficial to Ye Tianxing's career, he doesn't mind marrying a woman with fair looks. Send it back earlier and get safe sooner, thinking to himself, Ye Tianxing couldn't help but speed up his pace. Qian Rongxiu, who was lying on Ye Tianxing's back, lowered her head, hugged her hands tightly, and a blush appeared on her face unconsciously. Ye Tianxing is mature, stable and powerful, which makes people feel at ease. Qian Guxiao sat on the steps with a dull gaze, watching the two go further and further away until they completely disappeared from sight. Performing a full set, Ye Tianxing carried Qian Rongxiu back to his residence before putting it down. Tianxing, thank you for helping me lie. Qian Rongxiu was interrupted by Ye Tianxing before she could finish speaking. I still have things to attend to. You can rest yourself. To achieve this step, Ye Tianxing has already done his best. If Qian Rongxiu wasn't still useful, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. If you are free, is it not comfortable to read books and play chess? Then I'll look for you next time. Qian Rongxiu smiled sheepishly. The matter started because of her, and now she really shouldn't continue to cause trouble for others. Let's talk about it next time. Ye Tianxing left a sentence and turned around to leave. Too much time has been wasted, it's time for him to go back to practice. Just after taking a few steps, he felt a sharp breath coming from behind him. Not the killing intent of Nirvana, but pure malice. Mother! Snapped. A loud slap interrupted Qian Rongxiu's childish words, echoing in the empty room. Trouble! Ye Tianxing sighed in his heart. Looking back, I saw a gorgeously dressed and beautiful young woman appearing beside Qian Rongxiu at some point. Qian Rongxiu covered her swollen cheek with one hand, tears welled up in her moist eyes. Tell me, why did you come back now? Bibi Dong scolded sternly. Me? Qian Rongxiu, who was slapped, didn't know why her mother suddenly became angry, let alone how to answer. Bibi Dong, who killed Qian Sunji, was undoubtedly a little distracted, and his attitude towards Qian Rongxiu was even worse. At the beginning, Qian Xuanji tarnished her innocence and ruined her life. She hated Qian Xuanji to the bone. Whenever she sees Qian Rongxiu, she will recall the scene of grief and despair. When she thought of the beast's blood flowing in Qian Rongxiu's body, she felt extremely disgusted with Qian Rongxiu. Bibi Dong watched Ye Tianxiong come back with Qian Rongxiu on his back. Bibi Dong just couldn't understand someone showing kindness to Qian Rongxiu. Bibi Dong raised her head and glanced at Ye Tianxiong, seeing that he was standing there not making any movements. She wanted to give Qian Rongxiu another blow. Stop! As soon as Ye Tianxiong sent Qian Rongxiu back, Qian Rongxiu suffered an indiscriminate disaster. It was obvious who this scene was for. Is Bibi Dong slapping Qian Rongxiu in the face? No, she hit Ye Tianxiong in the face. She was warning Ye Tianxiong not to approach Qian Rongxiu, let alone help Qian Rongxiu. This is your family matter, I shouldn't comment on it. But Qian Rongxiu is the daughter of the Pope of Wuhan Palace, and also the saint of Wuhan Palace. How can a majestic saint be insulted at will? Ye Tianxiong directly changed the concept, turned family affairs into official affairs, and put pressure on Bibi Dong with the face of Wuhan Palace. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. The Saint of Wuhan Palace must not be insulted at will. Bibi Dong's face was gloomy, with flames in his eyes, the soul power in his body was shaking, and a surge of murderous intent rushed towards Ye Tianxiong like a huge wave. This sentence clearly touched Bibi Dong's pain. Insanity. How ridiculous this sentence is. If the saint of Wuhan Palace really cannot be humiliated at will, why should she suffer that kind of torture? Ye Tianxiong stood on the spot and looked at Bibi Dong, resisting the murderous intention coming from the sky. As if the actual killing intent was raging in the house like a stormy sea, Ye Tianxiong was like a light boat in the sea, rising and falling with the waves. However, no matter how rough the waves were, they could not submerge the boat. Ye Tianxiong's will is as firm as a rock and unshakable, but Qian Rongxiu does not have such attainments. Just the overflowing murderous intent caused a huge impact on the young Qian Rongxiu. She turned pale and her body began to curl up. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid it will hurt my mind. Ye Tianxiong exerted his strength suddenly, resisting Bibi Dong's killing intent. He took a few steps forward and came to the side of Qian Rongxiu. He grabbed Qian Rongxiu's hand and pulled her behind to relieve the pressure on her body. The murderous intention was weakest near Ye Tianxiong's back. Qian Rongxiu instinctively hugged Ye Tianxiong from behind, and the two bodies were close to each other. Bibi Dong looked at the boy in front of him in surprise, and couldn't help but feel astonished. She has a cultivation level of Contra, has been to the capital of killing, and has obtained the domain of the killing god. She can be said to be the strongest in the world in terms of the use of killing intent. Even if she didn't release her killing intent with all her strength, it was definitely not something a mere 7-year-old could resist. Bibi Dong clenched her teeth, glared at Ye Tianxiong viciously, and finally withdrew her killing intent. Humph, you're lucky this time. It's too much to shoot 2 7-year-old children, and besides, they have a backer behind them. Bibi Dong is not yet qualified to challenge the Hall of Enshrinement. Let go. After the killing intent subsided, Ye Tianxiong patted Qian Rongxiu lightly, motioning for her to let go. Although they are still young, men and women don't know each other, and they have been hugging each other for a long time. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Qian Rongxiu lowered her head, let go of her hands in a panic, and quickly stepped back to create a distance. If you don't want others to know, you have to do nothing yourself. I advise you to take care of yourself. Ye Tianxiong said coldly to Bibi Dong, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Ye Tianxiong turned around and left, no longer paying attention to the two women in the room. After Chihiroji's death, the power structure of Wuhandian will undergo tremendous changes. The enshrining elders generally remain secluded from the world. They spend their days cultivating quietly in the enshrining hall and rarely care about trivial matters outside. Except for Bibi Dong, it was very difficult for the angel family to find a suitable person to hold the authority of the spirit hall. Qian Daoliu didn't kill Bibi Dong directly, which already explained a lot of problems. This woman was also the saint of the Wuhan Temple, and as the widow of the Pope, she can logically take over the political legacy left by Chihiroji. There is a high probability that he will become the Pope of Wuhan Temple. To achieve great things, the right time, right place, and right people are all indispensable. I have to say that the timing of Chihiroji's death is very subtle. The old generation can't hide their spirits, the Mesozoic generation can't stand up, and the new generation hasn't grown up yet, so Bibi Dong basically has no competitors. If Qian Rongxiu is now an adult and can stand on her own feet, it's hard to say whether Bibi Dong will survive. The reason why Ye Tianxing dared to confront Bibi Dong today was because they were destined to confront each other in the future. Today is his first trial. The paths chosen by the two are different. Ye Tianxing wants to hold the power of the Wuhan Hall, and Bibi Dong is an unavoidable obstacle on the way forward. Qian Daoliu temporarily handing over the power of Wuhandian to Bibi Dong is a helpless move, definitely not willingly. The purpose is to allow Qian Rongxiu to smoothly accept the power of the Spirit Hall from Bibi Dong when she grows up. However, Bibi Dong has twin martial souls with extraordinary talents. If this woman is allowed to develop, it will be troublesome in the future. She can kill Qian Sunji now, but she may not be able to kill Qian Rongxiu in the future. Therefore, Qian Daoliu will definitely find ways to restrict Bibi Dong. And Ye Tianxing is the one who can restrain Bibi Dong. That's right, it was the 7-year-old Ye Tianxing. Since he offered advice to Golden Crocodile Douluo, he has officially joined this game of power. To help Qian Rongxiu stand out and resist Bibi Dong's malice is to show his sincerity to the Hall of Worship. As long as he has Qian Daoliu's support, Ye Tianxing, who is backed by the two giants in the Temple of Enshrinement, will have the capital to compete with Bibi Dong. Next, he only needs to do a good job in the crusade against Haoshanzong, show his ability to the Hall of Worship, and further get the support of the Hall of Worship. In a few years, he will have the strength to check and balance Bibi Dong. It's not that Ye Tianxing is arrogant, judging from today's game, Bibi Dong is just mediocre. Too small in stamina, poor in means, incompetent in virtue, and impulsive, he is indeed not suitable for commanding the Wuhan Hall. What's even more unbearable is that she still can't figure out her own weight. If it wasn't for Qian Rongxiu, she would have been beaten to death long ago. If Qian Rongxiu is really brought into trouble, Qian Daoliu will never coddle her. The angel family has been able to control the Wuhan Temple for many years, not because of benevolence and kindness. As for why Bibi Dong can't seem to meet an opponent in the Wuhan Hall, it can only be said that the others are worse. After leaving the land of right and wrong, Ye Tianxing went straight back to his residence. 3 days later, Wuhan Palace announced to the world that Pope Kyungsunji was seriously injured and died unfortunately. The funeral started 7 days later, leaving enough time for all parties to come to express their condolences. At the same time, the Wuhan Palace also sent messengers to inform the major forces that Tang Hao had colluded with spirit beasts to betray humans to plot against the Pope, causing the Pope to fall. Tang Hao is the heir of the Haoshan school. He did such a thing, the Haoshan school has an unshirkable responsibility. Officially invite representatives of all major forces to come to Wuhan City to discuss major issues. Wuhandian is the holy land of soul masters, the most influential and powerful soul master organization in Douluo continent. The Pope's death was no small matter. Regarding the dispute between the Wuhan Palace and the No sect in the world, all parties dared not ignore it, and quickly sent representatives to Wuhan City to investigate the situation. After Qian Sunji's battle with Tang Hao, Haoshan sect has been paying attention to the news about Wuhan Palace. After the news of Chihiroji's death was announced, Hao Tianzong got the news immediately. The patriarch of Haoshanzong who heard the news almost fainted. Qian Sunji died. Even if Tang Hao publicly announced his separation from Haoshan sect, Wuhan Palace would never give up. A storm against Haoshanzong is coming, but Haoshanzong doesn't have much ability to resist. In the Haoshan sect's meeting hall, the sect leader and the elders of the sect were all present to discuss how to deal with the Wuhan Palace's offensive. Tang Xiao, tell me the truth, did Tang Hao get involved with the soul beast? The seventh elder of Haoshanzong has a bad temper, and he pointed to the core of the problem as soon as he came up. If a soul master wants to improve his cultivation, he will inevitably hunt and kill soul beasts, and soul beasts will also kill humans in turn. Humans and spirit beasts belong to racial opposition, and this kind of big right and wrong cannot be confused. Seventh elder, Brother Hao. Tang Xiao showed a look of embarrassment, and hesitated to speak. There was something going on between Tang Hao and A Yin. Tang Xiao knew it very well, but there were some things he didn't want to admit. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Funeral. Chapter 7 Funeral. The elders of Haoshan sect looked gloomy and couldn't help but sigh. Tang Xiao made this shape, but they couldn't see the problem. Tang Hao's wife didn't return to Haoshanzong when she became pregnant, but chose to stay outside. At that time, some people in Haoshan school felt suspicious. Tang Hao is the son of the Haoshan clan, the future suzerain of the Haoshan clan. Every move is related to the reputation and future of Haoshanzong. His father is not dead yet. The two couples are pregnant with their children, so it is completely unreasonable not to go back to the sect for the wedding, and not to come back to see the father. Unless there's something shady in it. Now Wuhan Palace's public statement directly confirms their doubts. No wonder Tang Hao didn't dare to come back. It turned out that he was messing around with spirit beasts outside, facing the sect shamelessly. That traitor has brought disgrace to the Haoshan sect. How dare he do this? The furious seventh elder's beard and hair grew wild, and he slapped his palm on the low table next to him, shattering the table into pieces. Haoshan sect is the #1 sect in the world, and they also want face. How should the heirs of Haoshanzong do such a thing against human ethics? Explain it to the world. Since you knew there was a problem, why didn't you report it to the sect? The wrinkled second elder said with hatred. It was fine if Tang Hao did some bad things, but he didn't expect Tang Xiao to be involved. Both heirs of the Haoshan sect have problems, which is really a bad year. I didn't expect things to come to this point. And A Yin. Tang Xiao couldn't help but start to defend his brother. The two brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao have a good impression of A Yin. Tang Xiao didn't think what his brother did was wrong. If A Yin had chosen Tang Xiao, he would have made the same choice. A Yin. Are you talking about the beast who seduced Tang Hao? The fourth elder asked coldly. All the mistakes were the soul beast's fault. In the opinion of the fourth elder, if it hadn't been for the 10-year-old transformed soul beast that charmed Tang Hao, none of this would have happened. A Yin is not an animal. She is a good girl. Tang Xiao was very angry when he heard that the girl he had a crush on was insulted. He clenched his fists tightly and his chest heaved, as if he was about to pounce on the fourth elder in the next moment. Tang Xiao, watch your words. Even if you are the heir of the Haoshan school, you can't be rude to the elders. Besides, what the fourth brother said is correct. That is a beast that only seduces humans. The fifth elder confronted each other angrily. Tang Xiao actually went against the elders for a soul beast, which was really unreasonable. Everyone calm down. Now is not the time to hold people accountable. Wuhan Palace has great plans and has been dissatisfied with us for a long time. This time they are menacing. We should put aside our conflicts, fight against the enemy, and tide over the difficulties together. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more tense, the great elder hurried out to mediate. Things have happened, it's too late to say anything. It's just that the Haoshan sect indulged the two brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao too much and allowed them to commit such crimes. Sect Master, how do you think we should respond now? From the beginning of the meeting until now, the suzerain of the Clear Sky School has remained silent. Of course he wanted to keep his youngest son alive. However, the responsibility of the head of a sect requires him to put the interests of the sect first and not openly favor his two sons. There is no other way to plan for now, but to adapt to circumstances and take advantage of the situation. The Haoshan sect has been standing for many years, and its ancestors have gone through life and death to become famous. I believe that as long as everyone unites sincerely, there will always be a solution to the problem. After pondering for a moment, the sect leader said solemnly, "It is true that Haoshan sect is the #1 sect in the world, but there is a huge difference in size compared to Wuhan Palace. If a fight really breaks out, the Haoshan sect doesn't have a good way to deal with it." The suzerain's consolation failed to relieve the anxiety of the elders, and the atmosphere at the meeting was still dignified. Having said so much, the Clear Sky School still couldn't come up with an effective solution. It is even difficult to unify the hearts of the people within the group. Originally, the reputation of the two prides of the Haoshan sect was worldwide, and the position of the leader of the Haoshan sect was as stable as Mount Tai. Now Tang Hao has made a big mistake, putting the sect in danger and seriously endangering the sect's interests. Tang Xiao knew the truth but did not report it, and allowed his younger brother to make mistakes. With such ignorance, he did not know whether he could take over the important task of Haoshan sect. The prestige of the sect leader's lineage has been greatly damaged, and some people will inevitably have some different thoughts. Everyone lowered their heads and said nothing more. Their restless breathing and heartbeat could be clearly heard in the empty hall. Tang Hao's misbehavior has already given Wuhandian racial justice. Even if the allies of Haoshan sect want to help, they are powerless. No matter how fiercely the major soul master forces fight, they still represent the interests of human beings, not the interests of soul beasts. It is impossible for them to help the soul beast defend itself. Human life is more valuable than animal life. This is the consensus of soul masters. It is the cornerstone of the order of the soul master world and the bottom line that cannot be touched. Anyone who touches this bottom line and messes with the soul beast will be punished by everyone in the world. Those who are not from my race must have different hearts, and they are merciless in the face of racial justice. The meeting was concluded hastily, and the result was not discussed within the Haoshan sect. There are white flags fluttering everywhere in Wuhan city, and the bustling streets with few pedestrians and shops are closed, making it look surprisingly cold. The Pope of Wuhandian died unfortunately, and everyone in Wuhandian expressed condolences. The current situation is turbulent, and everyone is very cautious, fearing that if they make a mistake, they will get into trouble. As people from all parties gathered in Wuhan city, the Pope's funeral officially began. The center of the papal palace was filled with white bouquets, and a crystal coffin was placed in the middle of the bouquets. Inside the coffin, Chihiroji's corpse was placed with his hands crossed in front of him. His face was calm and motionless, like a sculpture that had just been completed. The family members of Jian Sunji stood in the row closest to the coffin. The other senior officials of Wuhan Palace were divided into two columns and stood at the back, watching the Pope complete his final journey. The great priest did not catch up with Tang Hao, so he had to come back to attend his son's funeral first. He tried his best to restrain his emotions, and stood in front of Jian Sunji's coffin without saying a word. His face looked much older, and 2 tears flowed slowly. It is indeed a great tragedy in the world for a person with white hair to send a person with black hair. But Kyung Sunji made those unforgivable mistakes, and Kyandaolio was blameless. Getting to where they are today is also the cause and effect they should bear. Bibi Dong was wearing mourning clothes and stood in the front row with an expressionless face. Her movements were very mechanical, her head lowered so as not to look at the disgusting man. If Bibi Dong wasn't strong enough to resist the enshrinement hall, she wouldn't even come here to perform today. Even Bibi Dong had arrived, but Jian Rongxue was not found in the palace. After hearing the sad news of her father's death, the little girl collapsed and cried for a long time. It took several days before she accepted the fact. I just came to the papal palace today. After looking at my father's body for a few times, I fainted from crying again. Now he is resting at the back of the palace, with Yetianxiang taking care of him. Condolence persons from all walks of life entered the palace one by one, presented wreaths to the Pope, and expressed their condolences and sorrow at the same time. Wuhan Palace was very powerful, and all the forces were very considerate and sent heavyweights to attend the funeral. The princes of the two empires, as well as the suzerains of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect gathered here. Hearing is false and seeing is believing. The moment he actually saw Qian Sunji's body, Wuhan Palace's announcement became much more credible. At least their pope was really dead. After the condolences, Chihiroji's coffin was carried out of the pope's palace and moved to the cemetery for burial. The pope's funeral is over, but some things are just beginning. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Pope Enthroned. Chapter 8 Pope Enthroned. After the funeral was the enthronement ceremony of the new pope in Wuhan Palace. A country cannot be without a king for a day. After Chihiroji's death, Wuhandian needs a new pope to take charge of the overall situation and maintain the normal operation of the organization, even if it is only temporarily. As expected, Bibi Dong was promoted to the position of pope, taking over the authority of Qian Sunji. The Angel family has been in charge of the Wuhan Hall for many years, and their prestige is unrivaled. The pope still has to be held by a member of the Qian family. Bibi Dong is indeed the culprit who killed Qian Sunji, but she is still Qian Sunji's wife and Qian Rongxiu's mother in legal terms, and she can barely be regarded as a member of the Angel family. After Chihiroji was carried away, all the funeral supplies in the Pope's palace were removed and replaced by solemn and luxurious ceremonial guards of honor. I don't know if it's due to time constraints or something else, but the funeral of the former Pope and the enthronement ceremony of the new Pope were actually held on the same day and at the same place. This arrangement made Bibi Dong, who was already in a bad mood, even more gloomy. She knew very well that this was Qian Daoliu's beating. The cause of Chihiroji's death and Qian Rongxiu's abuse were very clear to the priest. It's just that due to the situation, I don't want to go into it for the time being. The great worshipper has the ability to lift Bibi Dong to the altar, and of course he has the ability to drag her into hell. If she dares to be presumptuous again, the consequences will be serious. After the 3 bells rang, Bibi Dong, wearing a purple gold crown, papal robes, and holding the papal scepter, slowly walked towards the papal throne. Dressed up by the master of ceremonies, her appearance was glamorous, with an extraordinary look, revealing a touch of majesty in her luxury and solemnity. When she walked through the solemn red carpet with steady steps, the members of Wuhan Hall next to her bowed their heads in awe, expressing their respect and submission to her. Bibi Dong is no longer a plaything or pendant around Qian Sunji. She is the queen who truly holds the power of life and death. This is the transformation brought about by power. It's just that the price of this transformation is too heavy, for which she was forced to sacrifice her youth and happiness, light and kindness, as well as her vision and hope for the future. Bibi Dong has been dead since the day she was knocked unconscious by Qian Sunji and dragged into the secret room. Flowers that lose sunlight cannot bloom and can only wither and wither in the darkness of death until they turn into dust. What is walking in the world now is just a walking corpse that wants to destroy Wuhan Palace and is dominated by the desire for revenge. Climbing the last few steps, Bibi Dong sat firmly on the Pope's throne. With the increased height of the steps, Bibi Dong could completely overlook everyone in the audience. This is the Pope's vision, as if he can overlook everything and control everything. After the new Pope ascended the throne, representatives of various forces came forward in an orderly manner to express their congratulations. The people who came forward to congratulate all had smiles on their faces, but it was unclear what they were thinking in their hearts. Wuhandian is the #1 organization in the Douluo continent, and it has a deep knowledge of getting along with this behemoth, so it cannot be neglected. Is this the taste of power? Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the throne, looked at the people coming and going down the stairs, and felt a strange emotion in her heart. The little girl who was innocent and flawless at the beginning also began to taste the poison called power. Catalyzed by the resentment in his heart, it is hard to imagine how powerful this poison will be. There is only one thing that is certain. When Bibi Dong can no longer bear the darkness in her heart, a violent wave will sweep across the continent. The people who saw the ceremony came and went one by one. Bibi Dong began to get a little tired. It's just that she didn't see any of the worshipping elders. Her daughter Qian Rongxiu and that damn Yetianxiang didn't come over to express their congratulations either. Qian Daoliu has taken Qian Rongxiu back to the worship hall to rest. The pain of losing a loved one is deep and intense, and only the power of time can heal the wounds. As for Yetianxiang, he had returned to his residence to rest after Zioxiu woke up. I believe it won't be long before Wuhandian will make a big move. He has to recharge his energy and prepare for the battle. Yetianxiang didn't feel much about the new pope's ascension to the throne. Everything was expected. It's just that the way of beating the big offering is a bit petty. There are many ways to warn a person. It is really unnecessary to injure the enemy by 1000 and damage yourself by 800. Representatives of all the major forces are here today. While embarrassing Bibi Dong, they are also embarrassing Wuhan Palace. Let all the major forces know that the internal discord and struggle in Wuhandian are beginning to take shape. Performing this act against the background of the sudden death of the former pope and the setback of the Wuhan Palace's momentum will undoubtedly make some restless people wary. But all this has nothing to do with Yetianxiang for the time being. Bibi Dong could not fully grasp the pope's authority, but it would be beneficial to his future operations. With the enshrinement hall at his back, he is sure to make a profit. With the new pope ascending the throne, the power structure in Wuhan Hall has undergone tremendous changes. Originally, the enshrinement hall and the Pope's Hall were closely related to each other, but after Bibi Dong came to power, the two most powerful halls in the Wuhan Hall would inevitably have differences. The two palaces already have a tendency to confront each other faintly. The new Pope who had just taken office was busy familiarizing himself with the affairs of Wuhan Palace, stabilizing his position, and managing foreign affairs flawlessly. According to the original arrangement, Golden Crocodile Douluo still has full power to deal with the crusade against Haoshanzong. In the meeting hall of Wuhan Hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo brought the two elders, Zhu and Gui, to meet representatives of other forces. Golden Crocodile, Haoshan sect is the #1 sect in the world. Is there some misunderstanding about Tang Hao's collusion with soul beasts to betray humanity? Yu Yuanzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, asked tentatively. Although the upper three sects also have disputes, they will still watch and help each other when facing Wuhandian. The power of Wuhandian is too huge, and only all major forces can unite to fight against it. It would be fine if it was really a misunderstanding. We also don't want to see a gifted and talented young soul master bewitched by a soul beast, betray humanity, and fall into the abyss. Unfortunately, the cold reality is before our eyes, and we cannot pretend not to see it. Golden Crocodile Douluo said with a look of compassion. Elder Zhu and Elder Ghost, both parties involved, can swear by the martial spirit that Tang Hao did have an improper relationship with the spirit beast, and it was he who seriously injured the Pope. On the Douluo continent, it is very unusual to swear an oath with a martial soul, and the words spoken are very effective. Titled Douluo all have their own dignity, and they will not make fun of their own martial souls. After Golden Crocodile Douluo said this, the two elders Zhu and Gui swore on their martial souls to prove that Tang Hao's collusion with the soul beast and the serious injury to the Pope were all true. The two elders swore by their martial souls that this matter will certainly not be false. But Tang Hao has already announced his separation from Haoshanzong. Is it inappropriate for us to come to ask him again? Ning Fengzi, the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, still wants to make a final fight. Tang Hao's father is the patriarch of the Clear Sky School, and he himself is the heir of the Clear Sky School. How can the connection between them be broken with one sentence? Is it really clear to the Haoshan sect that Tang Hao did such an outrageous thing? Even if it is not clear, the crime of lax discipline cannot be escaped. Everyone, the Pope of Wuhan Temple died unfortunately while protecting mankind. We just want to seek justice for him. This request is not too much." Golden Crocodile did not release his soul power, but said in a sincere tone. With his back to the Wuhan Hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo's tone was not heavy, but the weight in it made it impossible for anyone present to ignore it. "Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection." End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Going Together to Haoshanzong. Chapter 9, Going Together to Haoshanzong. The Haoshan sect should really give an explanation for the death of the Pope of Wuhan Palace. And if the entire Haoshan sect colludes with the soul beast, things will become extremely troublesome. After transforming into a 10-year-old soul beast, his talent is extremely high and his cultivation speed is extremely fast. It only takes decades to cultivate to the realm of Super Douluo and even Limit Douluo. Once that kind of beast reaches the 90th level, not even a titled Douluo will be able to defeat its true form. If that beast has bad intentions for humans, the harm it will cause to the human world is immeasurable. The best way to restrain them is to take preventive measures and kill them before they reach level 90. If there are really powerful human forces who collude with spirit beasts and help these spirit beasts get through the most vulnerable stage, the structure of the entire Douluo continent will be affected. Human beings are greedy, and not many people can turn a blind eye to a walking 10-year-old soul ring, and the soul beasts also know this. Therefore, it is impossible for humans and spirit beasts to live in peace. Soul beasts will not place their lives and deaths on human integrity. Humans would not place their fate on the goodness of spirit beasts. Neither side dares to gamble on human nature. Wuhandian hasn't sent soul masters to attack Haoshanzong so far. It can be said that the etiquette is thoughtful, benevolent, and righteous, and people can't find faults. The major powers have no reason to refuse the invitation of Wuhandian, and go to Haoshanzong to find out. Now that the decision had been made, the representatives of each family no longer hesitated and followed the people from Wuhan Palace towards Haoshan sect. Wuhandian went to Haoshan sect this time to ask for an explanation, and the war had not yet been decided. Those who went to Haoshanzong were only 2 members of the mission including the second priest, and a few followers. Golden Crocodile Douluo is powerful, and his presence in person is enough to represent the importance that Spirit Hall attaches to this incident. He was the only one who went to show the restraint of the Wuhan temple, and he didn't want to start the battle lightly. The so-called ceremony first and soldiers later, Wuhandian did not have any problems with this ceremony. Let's see how Haoshan sect responds next. In the middle of the basin surrounded by mountains is a large-scale city. The houses in the city are row upon row, the streets are wide and straight, and the momentum is magnificent. Going north along the avenue at the gate of the city, there is a towering palace in the middle of the city. White marble pillars are used as pillars, blue bricks are built as walls, glazed gold tiles are covered on the roof, and lifelike sculptures are displayed on them. Although it is not resplendent, it is also unique. Especially the giant hammer on the top of the palace is very eye-catching. This is the seat of the Haoshan sect, and the 4 single attribute tribes who are vassals also live here. At this time, the lord of Haoshan sect, all the elders and important members of the sect were standing on the south tower, quietly waiting for the distinguished guests to arrive. After the news of the Pope's death came out, Haoshanzong thought that the Spirit Hall might send a large army to attack, so it had already concentrated its personnel here to prepare for the attack from the Spirit Hall. However, Wuhandian's unexpected action made them hit the cotton with their fists. Wuhan Palace only sent this few people, and it didn't look like they were going to start a war at all. Of course, this does not mean that Haoshan sect can easily pass this test. All the major forces in Douluo continent came together to question Tang Hao about colluding with soul beasts. The pressure these people brought to Clear Sky School was even greater than that of the Spirit Hall army. If the Haoshan sect cannot handle today's matters well, the prestige that the Haoshan sect has accumulated over hundreds of years will be destroyed. Haoshan sect may be reduced to a situation where everyone is shouting for beatings. A black line appeared at the mountain pass not far away, and the envoys from the major forces finally arrived at Haoshan sect. The Patriarch of Haoshanzong and others all jumped down the city wall lightly to welcome the distinguished guests who came from afar to enter the city. Although everyone came to Xingxi to inquire about their crimes, after all, the battle has not yet started, and due etiquette is still indispensable. The two countries are at war without killing the envoys, and those who come here maintain their own strength and are not afraid of the Haoshan sect's sudden attack. Led by the carriage from Wuhandian, the convoy drove straight into the city and stopped in front of the Haoshan Sovereign Hall. As soon as the convoy stopped, the master of Haoshanzong personally stepped forward to welcome the visitors. It is a great honor for the Haoshan sect that all distinguished guests have come from afar. Please move the frame inside so that the Haoshan sect can show their friendship as landlords. Yu Yuanzhen and Ning Fengzi looked at the humble sect leader Tang with unchanged expressions, and already had some suspicions in their hearts. Jiao Jiao's battle soul hammer, the majestic Haoshanzong. The clear sky hammer is known as the head of the Douluo continent's attack system weapon, and possesses the characteristics of great strength, explosive power, and incomparable domineering. With the power of the Clear Sky Hammer, the Clear Sky sect firmly sits on the throne of the number one sect in the mainland. As his fame and arrogance grew, sect leader Tang always treated others with sincerity. He was so polite and courteous, but there was something hidden inside. Then let us see how Haoshanzong treats guests. Golden Crocodile Douluo's calm words made everyone present feel a chill. I'm afraid things can't be good today. He he he. Sect Master Tang just laughed a few times without saying much. A group of people were ushered into Haoshan Sovereign Hall and sat down one by one. Tang Zongju occupies the main seat, the elders of Haoshanzong sit on the left, and the honored guests sit on the right. There were not many visitors to the Wuhan Hall, except for Elder Golden Crocodile who was sitting in the first seat on the right. There was only one young entourage standing behind him. Such a shape made the elders of the Haoshan school feel much calmer. In any case, it seems unlikely that a large-scale firefight will occur today. After everyone took their seats, Golden Crocodile Douluo took the lead in attacking. Tang Hao, the patriarch of the Clear Sky School, colluded with spirit beasts and killed my Pope of the Spirit Hall. Colluding with spirit beasts to betray mankind is a crime that cannot be punished. Today I met representatives from various parties who came here to ask Haoshanzong for an explanation. Golden Crocodile Douluo was the first to be aggressive, and immediately pointed at Haoshanzong's crimes. The whole story has not yet been clarified. It would be too much for Wuhandian to describe my son Tang Hao as a rebellious human being in just a few words. Sect Master Tang said firmly. The senior leaders of Haoshan sect already knew that Tang Hao had a problem, but they would never admit it easily. Once this matter is confirmed, Haoshan sect will inevitably be affected immeasurably. Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't speak, but turned to look at Yu Yuanzhen and Ning Fengzi behind. Seeing the Haoshan sect's categorical denial, the doubts in their hearts intensified. Sect Master Tang, the two elders Zhu and Gui of Wuhan Palace have sworn on Wuhan. Tang Hao colluded with the Soul Beast, and the matter of seriously injuring the Pope should not be faked. This matter is already known to everyone, and I hope the sect leader will take notice. Ning Fengzi said helplessly. Ning Fengzi's last words were a reminder to Sect Master Tang that Tang Hao could no longer be saved and the entire Haoshan sect would be dragged down if he didn't give up. To be honest, Tang Hao has been away from the sect for many days. What he did to Haoshanzong only heard today. The Haoshan school is the number one sect in the world, and it will never do anything to link up with soul beasts and betray humans. There was nothing he could do, so Sect Master Tang had no choice but to reluctantly abandon Tang Hao and try to get Haoshanzong out. End of this chapter. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. The Pope of Wuhandian died, and the murderer is still at large. Tang Hao is the heir of your Haoshan sect, and you want to abdicate the responsibility without saying a word. Sovereign Tang, this is not paying attention to the people present here. Golden Crocodile Douluo lightly tapped the handle of the seat under him with his middle finger, his flat tone concealed monstrous anger. The blood debt needs to be tasted with blood, Hao Tianzong will not even think about passing the test this time if he does not shed his skin. Tang Hao has announced his withdrawal from the Haoshan sect, and he has nothing to do with the Haoshan sect anymore. If you want to accuse him, the Haoshan sect will never stop you. However, if Wuhan Palace wants to use this matter to force Haoshan sect to submit, we will never agree. The situation was stronger than the people, the Wuhan Palace was coming fiercely, and the other forces were too worried to lend a helping hand. In the critical situation, sect leader Tang had no choice but to abandon his youngest son. Everything is for the benefit of the sect, and he has no choice but to do it. From now on, Hao Shenzong will not be able to help Tang Hao on the bright side, and can only rely on him to avoid the pursuit of Wuhandian. Ha ha! A burst of chuckles echoed in the hall, and everyone's eyes focused on the young man behind golden crocodile Douluo. It is said that blood is thicker than water, but Tang Hao is the son of the patriarch of the Clear Sky School. Even if his bones are broken, his tendons are still connected. Can the relationship between the two be severed by just quitting the sect? Golden Crocodile Douluo has already started, and now it's Yetianxing's turn to perform. Who are you? Sect leader Tang asked in a bad tone. He is the deputy envoy of my Wuhandian mission. Golden Crocodile replied directly with one sentence. There are only 2 envoys sent by Wuhandian, and the deputy envoy's right to speak is not much lower than that of the principal envoy. Sect Master Tang looked at the young man in front of him for a moment and said coldly, "What do you think, Your Excellency, the deputy envoy, our Haoshan sect needs to prove?" The young man in front of him was of low cultivation and looked harmless to humans and animals. But since Wuhan Palace sent him here, he is by no means an ordinary person and should not be underestimated. It is said that the Haoshan school is the #1 sect in the world, but now it seems that it is just a false name. Even if you say 1,000 words and 10,000 words, they can't change the fact that Tang Hao came from the Haoshan school. He is the sole master from your birth and education. He committed the heinous crime of colluding with spirit beasts to rebel against mankind, and you relatives are duty-bound. After the accident, you didn't think about how to help him make up for his mistakes, but instead blindly shirked responsibility. There is absolutely no sense of responsibility that a sole master force should have. The Haoshan sect is full of people who are unfaithful, filial, benevolent, and unjust, so it is no wonder that they would breed traitors like Tang Hao. I am ashamed of you all. When Hao Shenzong began to shirk responsibility, Yetianxing understood that Hao Shenzong was just a vain name. It's not worth mentioning that it's strong outside but capable in the middle. If they dare to accept Tang Hao's mistakes and express their sincere repentance to everyone, Wuhan Palace will really not be able to touch them. But they blindly cover up and evade, showing such ugly behavior, not only their enemies, but also their allies look down on them. Going to this point, the decline and fall of Haoshan school is unavoidable. You. The patriarch of the Haoshan school looked at Yetianxing indignantly, but he couldn't say a word of rebuttal. The 7th elder of Hao Shenzong really couldn't stand Yetianxing's slander of Hao Shenzong. He stood up and pointed at Yetianxing and said angrily, "Young man with a yellow mouth, you dare to slander our Haoshan sect. Do you really think that our Haoshan sect has no one? The outstanding fighting soul hammer, the towering Haoshan sect. The reputation of the Haoshan sect cannot be tarnished." The 2nd elder of the Haoshan sect said loudly. This untimely bravado not only failed to restore Hao Shenzong's image, it also appeared guilty. Golden Crocodile Douluo said unceremoniously, "What is wrong with what my deputy envoy said? How could someone like Tang Hao be raised if it wasn't a place that harbored filth and evil? It hurts you, are you afraid?" The representatives of various forces who came here silently looked at the incompetence and rage of the Haoshan sect elders, and felt even more disappointed with the Haoshan sect. Wuhan Palace only sent 2 people here, and they took down the Haoshan sect before they even used force. Although there are factors that cause the Haoshan sect to be wronged, the essence is that the people of the Haoshan sect are brainless and incompetent. Regardless of whether the Haoshan sect colluded with the soul beast or not, after this incident, the reputation of the Haoshan sect will plummet. Think back to the time when peerless Douluo Tangchen led Haoshanzong to the top of the world's #1 sect, how prominent Haoshanzong was at that time. It's a pity that the descendants are unworthy and no one can support the overall situation of the sect. One of the soul beasts that colluded with Tang Hao is a 10-year-old transformed soul beast. She married Tang Hao and was even pregnant. I don't believe that Tang Hao didn't reveal even a little bit of news to you during this period. Have you never doubted it even once? Ye Tianxiang ignored the eyes of the elders of Haoshanzong who wanted to eat people, and continued to attack. Tang Hao has maintained an improper relationship with the soul beast for a long time, and there is still a lot to do in it. It is not even necessary to confirm that other people in the Haoshan sect are colluding with the soul beasts. Just some vague speculations can bring a huge blow to the Haoshan sect. What good is a beast? It can actually make the heirs of the Haoshan school linger and forget to return, and they don't hesitate to disobey the sect and betray mankind. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. I don't know who passed this habit on to Tang Hao. There are many beauties in the world, and there are also outstanding and beautiful female soul masters. However, Tang Hao just loves soul beasts, which has to make people suspicious. Ayan is not a beast, she and Hao did truly love each other. Tang Xiao, who was standing aside, suddenly jumped out and shouted at Ye Tianxiang. You sanctimonious hypocrites, what right do you have to speak ill of her? Because of Ayan's matter, Tang Xiao dared to confront the elders in the sect head-on. People who face the Wuhan Palace will not back down even more. Ayan is the white moonlight in Tang Xiao's heart, and she will never allow anyone to insult her. Ayan? Who are you? The progress of the matter was beyond Ye Tianxiang's expectation. Before he even started to exert his strength, someone from the Haoshan sect came out and blew himself up. Everyone present heard it, and the Haoshan sect couldn't deny it even if they wanted to. Shut up! Give me! The leader of the Haoshan sect, who realized something was wrong, was about to drive Tang Xiao back. It's a pity that he was still a step too late after all. My name is Tang Xiao. And I'm Tang Hao's real brother. Tang Xiao stepped forward and said proudly. Ye Tianxiang smiled slightly, turned to look at the representatives of other forces, and said calmly, everyone here has heard it. Clear Sky School obviously already knew about Tang Hao's good deeds. And it seems that Tang Hao is not the only one in the Haoshan sect who has a soul beast in his heart. After Tang Xiao was exposed, Haoshanzong's lie of complete ignorance was revealed. The two heirs in the Haoshan sect have an unclear relationship with the soul beast, which is enough to show that it is not an exception for members of the Haoshan sect to hook up with the soul beast. Even if Haoshanzong jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to wash away. Hi! Yu Yuanzhen shook his head in disappointment, frowned and said, you guys really don't know what's important. Don't you know what terrible harm the transformed soul beast will bring to the human world once it reaches adulthood? Originally, Yu Yuanzhen and others still held a sliver of hope for Haoshanzong, and wanted to help Haoshanzong clear their guilt as much as possible. Unexpectedly, the members of Haoshanzong dug their own graves, plunged into the pit, and couldn't drag it out. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. Chapter 11 Tang Xiao, you have to figure it out. If a soul master wants to improve his cultivation, he must hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. The racial antagonism between humans and soul beasts is irreconcilable. In the face of such major issues of right and wrong, our stance cannot be shaken. If that beast enters the mature stage, it will successfully blend into the Clear Sky School. To massacre human beings in the name of the Haoshan sect would cause so many disputes and cause so many deaths and injuries to innocent people. Have you ever thought about this? The enemy's weakness must be focused on. Ye Tianxiang unceremoniously launched an attack. He just wanted to use Tang Xiao's mouth to pour dirty water on Haoshanzong. Tang Xiao just made a slip of the tongue. Why should you be so aggressive and insistent? The great elder of Haoshan sect quickly came out to excuse himself. Tang Hao was hopeless. If Tang Xiao had another problem, the successor of the Clear Sky School would have to be chosen. It is not easy to take back the water that is spilled when words are spoken. Besides, someone's self-destruction has not stopped. Yin is a kind girl, she would never do this. Tang Xiao argued forcefully. Hearing Tang Xiao's words, Tang sect master held his chest and said with difficulty, "Tang Xiao, you rebellious son." The actions of the two rebellious sons exhausted Tang Zongzhu, and he almost died of a sudden heart attack. What a misfortune for the family! The fact that Hao Shanzong produced a Tang Hao already embarrasses the sect extremely. Unexpectedly, Tang Xiao would also come to cause trouble at the critical moment. This is definitely pushing Hao Shanzong to death. Is it because she can't, or do you think she can't? Ye Tianxing asked somewhat casually. The opponent is too weak, it is too boring. I don't know how the Haoshan sect cultivated such an emotional and brainless heir. Haoshan Gemini, when it comes to emotional matters, their brains short-circuit and explode. There is nothing left of sanity. Ian, she won't. Tang Xiao, whose eyes had lost their brightness, stood in place and kept mumbling. Obviously, he was not sure in his heart whether Ian would kill innocent people. So I can only do psychological hints over and over again. In the future, if someone wants to kill its kin to obtain the soul ring, and there is a dispute, which side will you help? Ye Tianxing continued to induce. Yin is so kind, so her family members must be the same. You bastards, you will do everything to improve your cultivation, why do you have to hurt innocent soul beasts? Tang Xiao suddenly roared at Ye Tianxing. Everyone has heard it. If you go out to hunt soul beasts in the future, you must find out whether it is related to the Haoshan sect. Otherwise, one day someone from the Clear Sky School would beat him to death with a hammer without knowing the reason, and his death would be too unjust. After hearing this, everyone present was stunned. This is not a joke, but an extremely serious matter. Except for those soul beasts that were kept in the exclusive area, the other wild soul beasts were public resources. Any soul master can hunt and improve his cultivation by his own ability. If everyone in the Haoshan school was like Tang Hao, fighting to the death for soul beasts and humans, it is tantamount to privatizing public resources in disguise, infringing on the interests of the majority of soul masters. After all, when hunting soul beasts, they fight for life and death, and each has his own destiny. Who can care about the relationship between the soul beast and human beings? There was Tang Hao in the front, Tang Xiao in the back. The two prides of the Clear Sky School fell in love with a soul beast at the same time. This is no longer an exception. The evidence of Hao Shanzong's collusion with the soul beast is conclusive, and it cannot be faked. Golden Crocodile Douluo struck again. The heirs of the sect are the future and card of the sect, and their every move reflects the sect's attitude. The two brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao can already represent a large part of the people in the Haoshan sect. And anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tang Xiao was already dazed. His obsession with soul beasts has reached a terrifying level, and he is afraid that he will become the second Tang Hao. Haoshan school does not know how many people like this exist. Sovereign Tang, all members of the Clear Sky School. Knowing your mistakes can make a big difference, don't evade your guilt anymore. Ning Fengzi said helplessly. Haoshan sect has lost, completely. Ning Fengzi did not want to see Haoshan sect continue to be embarrassed. Remind them to plead guilty quickly and stop losses in time. You, what do you want? The head of the Haoshan school, who was powerless and slumped on the seat, asked helplessly. The worst-case scenario happened, and the entire Haoshan sect was dragged into the abyss. Wahundian is Daezu, and Haoshanzong is fish and meat. There is no room for them to resist. We only have 3 demands. First of all, Haoshanzong must be responsible for the Pope's death. Blood debts must be paid with blood. As long as you hand over Tang Hao, we will no longer pursue this matter. Secondly, the connection between the Haoshan sect and the soul beasts has been confirmed. In order to ensure the peace of the human world, the scope of activities of the Haoshan sect's disciples must be restricted. At the same time, Haoshanzong must accept the surveillance of the major forces in turn to ensure that the affair with spirit beasts will never happen again. In the end, Haoshanzong's morals are corrupt, and it is no longer suitable to lead the 4 single attribute clans under its banner. Separate them and let them be governed by the forces present. Do you have any comments? After Yetianxing finished speaking, he didn't go to see the people from the Haoshan school, but turned to ask people from other forces. We all go to the Haoshan sect together, so of course we have to do the carving up of the Haoshan sect together. I think there are suspicions of filth in many properties outside of Haoshanzong, and we must send people to investigate them one by one. Yu Yuan said loudly. The wall fell and everyone pushed it. Hao Tianzong seemed to be dying. All the forces had no intention of saving him, they were all thinking about how to tear off a piece of flesh from the Haoshan sect. I read. Representatives from all parties put forward their demands one after another, and a bloody feast began. Sect Master Tang, this is what we want, as long as Haoshanzong agrees. We will stop immediately. If the Haoshan sect still refuses to repent, our spirit hall will have no choice but to summon the wise men from all over the world to come and attack him. By then it won't be as easy to talk to as it is now. Golden Crocodile Douluo made the final decision. Other conditions can be agreed, but there are 2 points that cannot be met. Tang Hao is not in the door, we can't hand over anyone. The Haoshan sect would rather be a piece of jade than a piece of brick, so it is impossible for them to accept the surveillance of all major forces. The leader of Haoshan sect said helplessly. No matter how you say it, the Clear Sky School is the #1 sect in the world. The soul masters who possess the Clear Sky Hammer martial soul are undoubtedly proud, they can't live in humiliation under the supervision of others. Our spirit hall is not unreasonable. The deadline for Tang Hao's matter can be relaxed, and you should be able to give an explanation in 3 to 5 years. It is okay for Haoshanzong not to be monitored, but it is for the sake of human safety. From now on, all the members of the Clear Sky School and all soul masters who possess the Haoshan Hammer martial soul must swear by the martial soul that they will not stand together with the soul beasts, nor with the hybrids of humans and beasts. Kill him on sight. Such an arrangement should be acceptable. After Yetianxing pretended to discuss with Golden Crocodile Douluo for a while, he finally made a concession. The conditions after the compromise seem to be much more relaxed, but there is another mystery behind it. Once the martial spirit oath was made, Tang Hao and Haoshanzong would no longer be able to relax. Hao Tianzong and the half-breed bastard Tang Hao took away were not in harmony with each other. In order to save his child, Tang Hao had to be forced to confront the sect. Asking prices all over the place and bargaining on the ground. The harvest this time has exceeded Yetianxing's expectations, so he should relax and eat the benefits. The alliance of all the major forces to join the Haoshan sect was just the beginning, and Yetianxing still had many backup plans to come up with. He won't give up until the Haoshan school is broken up. And it's obviously not going to meet Yetianxing's expectations to do this in one trip. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Dividing the Spoils. Chapter 12 Dividing the Spoils. When you feel that the room is too dark and you need to open a window, no one will allow it. But if you advocate removing the roof, they will come to mediate and are willing to open the windows. After Wuhan Palace lowered its conditions, the Haoshan sect's last will to resist was shattered, and the matter was finally settled. The asking price of Wuhan Palace is not high, even much lower than other forces in Haoshan sect imagined. If the Haoshan sect still doesn't agree, then it means it doesn't know how to praise him. At that time, not only Wuhan Palace, but also other forces will join forces to attack. When they put forward conditions, Haoshan sect's compromise is the basis for gaining benefits. In this carve-up feast, if the main house of Wuhandian couldn't eat the cake, the food for their group of guests would be even more difficult to implement. All the forces came together and the Haoshan sect borrowed the power of the Wuhan Palace to scrape the flesh from the Haoshan sect without losing anything. It was like a white wolf with nothing. Of course they are willing to do this. But there is no free lunch in the world. How can it be so easy to get by with nothing? The forces involved in the carve-up were already on the Haoshan sect's enemy list anyway. The Haoshan sect doesn't dare to mess with the behemoth Wuhan Palace, but the other small forces, the Haoshan sect, can't touch it privately. Not everyone can figure it out, but it doesn't stop them from continuing to do it. People are greedy, and luck is always at work. There are many forces that want to eat at the Haoshan sect, and the heavy hammer may not necessarily fall on you. Moreover, the Haoshan sect's revenge is something in the future, and the small forces care more about the present than the future. Haoshanzong fell, and the world's soul masters were full. The huge benefits peeled off from the Haoshan sect will undoubtedly change the pattern among the various forces on the mainland. Small forces that can quickly devour and digest the Haoshan sect's legacy will grow rapidly in a short period of time, and have the ability to break the balance of power in a certain area and encroach on the surrounding areas. In order to ensure that their own power would not be eaten up by other rising powers, they had to try their best to absorb the assets of the Haoshan sect and rapidly develop and strengthen themselves. Forces that cannot see the situation clearly and are timid will be eliminated by the next storm. Those peripheral resources are the focus of competition for small forces, while big forces gather to discuss the distribution of core resources. As the host, Wuhan Palace suffered the most losses and contributed the most. Of course, Wuhandian should be responsible for dividing the cake. The ability to find out the truth this time and restore justice and peace to the world depends on the concerted efforts of everyone. I, Wuhandian, know how to repay your kindness, and of course I will not disappoint everyone's kindness. Of the 4 single attribute clans, our Wuhan Palace only retains the Po clan, and the other 3 clans will be handed over to you. Ye Tianxiang attended the spoils distribution meeting as a representative of Wuhan Palace. To say that the Haoshan sect was humiliating enough, representatives of the major forces directly discussed the carving up of them in the city where their sect belonged, and they didn't even dare to let out a fart. Who makes them losers? In Douluo, the winner takes all and the loser accepts their fate. The people of Haoshan sect don't have the strength to resist even if they want to. Marshal Soul Hall is kind, but I don't know how to distribute the 3 clans. Prince Xingxiu, the representative of the Tiandu Empire, looked around and said with a smile. There are 5 forces that have divided the spoils so far, and the 4 tribes with just 1 attribute are not enough to divide the spoils. Except for Wuhan Palace, which gets a guaranteed share, other forces have to earn it. The success of this matter depends on the merits of the Wuhan Palace. The Wuhan Palace will make the final decision on the distribution. The representative of the Star Luo Empire stared at Prince Xingxiu and said, "The 2 empires have been attacking each other for many years, and their hatred is deep and difficult to deal with. The Tiandu Empire is large in area and has a large population, but the royal family is sluggish, and the swan martial arts inherited by the royal family cannot produce powerful soul masters. The Star Luo Empire is not as large as the Tiandu Empire in area and population. But the royal family is powerful. Each generation of Star Luo emperors can basically cultivate to the realm of titled Douluo and become White Tiger Douluo. A raging soldier, and a raging nest. In these years of collision between the 2 empires, the Xingluo Empire has won more and lost less, and has taken over a lot of territory from the Tiandu Empire. The contradiction between the 2 became more acute. Representatives of the 2 empires have expressed their opinions, and the Kobo Glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Overlord sect have no other ideas. Since Wuhan Palace has given away enough benefits, it can naturally firmly control the distribution rights. Sect Master Yu and Sect Master Ning are outspoken, and as the top 3 sects, they should be more familiar with the management of subordinate clans. I think the Force clan will be handed over to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, and the Sensitivity clan will be handed over to the Kobo Glazed sect. What do you think? The Blue Lightning Overlord sect and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect both have titled Douluo here, and the two sects are very powerful, so it makes sense to lock in the profits first. Naturally, the two sects that share the benefits will not have any objections. The vote was 3-2, and it was impossible for the representatives of the two empires to disagree. The third of the 4 single attribute tribes has been decided, and then it is the turn of the two empires to compete. Seeing that no one present raised any objections, Yetianxiang continued, both the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and the Kaibao Glazed sect are in the Tiandu Empire. Based on this calculation, the Tiandu Empire has obtained 2 affiliated sects. In the end, the Yu clan was handed over to the Star Luo Empire. Of course, in order to compensate the Tiandu royal family, the 2 major sects and the Star Luo Empire jointly provided a batch of resources to the Tiandu royal family. What do you guys think? As soon as these words came out, everyone present had different expressions on their faces, but in the end they agreed to Yetianxiang's distribution plan. The main thing is that Yetianxiang divided the points fairly. Wuhandian paid the price of the Pope's sacrifice and only took away one family. There is no reason for other forces to condemn such generosity. After all, Wuhandian's strength lies there. Both the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect have titled Douluo coming here. Their weight is sufficient and the pressure they exert on the Haoshan sect is strong enough. There is nothing wrong with spending some resources to win over each clan. The Xingluo imperial family has a titled Douluo in charge, while the Tiandu Empire only enshrines the weakest titled Douluo, and there are still some differences. So the Xingluo royal family ate the last Yuji clan, while the Tiandu royal family only got some resource compensation. The entire spoils sharing conference was based on the strength and contribution of all parties to jointly divide up Haoshanzong's assets. Throughout the entire process, Wuhan Palace fully demonstrated the strength, wisdom, justice, and responsibility that a holy land of soul masters should have. Leave people speechless. But after the spoils sharing meeting, Ning Fengzi, the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, still felt a little strange. Wuhandian gave up a lot of benefits this time, and they were so generous that Ning Fengzi couldn't believe it. But for a while, Ning Fengzi had no evidence to prove his suspicion, so he could only suppress his doubts in his heart. Ning Fengzi's intuition was right. Wuhan Palace was willing to give up so many benefits, so it was natural that he had other motives. Yetianxiang's ultimate goal in this battle is not to weaken the Haoshan sect or sow discord among the major forces, but to target the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Among the above 3 sects, the Kaibao Glazed sect is the only sect that is headed by an auxiliary soul master. Ning Fengzi, the suzerain, has a meticulous mind and extraordinary intelligence, so he must be able to see the clues of Yetianxiang's arrangement. When Ning Fengzi discovered a problem, it was the time when the Kaibao Glazed sect snagged him. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 The Hidden Danger of Haoshanzong. Chapter 13 The Hidden Danger of Haoshanzong. Xiao Kaiyang, you have given away so many benefits. I am afraid that many people in the palace will be dissatisfied. Yetianxiang and Golden Crocodile Douluo walked in a forest with lush vegetation and tall trees. Golden Crocodile Douluo's cultivation was very high, and he automatically opened a smooth road wherever he went. The grandfather and grandson walked leisurely. This is the Star Do Forest, the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. The mountains are high, the forests are dense, and there are dangers everywhere. There are countless powerful soul beasts. Every year, many soul masters come to hunt for soul rings. There are countless soul masters who unfortunately have their bones buried here and become food for soul beasts. After the spoils sharing meeting ended, the grandfather and grandson did not return directly to the spirit hall. Instead, they came to the Star Do forest to hunt for spirit rings. During this period, Yetianxiang's cultivation level increased by 2 levels. He was not yet 8 years old and already had level cultivation level. As long as he obtained a suitable soul ring, he could be promoted to a great soul master. A great soul master is already a height that most people cannot reach in their lifetime. But for a genius like Ye Tianxiang, it is easy. Other people's opinions are irrelevant, as long as the priest is satisfied, everything will be fine. Ye Tianxiang explained the mystery behind Golden Crocodile Douluo's words. Ye Tianxiang has the support of Golden Crocodile Douluo, and no matter how dissatisfied the pawns below him are, they will not have any influence on him. Besides, the Wuhan Palace fought without a single blow this time and reaped so many benefits without losing a single soldier. How could anyone in the Wuhan Palace be dissatisfied? Starting a war is no joke. If Wuhan Palace really starts to fight with Haoshan sect, most of the middle and lower level people will be worried about their lives, and they will have nothing to do when distributing benefits. Now they can get the benefits without taking the risk of sacrifice. Of course they are happy the interests of Wuhan Palace are not completely equivalent to the interests of great enshrinement. De Kongfeng's son died, and what he wanted to see was the blood of Haoshan sect flowing into a river. Now the Haoshan school only lost resources and affiliated clans, and the sect's disciples basically suffered no casualties, and Tang Hao's capture was far away, so he would not be satisfied. Grandpa, don't worry. Although we didn't kill Tang Hao on this trip, Tang Hao's father and brother are doomed. Ye Tianxiang said quietly. And there will definitely be a good show within the Haoshan sect soon. I believe that the great worshipper will be satisfied. What is this? Golden Crocodile Douluo asked puzzledly. During this trip to Haoshan sect, Golden Crocodile Douluo gained a new understanding of his children. Ye Tianxiang is not very old, but he is very sophisticated and knowledgeable in everything he does. To be able to accomplish this was beyond Golden Crocodile Douluo's expectations. Tang Xiao has a deep affection for that Ayin, and it is impossible to ask him to swear an oath according to the agreement. In order to survive this disaster, the senior officials of Haoshan sect will definitely try every means to force him to agree. Judging from Tang Xiao's crazy state that day, he would not be able to pass this level and would only be dead. Grandpa should also be able to see that sect master Tang was physically and mentally exhausted because of Tang Hao's incident, and he was already dying. The eldest son died suddenly, the youngest son betrayed the sect and humanity, the Haoshan sect declined, and he could not live long under multiple blows. Now Wuhandian takes a few more steps back, so that the external pressure of Haoshanzong will be less. The internal contradictions of the Haoshan school are rapidly intensifying, and a large-scale civil war is bound to break out. Then we can just sit back and watch them kill each other, wouldn't it be nice? Everything was calculated by Ye Tianxiang. Even if Tang Xiao and the patriarch of the Haoshan school did not die, a rebellion would be inevitable. Will the Haoshan sect really have a civil war? Golden Crocodile Douluo said with some disbelief. The Haoshan sect has just been oppressed by various major forces. It stands to reason that they should be unanimous in dealing with the outside world and prohibit internal fighting. Whether an organization will fight within itself depends on whether its power structure can maintain a balance. The reason why the Haoshan sect is in such a crisis is because the sect leader's lineage seeks death, which affects other people in the Haoshan sect. Needless to say, the good deeds that Tang Hao did. Without Tang Xiao's self-destruction, how would the Haoshan sect have the reputation of colluding with soul beasts? If the person who made a big mistake and harmed the interests of the sect was in the position of the sect leader, the others would be filled with anger and deep resentment. The prestige of the sect leader's lineage has been greatly damaged. Once the dissatisfied voices within the sect cannot be suppressed, there will be a backlash. The more times this happens, the less likely it is for the clan leader to hand over the power in their hands. They knew very well that if they gave in at this time, all the blame would be placed on the clan leader. They will be lost forever. If the core interests of the two groups cannot be unified, a large-scale conflagration will definitely occur within the Haoshan sect. Only the side that survived is qualified to dominate the future of Haoshanzong. Of course, after this battle, the Haoshan sect was fundamentally damaged, and it would not be easy to stand up again. Most of the disciples of Haoshan sect are strong-willed people, and the members at the bottom are not as smooth and have a big picture view as those at the top. If they didn't do it, they didn't do it. Why should they be accused of colluding with soul beasts? All of this was caused by the suzerain's lineage, and the person who caused the trouble should pay for his own actions, so why should everyone share the responsibility? It does not hinder the occurrence of internal fighting when the war with foreign enemies is officially launched, not to mention that the war has not yet broken out, so they have no worries. For Haoshan sect to be as prestigious as it is today, the main lineage's contribution is crucial. Is it too unkind for other disciples to do this? Listening to Yetianxing's analysis, Golden Crocodile Douluo said sadly. Sect Master Tang, Haoshan's twin heroes were considered outstanding figures for a while, but it was a pity that they ended up like this. I think there are few people when I work, but I think there are too many people when I eat. If you don't think of kindness when you gain people's benefits, you will step on others' difficulties. Everyone in the world is profit-seeking, and all they want to protect is their own interests. Only by protecting your own interests can you have time to take care of other things. Yetianxing said coldly. Children only talk about right and wrong, while adults only see benefits. In particular, the moral standards of people on Douluo continent are very low, and it is impossible to expect them to do good things. Why do you always say things like this at such a young age? I haven't treated you badly before, right? Golden Crocodile Douluo said with some lack of confidence. Yetianxing's words were so vicissitudes of life, it felt like he had experienced something bad. Golden Crocodile Douluo even wondered if he didn't take good care of him on weekdays, which made him bullied. My grandfather is the second priest of Wuhan Palace, so of course I will not be treated badly. As your grandson, I actually understand that this is normal. My talent is very good, very good. Moreover, the resources he has received since he was a child, the knowledge he has access to, and the classics he can consult are unimaginable to most people in the world. Those are the greatest treasures my status can give. Summarize, analyze, absorb, and understand the knowledge left by predecessors, and then combine it with case studies to finally reach this level of cognition. This is the quality we should have. Yetianxing attributes his excellence to talent and learning. Then why are the other children in the enshrinement hall? Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't continue. He was embarrassed to say such words to belittle the descendants of his old brothers. Because they don't read. When I was studying, they were playing around, thinking about how to make the opposite sex happy. When I practiced together, they were still playing around, trying to make the opposite sex happy. If they spend time and energy on trivial matters, they will certainly not reach such heights. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 The First Soul Ring. Chapter 14 The Second Soul Ring. Golden Crocodile Douluo was extremely powerful, and there was almost no one in the Stardow Forest who could threaten him. As long as he takes action, obtaining a soul ring will not be easy. However, in order to exercise his actual combat ability, Yetianxing decided to personally hunt and kill soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Xiao Kaiyang, what do you think about the second soul ring? Golden Crocodile Douluo asked softly after Yetianxing. Yetianxing's martial soul is a newly born martial soul of his own body. There is no precedent for this kind of martial soul before, and it is difficult to learn from previous records. So the Golden Crocodile wants to hear the views of his children. My sky martial soul belongs to the body martial soul. Strength, speed, mental power, soul power. Various attributes can be perfectly matched, it just depends on the route of adding points. Compared with attributes, I actually value the quality of the spirit ring more. With my physical strength, the lifespan of the second spirit ring should be around 6,000. Yetianxing said without looking back, staring intently ahead. When others hunt for soul rings, they only care about the soul skills that the soul ring can bestow, but Yetianxing does not need to consider this aspect. Just create your own soul skills or whatever. The soul skills that can be attached to a soul ring may not be 100% suitable for you, but you will never have such concerns with the things you create. With your level 6000 cultivation, it would be too difficult to hunt down a year-old soul beast. How about Grandpa? Golden Crocodile Douluo asked with concern. Yetianxing's physical strength far exceeds that of soul masters of the same level, and Golden Crocodile Douluo is not too worried about the age of the soul ring. It's just that a soul master of the third ring soul master realm can't win against a soul beast of around 2000 years alone, let alone a soul beast of the 6000 year level. Even if Yetianxing is extremely talented, he probably doesn't have much chance of winning. It's not me, I don't care about a mere 6000-year-old soul beast. I just need Grandpa to help me find a suitable soul beast, and then I will see mine. Yetianxing turned back and said confidently. Since Yetianxing insisted repeatedly, Golden Crocodile Douluo did not dampen his interest. Don't hit the wall and don't look back. It wouldn't be a bad thing to teach this kid more lessons. Anyway, with him raiding the formation, there won't be any danger. Passing through the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest, the grandparent and grandson quickly entered the middle area where the soul beasts were densely populated. The inaccessible deep forest is lush and green, and the chirping of insects and birds is clear and sweet. The towering trees surrounded by several people block the sunlight, and only the light through the dense leaves leaves fine spots on the ground. A huge herbivorous soul beast walked leisurely in the distance, and a group of half-human-sized rodent soul beasts near the river were drinking water. Everything around is natural and peaceful, revealing some wonderful artistic conception. The majesty of nature is astounding. The golden-winged tiger under the big tree to the east looked very suitable, so I chose it. After searching for a long time in the star forest, Yetianxing finally locked the target. The golden-winged tiger has 2 wings on its back and can fly extremely fast. Its body is strong and powerful in ground combat, and it is not inferior to other carnivorous soul beasts. It can be said to be a rare breed among soul beasts. This golden-winged tiger is more than 6 meters long. It is as tall as an adult on all fours. It has a pair of golden wings tucked behind its back. The feathers on its wings are tougher than iron and cannot be hurt by sophisticated weapons. Even though he slept peacefully on the spot, the aura around him prevented other spirit beasts from approaching. Judging from its age, it should be between 7,000 years old, which is suitable for Yetianxing's soul ring. It took 2 days to find this soul beast and it was a worthwhile trip. The golden-winged tiger can fly, otherwise. When his own child is really about to go into battle, Golden Crocodile Douluo will inevitably feel a little worried. Grandpa, you hide first. Don't scare it. This big cat just gave me some practice. Yetianxing said, staring straight at the tiger under the tree. The helpless Golden Crocodile Douluo had no choice but to hide his body, but secretly began to accumulate soul power early on, ready to respond at any time. Yetianxing walked forward for a while, and picked up a stone from the ground when he was tens of meters away from the golden-winged tiger. Call out! The stone cut through the air and hit the huge tiger's head with precision. The vigilant golden-winged tiger suddenly opened its eyes, and immediately locked on to the source of the attack. The bright yellow tiger's eyes stared at the villain in front of him. The golden-winged tiger's wings spread, and its muscles contracted to accumulate energy, ready to launch a fatal attack. Being disturbed while sleeping is not a pleasant thing, but having delicious food delivered to your door is another matter. Roar! There was a furious roar, causing the birds and beasts in the forest to scatter. The golden-winged tiger leaped up, flapped its wings to increase its speed, and rushed towards it from low altitude. The golden-winged tiger has a very strong explosive power, and when hunting, it can often catch its prey with a single swoop. The prey was killed before it could react. High explosive spirit beasts are the last thing human soul masters want to encounter, because they can easily cause casualties. If there is no powerful defensive soul master in the hunting team for the soul beast, they will not dare to touch it at all. The soul ring on Yetianxing's body flashed, and the first soul skill amplification was activated. His body turned into the appearance of a young man in an instant. At the same time, the golden soul power gathered in his hand and formed a spear, ready for battle. The distance of tens of meters was reached in an instant, and the golden-winged tiger opened its bloody mouth and bit directly at Yetianxing's head. Yetianxing's soul power surged in his feet, and he used ghostly body skills to dodge to the side, avoiding the frontal attack of the golden-winged tiger at the moment before the collision. He leaned back, his face almost brushing against the iron wings cut down from the golden-winged tiger. While escaping from the killing move, Yetianxing held the spear with both hands and raised it to the left. The tip of the spear was drawn towards the tiger's weakly defended abdomen. Two figures passed each other in the flash of lightning. Yetianxing stabilized his body with the spear on the ground, and he could feel that the tip of the spear was broken without looking at him. The body strength of the golden-winged tiger is beyond imagination, and even the softest belly is extremely tough. The broken spear tip can only leave a small scar on its body and cannot cause fatal damage. Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was hiding in the dark to watch the battle, gasped. The confrontation just now was really dangerous, and Yetianxing could be killed on the spot if he was not careful. He regretted agreeing to Yetianxing's mess. The golden-winged tiger, lying on all fours, plowed a deep ravine in the ground. The dark red blood stains all the way in the ravine are particularly eye-catching. It turned its head and glared at Yetianxing, roaring violently from its mouth. The pain in its body inspired its ferocious animal nature. After stabilizing its body, it leaned on the ground and pounced on Yetianxing again. Quickly condensing the tip of the spear with his soul power, Yetianxing waved the spear, and the soul power in his body surged like boiling water. The soul power that overflowed from his body condensed into a pair of heroic armor outside his body. His entire aura also suddenly rose. This is the second stage of Yetianxing's first soul skill. It can greatly enhance various attributes of the body, but his current soul power can only last for 30 seconds. If you use other self-created soul skills in this form, the duration will be further shortened. If the normal attack can't break through the defense, then you can only turn on the state and attack with all your strength. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Instead of retreating, Yetianxing charged towards the golden-winged colorful tiger with his gun in hand. After closing the distance, he shook his body and transformed into several clones to attack the tiger from all directions. The golden-winged colorful tiger swept its sharp claws and smashed the two soul power clones in front of it, and spread its iron wings to smash all the clones on the side. The purpose of releasing the clone was to divert the golden-winged tiger's attention. Yetianxing's body had already slid past the big insect. The spear light that condensed the soul power pointed directly at the fragile lower abdomen of the golden-winged colorful tiger. This big insect has solid skin and flesh, and can only achieve success by attacking weak points. The golden light on the tip of the spear is so sharp that it avoids everything, as if it can penetrate everything. This attack directly tore through the golden-winged tiger's flesh and wounded its fragile internal organs. After one blow, the big insect probably wouldn't survive for long. The heavily injured golden-winged tiger didn't turn around, it swung its steel whip-like tiger tail and cut it straight at Yetianxing, who slid past from below. The potential to explode under the threat of death is terrifying, and the power of the golden-winged tiger's counterattack when it is dying is astonishing. If this whip was cut on Yetianxing, he would have to be beaten in half. Yetianxing, who slid behind the golden-winged colorful tiger by inertia, slapped the ground with his left hand and spun his body into the air, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The wind from the tiger's tail blew across his cheeks, making Yetianxing ache. Hoo! There was a sound, and a gap several meters long opened on the ground. Yetianxing, whose body was empty, didn't hesitate, taking advantage of the gap in the side of the tiger's tail, thrust out the spear, and pierced the life gate behind it. A bit of cold light arrived first and then the gun came out like a dragon. The sharp spearhead penetrated the golden-winged tiger's anus without any hindrance, tearing open its flexible intestines and reaching its internal organs. The spear was already mostly submerged. Ye Tianxiang turned the spear vigorously and stirred it up, completely mincing the internal organs of the golden-winged tiger. The purple soul ring rose, and this golden-winged tiger was finally killed. Boom! After the last blow, the spear and armor dissipated into nothingness, and Ye Tianxiang, who returned to his original state, fell heavily to the ground. His soul power and physical strength were exhausted, and he lay on the ground unable to move. Golden Crocodile Douluo dodged and came to Ye Tianxiang's side in an instant. After confirming that the boy was not injured, his hanging heart was finally relieved. The battle just now can be said to be very thrilling. If the golden-winged tiger drags on for a while, maybe it really has a chance to win. After resting on the spot for half an hour, Ye Tianxiang slowly recovered. Without waiting any longer, he sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the spirit ring of the golden-winged tiger. Golden Crocodile Douluo stood beside him, raising a barrier of soul power to protect him. After killing the soul beast, the soul ring can be exploded, but the soul ring cannot be stored for a long time and will dissipate between heaven and earth after an hour. Ye Tianxiang had to hurry up to digest. Hao Tianzong's good show is about to begin, and there are still many things to be arranged. With his physical fitness far exceeding that of ordinary people, Ye Tianxiang quickly absorbed the soul ring. The energy contained in the 6,000-year spirit ring is not small. Ye Tianxiang directly rose to level 23 after absorbing the spirit ring. I really didn't want Grandpa to worry about it, how dangerous it was just now. Seeing that Ye Tianxiang successfully absorbed the soul ring, Golden Crocodile Douluo began to chatter. To become strong, experience is essential. But experience is risky, and if you don't do it well, your life may be in danger. Ye Tianxiang was still young, and Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't want his child to fall into danger. Don't look at me in a panic now, but actually everything just now was under my control. I still have some strength left. How can this golden-winged tiger harm me? Ye Tianxiang straightened up and said proudly. Judging from the results of the battle, Ye Tianxiang's words seemed to be fine. He killed the golden-winged tiger almost without injury. See what you can do. Don't take any more risks next time. Golden Crocodile Douluo couldn't help exhorting. Ye Tianxiang can kill a 6,000-year-old soul beast at this age, and there is probably no one on the mainland who can defeat him. Although Golden Crocodile Douluo complained on his lips, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Their own children are promising, so there is nothing unhappy about being a parent. After chatting for a while, after recovering, Golden Crocodile Douluo directly picked up Ye Tianxiang and returned to the Hall of Spirits. More than half a month has passed since the meeting to carve up Haoshanzong. Today, representatives of various forces gathered at the Haoshan School again to witness the swearing-in ceremony of the members of the Haoshan School. After this ceremony, the Haoshan sect began to fulfill its promises one after another to compensate for the harm caused to all parties by colluding with the soul beasts. Everything has been negotiated. All the senior officials of Haoshanzong bowed their heads. If there is no accident, an accident is about to happen. We have never colluded with the soul beasts at all. Why should we be made to swear by our martial souls? At the scene of the ceremony, a young Haoshanzong soul master suddenly squeezed out of the queue and roared at the representatives of various forces. The oath stipulated by Ye Tianxiang does not seem to cause any harm to the members of the Haoshan School, but only prevents them from colluding with spirit beasts. But if they really want to swear in public, it seems that they have ghosts in their hearts. After the soul masters outside knew about it, they didn't know how to reprimand them. It would be fine if they really did such bad things, but the point is that they didn't do anything. How could they endure being put in a shit basin for nothing? The appearance of the brave man is like a spark, igniting the extremely suppressed atmosphere in the clear sky school. That's right, all of this was done by that bastard Tang Hao, and has nothing to do with us. Our Haoshan school cannot accept those unequal treaties. These Haoshanzong disciples were disciples of the number one sect in the world a few days ago, young soul masters with a bright future. Now he is labeled as a human traitor who colluded with soul beasts. The huge gap has driven many people almost into madness. They hated Tang Hao. Because this bastard caused trouble for the sect and dragged it into the mire of filth. They hated the senior officials of Haoshan sect. Because these senior officials were blind and weak, they selected successors like Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, ruining the reputation of the sect. Afraid of fighting, he betrayed the interests of the sect for his own safety, and gave away the assets of the Haoshan school to others. They also hated the major forces that came here to watch the ceremony. These tigers, leopards, and jackals were so vicious that they joined forces to oppress the Haoshan sect and divide the resources of the Haoshan sect. Anyway, they saw that everyone present was unhappy. Before the ceremony came, the senior members of the Haoshan school took strict precautions, and taught all these thorns a lesson before the sect settled down. Now that the ceremony started, the anger that had accumulated for a long time could no longer be suppressed, and the disciples of the Haoshan school began to rise up to resist. Presumptuous! The great elder let out a roar, and the pressure of the pouring soul power directly pressed the troublemakers to the ground. Representatives of all the major forces are watching. If Haoshanzong didn't make a submissive gesture, they would definitely unite to attack Haoshanzong. Many benefits have been promised, and those resources have been regarded as their own property by the major forces. Now that Haoshan sect wants to default on their debt, they will never agree. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 The Death of Tang Xiao. Chapter 16 The Death of Tang Xiao. Knowing mistakes can improve a lot. Sect Master Tang, we all believe that under your leadership, the Haoshan school can get out of the haze of the past and embrace a new future. Ye Tianxing stepped forward to speak out as soon as the Haoshan school's commotion was suppressed. On the surface, these words are expressing goodwill to Sect Master Tang, but the subtext is to let him recognize the current situation of Haoshan school and stop making any fools out of it. Otherwise, Haoshanzong would no longer have a future. That's right. Sect Master Tang, we all believe in you. Haoshanzong will definitely be able to. As soon as Ye Tianxing, the representative of Wuhandian, spoke, representatives of other forces followed suit. Words of blessing and affirmation came one after another, but the faces of the Haoshan sect became more and more gloomy. Representatives of various forces are expressing their positions. Their positions are the same as those of Wuhandian. Haoshanzong must face up to the promises made at the beginning, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. With the blessings of so many forces, the Haoshan school couldn't afford such a big gift. After a moment of silence, sect leader Tang still raised his hands to the representatives and said, "Everyone, our Haoshan sect will definitely remember the past and will never let down everyone's good intentions and expectations." After sect leader Tang made his promise again, the expressions of each representative softened a lot, and the ceremony officially began. There are 3 bronze cauldrons placed on the altar made of blue stone. The incense sticks in the furnace are as thick as an adult's arm, and the smoke is curling up into the sky. All the members including the suzerain of Haoshan sect stood neatly in front of the altar. The face is solemn, the eyes are solemn, and there is an extraordinary momentum. In this ceremony, the Haoshan sect is not just as simple as submitting to the major forces, they also want to take this opportunity to show their strength. This incident caused the reputation of Haoshanzong to fall to the bottom, and the loss was heavy, and the sect was hit hard. But fortunately, the disciples of Haoshanzong's sect hardly suffered any losses. Haoshanzong still maintains a strong force. When forced into a life-or-death situation, the Haoshan sect has the ability to make most of the forces present disappear. The senior leaders of the Haoshan sect wanted to shock Xiao Xiao in this way, so as to prevent the major forces from taking advantage of the situation and further squeezing the Haoshan sect. As long as people are still there, there is always a way to regain everything lost. After experiencing this disaster, the Haoshan sect may not have a chance to rise again. Take Tang Xiao. Sect Master Tang said coldly. Under the disgusted gazes of the disciples of the Haoshan school, the two elders of the sect led Tang Xiao towards the altar. All the disciples in the Haoshan school knew about the good things that happened in the meeting that day. If it were not suppressed by the elders of the sect, the disciples of the Haoshan school would have stepped forward and hammered this bastard into meatloaf. As far as he has a lot of things to do, he insists on protecting the soul beast, embarrassing everyone. Tang Xiao's clothes were sloppy, his hair was disheveled, and his eyes were red. It was obvious that this time had been very uncomfortable. For more than half a month, the senior members of the Haoshan school continued to persuade Tang Xiao with emotion and reason. Tell him the crisis of the sect, tell him the cruelty of the world, and tell him that if he does not want the sect to be destroyed, he must make concessions. During this time, Tang Xiao was in torment every day. After rounds of bombing, he finally agreed to Tang sect master's request, vowed not to have anything to do with soul beasts, and at the same time, he went all out to hunt down the evil spawned by Yin. When he woke up, he didn't know what kind of disaster his actions would bring to the entire Haoshan sect. The collision of love for Yin and guilt towards Zongmen almost tore him in half. He was really in pain, but unfortunately he couldn't find a way out. Tang Xiao, come on stage and swear an oath. Sect leader Tang's words were as cold as the ice in the north that never melts. As Tang Xiao's father, he was the most heartbroken when he saw his son fall. For the benefit of the sect, sometimes the relationship between father and son is ignored. Sect Master Tang arranged for Tang Xiao to be the first to swear an oath at the altar, which had a lot of meaning. Tang Xiao is a staunch supporter of soul beasts in the sect. He was the first to swear to sever ties with soul beasts so that all parties can see the sincerity of Haoshan school and ease the negative image of the sect. Secondly, this is also an explanation to the members of the sect. Tang Xiao sincerely repented, knew his mistakes and could correct them. It was the time to employ someone, and the sect should give him another chance. In the end, Tang Zongju himself thought that hooking up with soul beasts would not end well. He hopes that his children can cut off the past and start over. Get rid of the obsession with soul beasts, break away from the shackles of obsession, and welcome tomorrow's life. Tang Zongju's body is getting worse day by day, and he doesn't know how long he can last. This is one of the few things he can do for his son now, which can be described as well-intentioned. Tang Xiao, with dull eyes, stopped in front of the altar, turned his head and looked around. The father's expression was deep and gloomy, the sect disciples all had sparks in their eyes, and the representatives of various forces who came to watch the ceremony had expressionless faces, but the joke hidden deep in their hearts was obvious. After figuring out the situation, Tang Xiao walked up to the altar step by step like a walking corpse. The pressure from all parties was like a heavy mountain, making Tang Xiao breathless. Today he will completely cut off the connection with the soul beast, forget the memory of Yin, and devote himself to a new life. Looking at the three cauldrons in front of him, Tang Xiao couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he seemed to see the face of his beloved girl from the curling clouds. Yin's smile was still so clear and beautiful, without any impurities. What a beautiful girl she is, as pure and untainted as the clouds in the sky. But gathering here, ugly and shameless people want to tarnish her reputation and her innocence for profit. What's more, let him personally destroy the last ray of beautiful fantasy in his heart. What a bunch of devils. I, Tang Xiao, swear by the clear sky hammer. Tang Xiao paused for a moment, then turned to look at the people behind him. Seeing this scene, the senior officials of Haoshan sect suddenly had an ominous premonition. I will never do anything to hurt Yin. They will never hurt the children of Yin and brother Hao. Tang Xiao roared heart-piercingly. Puff! Tang Xiao's words made sect leader Tang so angry that a mouthful of blood spurted out. Sect leader Tang, who was severely injured physically and mentally, trembled, straightened back and passed out. It was the great elder who quickly supported him. Everyone present was stunned. No one thought that Tang Xiao, such a real man, would dare to say such words on such an occasion. He is truly unrepentant, stubborn, and hopeless. Once again, he succeeded in driving Haoshan sect into the abyss by himself. You traitor! Do you really want to destroy the Haoshan sect before you give up? The seventh elder pointed at Tang Xiao on the altar and yelled. Seeing his father vomiting blood from anger, Tang Xiao, who was at a loss, knelt on his knees. His eyes that had already lost their spirits became even more hollow. I can't do it, I can't do it, I really can't do it. He kept murmuring in his mouth. After a while, the emotions accumulated to the peak erupted, and Tang Xiao yelled at everyone, I really can't do it. Without waiting for everyone to react, he suddenly raised his palm and slapped Tianling hard. Crack! The voice of a cracked brain sounded. Tang Xiao, the successor of Haoshan sect, died on the spot. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Chessboard. Chapter 17 Chessboard. Tang Xiao died on the altar of the confession ceremony, and died in the eyes of everyone in shock and confusion. The Haoshan sect originally had two heirs. Tang Hao quit the sect and was wanted across the continent, while Tang Xiao committed suicide within the sect. The position of successor to the Haoshan sect is vacant, and there will definitely be waves within the sect. At the same time, Tang Xiao's actions once again showed the deep connection between Haoshan sect and the Soul Beast. His actions before his death were openly provoking the people of the world and resisting the joint ruling of all major forces. Those who took the lead in making trouble before were all stunned by Tang Xiao's behavior. After this wave of operations, the Haoshan sect would not be able to escape even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Regardless of whether the Haoshan sect had colluded with soul beasts before, everyone in the world would believe that the Haoshan sect was in collusion with the soul beasts. Forget about restoring its reputation. Whether Haoshan sect can survive is a big problem. After the sect leader fell, the great elder frowned. He sighed and ordered his disciples to drag down Tang Xiao's body and place it there. Everyone, the leader of the Haoshan sect is ill. I will preside over the ceremony today. After arranging people to send sect leader Tang off the field, the helpless elder took up the burden, walked up to the altar and spoke to everyone present. Tang Xiao's unreasonable troubles before his death had already had an extremely bad impact on the Haoshan sect. If the ceremony cannot go on smoothly, I am afraid that the major forces will attack immediately after returning. Haoshanzong is now on the verge of collapse due to internal and external troubles, but it cannot withstand the attacks of foreign enemies. For the current plan, he can only take one step at a time, complete the ceremony in front of him first, and secretly ask his original allies for help in order to tide over the difficulties. Under the leadership of the Great Elder, the disciples of Haoshanzong stepped up to the altar to swear their martial spirits in batches, expressing the position of Haoshanzong to all forces. After Tang Xiao broke out again, the representatives of various forces who came to watch the ceremony changed from expressionless to dignified. His attention was no longer on the ceremony in front of him, and he had his own calculations in his mind. The performance of Haoshan sect today is hugely disappointing, but it is also in the interests of some people. Tang Xiao is dead, the sect leader has passed out, and the Haoshan sect appears to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Maybe if everyone just works together and pushes lightly, they can completely overthrow the Haoshan sect. Let the first sect in the mainland be removed from the list and enjoy a feast. The strong smell of blood spread throughout the field, and many jackals looked up, feeling hungry and thirsty in their hearts. Thinking of this, representatives of various forces, including the elders of Haoshan sect, unconsciously turned their attention to Yetianxiang, the representative of Wuhan Palace. Wuhandian is the leader of this carve-up feast. It is the most possible and most capable to gather the power of everyone to attack Haoshanzong again. The attitude of the representative of Wuhandian is very important. As long as Yetianxiang shows his intentions, other forces present will inevitably follow suit. Ambition is overturned all the time, and a war is inevitable. Everyone's hearts were in their throats and they stared at Yetianxiang, hoping to get some hints from his face. It's a pity that Ye Tianxing's expression did not change at all from the beginning to the end. Tang Xiao's suicide failed to move him at all. As if everything that happened here had nothing to do with him. The representative of Wuhandian didn't make a statement, and the others didn't dare to act rashly. Without the eldest brother to take the lead, stepping forward to pull out the tiger's beard from the Haoshan sect would be a dead end. After a long wait, the entire ceremony was finally completed. Except for the dead Tang Xiao and the unconscious Tang sect leader, everyone in the Haoshan sect has completed their oath. After the viewing ceremony, Wuhan Palace took the soul masters of the Broken Clan and various resources allocated from the Haoshan sect as promised, and set off back to the Soul Palace. He did not stay in Haoshan sect and did not give other forces a chance to test. Wuhandian's attitude is unclear, and the major forces including Haoshanzong will inevitably guess Wuhandian's intentions. If they can't figure it out, they will be confused, irritable, and anxious. When you are emotional, it is easy to lose your mind and do some stupid things. At that time, Wuhandian, who is watching from the sidelines, can mediate left and right, stir up the situation, and seize the maximum benefit. It would be easy for Wuhan Palace to destroy Haoshan sect now, but Ye Tianxing would not do that. The internal division within Haoshan sect cannot be suppressed, and this sect can no longer threaten the overall situation of Wuhan Palace. Keeping the Clear Sky School can bring more benefits than destroying the Clear Sky School. Ye Tianxing wanted to keep Haoshanzong in a half-dead state, attract more soul master forces to end, let them be dragged into the endless vortex, and weaken the strength of all parties as much as possible. Paving the way for Wuhan Palace to dominate the mainland. The Haoshanzong was weakened without bloodshed, and at the same time it saved face for the Wuhan Hall, and at the same time, it obtained a large amount of resources, and killed Tang Xiao's chief priest to vent his anger. After the trip, everything that needs to be done has been accomplished, and Ye Tianxing's trip is considered complete. On the carriage returning, Ye Tianxing and Golden Crocodile Douluo discussed the future situation. Xiao Kaiyang, why don't we destroy the Haoshan sect in one fell swoop? Wuhandian can be said to be the chief culprit for the decline of Haoshanzong. Now that Haoshan sect has been offended to death, we should eradicate it without leaving any further trouble. Although Golden Crocodile Douluo felt sorry for Haoshan sect, he still behaved very calmly in front of the overall situation in Wuhan Hall. Why do you want to destroy Haoshanzong? Haoshanzong is a good knife, it can do many things for Wuhandian. What kind of argument is this? Ye Tianxing's words made Golden Crocodile Douluo very puzzled. The two families now seemed to be in a fight to the death. How could the Haoshan sect help the Wuhan Palace? If Douluo continent is compared to a huge chessboard, the original Wuhan Palace, Shangsun sect, and the two great empires were the players in this chess game. Small forces elsewhere are just pawns on the chessboard. The chess players have a transcendent status. They hold power and resources, make rules, and manipulate the situation in the region to benefit themselves by manipulating the chess pieces. Now the strength of Haoshan School has been greatly reduced, its prestige has been lost, and it has lost its detached status as a chess player. If you want to continue to survive, you can only become a pawn on the chessboard and be manipulated by all parties. Haoshanzong is a powerful chess piece that can change the situation of the chessboard in a wide range and has enough weight. Next, all chess players will play games around this chess piece. As long as we operate properly, we can use the Haoshanzong chess piece as a guide, drag other chess players into the chessboard, eliminate competitors, and dominate the Douluo continent. Ye Tianxing made no secret of his ambitions. He used the death of Jian Sunji to stir up the situation on the mainland and knock the Haoshan sect out of the clouds. Now it is necessary to use the half-dead Haoshanzong as the fulcrum to deal with other forces that threaten the Spirit Hall one by one. After listening to Ye Tianxing's words, Golden Crocodile Douluo lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. He turned his head to look at the chessboard placed in the carriage, then looked at Ye Tianxing, and said quietly, Wuhandian, Shangzanzong, and the two empires, which chessboard are they on, and who are the chess players? Manipulate. All major forces are on the Douluo continent. Since those seemingly transcendent major forces may also become chess pieces, they are actually not much different from chess pieces. The same is manipulated by someone, and the same is manipulated by someone. It's just that most of the time they can't feel it, or they don't want to believe it. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The continent is a chess game, the world is a chess game, and the stars are a chess game. As small as a square inch, as large as the world and beyond, everything can be a chess game, or it cannot be. Human beings are born between heaven and earth, and exist within a certain range from the time of birth, and it is difficult to leave throughout their lives. It can be said that each of us is in a chessboard. The role we play is not static, and it will be different from different perspectives. Whether it is the chess pieces, the chess player, or the chessboard itself, it depends on each person's will. Yetianxing stared into golden crocodile Douluo's eyes and said leisurely, "For a chess piece to jump off the chessboard, it must recognize the fact that it is a chess piece. When it has this kind of cognition, it is no longer an ordinary chess piece. Many things can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words, because everyone's cognition is different, and only when you can understand can you truly understand. To get rid of the identity of a chess piece, you must jump out of the chessboard, jump out of the chessboard." Golden crocodile Douluo muttered while looking at the chessboard. I don't know how long it took before the carriage returned to calm, and both grandparents and grandchildren remained silent. Golden crocodile Douluo sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, not a trace of soul power fluctuating on his body, but an invisible aura spread and converged in the carriage over and over again. Obviously, he has realized something and is trying to go further. Yetianxing didn't disturb the golden crocodile, and sat in the carriage to cultivate his soul power by himself, without being disturbed by the surrounding environment at all. After a long journey, the convoy finally returned to Wuhan City. Golden crocodile Douluo, who had been practicing hard with his eyes closed when approaching the city gate, finally opened his eyes. This time he was awakened by Yetianxing's words and gained a lot of insights. Next, you only need to go back to the enshrinement hall to practice in seclusion for a period of time, and after digesting your own insights, I believe that you will be able to make further progress. The gate of Wuhan City was wide open, and festive banners had already been hung on the towering city walls. The staff of Wuhan Palace, led by the elders, went out of the city to welcome Golden Crocodile Douluo and his party. This operation relied on the merits of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Wuhan Palace was able to punish the Haoshan sect, save face, and obtain many resources without even using a single soldier. Golden Crocodile Douluo's achievements are unquestionable and he deserves to receive this courtesy. Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was used to practicing meditation, didn't like the excitement. He simply said hello to a few Wuhan Hall elders and then took Yetianxing back to the enshrinement hall. As for the soul masters of the broken clan brought back to Wuhan City, as well as the resources recovered from the Haoshan sect, they will be handed over to the elders. The members of the Temperament Martial Soul Hall who enshrine the elders have heard a little bit about it, so it is considered polite to say hello to everyone after such a great achievement. Naturally, no one dared to disturb the purity of the second priest. It stands to reason that the Wuhan Palace has won a complete victory, as the Pope, Bibi Dong should go out of the city to greet the heroes in person. However, she had just sat on the Pope's throne, and the power in her hands was not stable. She refused to bow her head to the second priest, and she lost her majesty. Golden Crocodile Douluo was not very fond of the new Pope. Seeing that Bibi Dong didn't show face, he wouldn't post it either. After returning to the Hall of Spirits, he didn't go to the Pope's hall to report back, but went directly to the Hall of Enshrinement to find a great offering. Every move of the higher UPS implied deep meaning, and the members of the Wuhan Hall could clearly feel that the two forces were competing in the hall. Immortals fight and mortals suffer, and they have no control over high-level affairs, so they can only stay far away to avoid being affected. The hall made of pure white marble is dotted with various gemstones, making it magnificent and magnificent. In the center of the hall is a statue of an angel that is more than 10 meters high and has wings spread. There is nothing special about the statue at first glance, but an experienced soul master can feel the surging power emanating from the statue. It is a holy and bright power, as if it can dispel the haze deep in the human heart and soothe the wounds of the soul. This is the Hall of Worship, the place where the Wuhan Hall is dedicated to the angel god. Qinjia is the descendant of the angel god. Each generation can awaken the angel martial soul and receive the angel god's favor. Therefore, thousands of families have prospered and endured for many years without declining, and they have always stood tall in the Wuhan Palace. At this time, in the worship hall, the 7 major worshippers gathered together again. This time, thanks to Golden Crocodile's careful planning. Not only did he protect the reputation of Wuhan Palace, but he also gave Haoshan sect a hard lesson. You are really a great hero of Wuhandian. After the news of Tang Xiao's suicide spread back to Wuhan Hall, Qian Daoliu felt much better. Although Tang Hao hadn't been captured yet, Tang Xiao's death could be regarded as revenge for Chihiroji. It's not my fault alone. The strength of Wuhandian is the reliance for great things to happen. Golden Crocodile just said lightly. Most of the operations were done by Yetiansheng. Could he still take the credit from his own children? Okay, don't be modest. Wuhandian has clear rewards and punishments, and will never treat heroes badly. Also, let that little fellow Yetiansheng come out. As soon as Qian Daoliu's words came out, the other priests were stunned. But then I thought about it. Golden Crocodile Douluo's operation was so delicate this time, it didn't seem like his style. Now it seems that someone is really making plans behind the scenes. Qian Daoliu has been in charge of Wuhan Hall for many years. Yetiansheng's good deeds can be hidden from others, but not from him. After being stunned for a moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo still brought Yetiansheng up. What their grandparents and grandchildren did was not something that could not be seen, and there was no need to deliberately hide anything. After Yetiansheng entered the hall, he did not look at the conspicuous angel sculpture, but greeted the worshippers with a calm expression. Several priests looked at Yetiansheng, who was calm, and showed admiration. To be able to do something like this at such a young age is truly a genius, and his future is limitless. In addition to admiration, there are also some subtle emotions that are difficult to detect in their eyes. To be able to make such a genius plan at such a young age is truly formidable. Qian Daoliu praised him without hesitation. Dear worship, I don't think everything I did during this time is very clever. Instead, I thought what I was doing was really stupid. As soon as these words came out, the 7 worshippers all looked puzzled. They couldn't keep up with Yetiansheng's train of thought. Why is it stupid to make Haoshanzong half-disabled? What do you mean by that? Qian Daoliu frowned and asked. I'm just a kid under the age of 8. I'm still very weak and only have a cultivation level of more than 20 levels. There are many people who can kill me. What I should do now is squat in the Wuhan Hall and study hard, instead of going out and committing crimes in the name of Wuhan Hall and my grandfather. The situation on the mainland is not something I should worry about, nor should I take care of it. The wood show will be destroyed by the forest wind. If you go too far, you will easily be targeted by external hostile forces, which is very dangerous. Qian Daoliu's praise did not make Yetiansheng fly. He still maintained a calm and objective attitude. Carefully analyze your own situation. It's amazing, it's amazing. Several worshippers who had been silent could not help but say. People with extraordinary talents are rare in this world, and people with great talents and a stable mentality are even rarer. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Stupid Things to Do. Chapter 19 Stupid Things to Do. If you know what you are doing is not a wise move, why do you do it? Qian Daoliu appreciates Yetiansheng more and more. Talented, determined, and neither arrogant nor impetuous, this child is so good that he is worthy of Zioxiu. Being stupid is not the same as doing something wrong, nor is it the same as doing something you shouldn't do. As a member of Wuhan Palace, I enjoy the many benefits brought by Wuhan Palace, so naturally I should make profits for Wuhan Palace. If something is good for Wuhan Palace, even if it is a stupid thing for me personally, I will do it. Go benefited from life and death in the Wuhan Palace, so how can we avoid it because of misfortune and good fortune? Ye Tianxing's clear eyes were full of determination and courage, and he was magnificent. The elders in the enshrinement hall have a lot of experience, and they can tell that Ye Tianxing's words are from the heart, and there is no affectation. Xiao Kaiyang, you are really my grandpa's pride. Hearing these words, Golden Crocodile Douluo was so moved that he almost cried. This child is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Good boy, we are all very happy that you have this kind of awareness. But you are still young, don't take risks in the future, let us worry. There are many things waiting for you to do when you grow up, and it is not too late to do them when you are strong enough. Qian Daoliu lowered his body, pressed his thick palm lightly on Ye Tianxing's shoulder, and said earnestly, if everyone in the palace has this kind of awareness, why should Wuhan Palace be unhappy? It's a pity that human hearts are complicated, and the brilliance of angels and gods cannot dispel the darkness in human hearts. Although there are many soul masters in the Wuhan Hall, the quality is uneven, and there are countless shameless people who are decent, selfish. If it weren't for the concern about the foundation of the Wuhan Temple, and the responsibility of enshrining the angel god, Qian Daoliu would have wanted to rectify it himself. But some things can only be thought about. Qian Dao was unable to discipline his own son well, so it was too difficult for him to purify others. Wuhandian clearly distinguishes rewards and punishments. You have made a great contribution this time, just say what you want. Qian Daoliu said generously. I am very interested in human medicine. The Breaking Clan of the Clear Sky School are proficient in pharmacology, I hope they can become my subordinates to assist me in my research. Ye Tianxing said directly. He wants to create an image of being scheming externally and honest and sincere internally. When talking to the great worshipper, it is natural to say what you want without hiding anything. The Broken Clan has newly joined the Spirit Hall, and their loyalty has not yet been verified. If they think about the old master, it is likely to be against you. Some time ago, I just obtained 3 soul bones in the Spirit Hall, I think they are quite suitable for you. Qian Daoliu kindly reminded. The Broken Clan is not a good breeder. Wuhandian originally planned to split them up and digest them slowly, so as to reduce the risks involved. Unexpectedly, Ye Tianxing wanted to subdue them. Ever since the Haoshan sect abandoned the Po clan, this group of people has become a bunch of lost dogs. Only Wuhandian can give them a way out. As long as they still have sense, they won't do anything against me. And I have a lot of confidence in making them obedient. When the 4 single attribute clans were divided, Ye Tianxing chose to break one clan because of their ability in medicine. Everything today is in his expectation. If you insist, you will be in charge of the Po clan. We will also send some reliable people to help manage it while ensuring your safety. Ye Tianxing's request did not involve the core interests of the various factions in Wuhan Hall, and Qian Daoliu had no reason to refuse such a request. Golden Crocodile Douluo just stood behind Ye Tianxing and did not interfere with his choice. The credit was made by Ye Tianxing himself, so it was up to him to do whatever he wanted. Besides, with Ye Tianxing's wisdom, he must have weighed the pros and cons of his choice, so there is no need to worry too much. After dealing with other trivial matters, Golden Crocodile Douluo took Ye Tianxing back to the residence to rest. It's been a busy time and they should take a break. Inside the Haoshan school, Sect Master Tang, who had been in a coma for several days, finally woke up. When he wakes up, he has to face the extremely cruel reality. Tang Xiao's death made him so sad that he almost fainted again. However, the critical situation of the sect left him no time to be sentimental. After the swearing-in ceremony, Haoshan sect began to fulfill its promise as agreed. When it came time to cut the flesh, there was still a lot of commotion within the Haoshan sect. The Haoshan sect was once the #1 sect in the world. Although its wealth was not as good as that of the Kaibao glazed sect, it was not far behind. The treatment of Zongmen disciples is definitely first class. Now that a large amount of resources have been handed over, the treatment of the Haoshan Zong children has suddenly dropped to the bottom. From frugality to luxury is easy, from luxury to frugality. They who are used to a good life can't adapt to the hard life now. Feeling aggrieved and resentful, they began to act obediently and rebel, wielding the clear sky hammer to put pressure on those small forces, refusing to honor their promises. I did save a lot of things over and over again, but it also offended a lot of people. Those small forces who were full of expectations at the beginning but returned empty-handed in the end were very angry. They are not strong enough, they dare not confront someone from the Haoshan school head-on. In order to vent their anger, they spread rumors about Haoshan Zong everywhere, slandered the arrangement, and wantonly insulted and slandered Haoshan Zong. What about Tang Hao messing around with the soul beast, brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao competing for a soul beast, the leader of the Haoshan sect having an affair with the soul beast? True and false rumors were flying everywhere, and the Haoshan sect's remaining reputation was once again in danger. The soul masters of Haoshan Zong are not good men and women. If someone dares to spread rumors and slander, they dare to strike hard. In just a few days, the disciples of the Haoshan school fought dozens of times outside, resulting in the death of more than people and the injury of hundreds of people. Even if the elders of Haoshan sect took action to suppress it, they could not calm down the incident. As soon as the news of Haoshan Zong's children shooting and hurting others was reported, it attracted widespread attention from all walks of life. The rumors about Haoshan sect not only did not stop, but became more and more outrageous. Many people directly refer to the Haoshan sect as the Soul Beast sect, spreading rumors that the children of the Haoshan sect are all born from soul beasts and need to feed on human flesh every day. Whenever he takes the opportunity to kill someone, he will take the victim's body back to feed his animal relatives. The reputation of Haoshan sect is getting worse and worse. In fact, these small forces have limited strength, so they can only spread rumors and cause trouble, and it is difficult to directly threaten the safety of members of the Haoshan school. If the Haoshan school were not afraid of the boiling water and just ignored the dead pig, they would have no better way. But big forces are different. According to the meeting some time ago, the Force clan under the Haoshan sect will be assigned to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. The Power clan is good at forging, and a large part of the income of the Clear Sky School is provided by the Power clan. The people in the Haoshan school certainly don't want the money tree of the Lizzie clan to be taken away. The patriarch of the Lizzie clan, Tai Tan, has a deep friendship with Tang Hao, a master-servant relationship, and he is unwilling to leave the Haoshan school and join the Blue Lightning Overlord school. This delayed the completion of the handover. The Blue Lightning Overlord sect is one of the top 3 sects, and its strength is strong, and it is by no means comparable to those small forces. It was clearly written in black and white at the beginning, but now it is impossible to rely on them. Yu Yuanzhen, the suzerain of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, has come twice because of this matter, but the matter still cannot be resolved. If it weren't for the friendship of former allies, Yu Yuanzhen would have been rude long ago. The patience of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect is limited. If this continues, Yu Yuanzhen will not be able to suppress the voices within the sect. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The patriarch of Haoshan sect leaned against the bed helplessly, his cloudy eyes were lifeless, his intake of air was less and his output was more. It seemed that time was running out. No matter what, as long as he is still alive, Haoshan Zong still has a backbone, and the situation will not collapse completely. If there is any bad news, let's tell it. Sect Master Tang said weakly. His father left the sect in his early years and disappeared without a trace. He lost his wife in middle age, and his son in his later years, witnessing the sect from glory to the brink of extinction. He has experienced too much pain, and it is a miracle that he can survive till now. In the last days of his life, he still cared about the sect, and he was worthy of the name of the suzerain. It's a pity that good fortune tricks people, and there is no way to teach children, and it will end in tragedy in the end. Sovereign, please rest well first. If there is anything else, wait until you recover. The great elder said with concern. Sect Master Tang is currently the only titled Douluo in the Clear Sky School, and it is precisely because of his existence that other forces dare not go too far. Once he can't support it, Haoshan School will usher in the real doomsday. The situation of the Haoshan School is irreversible, all the elders can do is delay the time. I'm running out of time. While I'm still alive, tell me what's going on. Sect Master Tang said after sighing lightly. The situation of Haoshanzong is more serious than imagined, and he can only take one step at a time. The Power Clan has been reluctant to go to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect for a long time. Master Jade has issued an ultimatum to us. If we refuse to fulfill our promise, the consequences will be serious. And Wahundian has been doing nothing recently, I'm worried about those guys. The Great Elder said with a sad face. The matter with the Blue Lightning Overlord sect can still be solved by gritting one's teeth and enduring it. The most frightening thing is the Wuhan Palace that is standing still. Fear comes from the unknown. Until now the high level of Haoshanzong have not been able to see the true intention of Wahundian. Now that the Clear Sky School is weak, the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly capable of destroying the Clear Sky School, but I don't know why they haven't done it all this time. Maybe they want to boil me to death. Tang Zongju said with a wry smile. He, the Super Douluo of the Clear Sky School, is still somewhat intimidating. Even if his lifespan is almost exhausted, exploding Huan's full attack may still replace one or two titled Douluo elders in Wuhan Hall. Wahundian should want to get rid of Haoshanzong with the least casualties. Sect Master, what should we do? The second elder had a sad face. The current situation was too unfavorable for Haoshanzong. My father once defeated the great priest of the Spirit Hall on a certain mountain range. The great priest of the Wuhan Palace once made an oath that no one below him in the Wuhan Palace should enter that mountain range. If nothing can be done, close the sect and move the clansmen there to take refuge. Sect Master Tang said after a moment of thought. 36 strategies are the best strategy. Since you can't beat the Wuhan Temple now, you can only retreat and hide to preserve your vitality, and make plans when the original climate is restored. Martial Soul Hall acts cunningly, and hiding in the mountains may not guarantee safety. The elder shook his head and said. People in Wahundian will naturally abide by the promise made by the great priest. But the oath is dead, but the person is alive. If you really want to eradicate it, is it not easy to find loopholes? You only need to announce your withdrawal from Spirit Hall first, and you don't have to scruple about the oath, and then you can rejoin Spirit Hall after the Haoshanzong people are dealt with. The last 3 sects are connected with each other, and now our Haoshan school is in danger of perishing. The other 2 schools should not refuse to save them. If Haoshanzong is destroyed, they will be the ones who will be unlucky next. Wahundian is not so easy to get along with. How about we go ask them for help? The third elder suggested. Wahundian has the ambition to unify the mainland, and other forces will not fail to understand. After Haoshanzong fell, the pressure would fall directly on their heads. Third brother, it's useless. They're all profit-seeking bastards. If he really wanted to help Haoshanzong, he wouldn't be so pressing. The seventh elder snorted coldly and said disappointedly. Among the forces oppressing Clear Sky School now, is their former ally, Blue Lightning Overlord School. The seventh elder is not optimistic about this group of people at all. Now that the reputation of the Clear Sky School is bad, the 2 sects don't want to have too much contact with us. Even if they are willing to help, it will be difficult to stop the Wahundians' offensive. The great elder echoed. Now that the Haoshan School has such a bad reputation, the Blue Lightning Overlord School, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and the 2 great empires can't give them much help on the bright side. Relying on the help from behind the scenes is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket, and it is embarrassing to use. Is there any girl under the age of 10 in Haoshan school who is talented and beautiful? Sect leader Tang suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. Yes, but I don't know what the sect wants her to use, the great elder asked in puzzlement. The great elder's great-granddaughter is 9 years old this year, and she still meets the requirements of the Tang sect master. He can vaguely guess the sect master's intentions, but he is not completely sure yet. As far as the Wuhan Hall is concerned, the one who is fully responsible for handling this incident is the second enshrinement of the golden crocodile Douluo in the Hall of Worship. I heard that he has a grandson who is very fond of him, who is about 10 years old. Starting from this aspect should be helpful. Sect Master Tang is inconvenient to say some things directly. As the saying goes, if you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of thieves thinking about you. If he wanted to save Haoshanzong from the crisis, he had to start from the root cause. Wuhandian's malice towards Haoshanzong is the obstacle for Haoshanzong's survival. Instead of thinking about how to get foreign aid, it is better to think about how to keep Wuhandian from attacking. Sect Master, there is something between us and Spirit Hall. The 7th elder sighed before finishing his sentence. The relationship between the 2 families is in dire straits. Sending the girl over at this time is not pushing people into the fire. The Haoshan school in the Wuhan Palace is all because of that bastard Tang Hao. Except for that bastard, there is actually no grudge between Wuhan Palace and Haoshan sect. This bad idea did not come up with Tang Zongju in a moment of confusion. Tang Zongju also carefully considered the current situation and the relationship between the various families. Putting Tang Hao aside, Wuhandian and Haoshanzong did not fight, and no large-scale casualties were caused. The 2 sides seem to be at odds, but in fact they just have different positions, and there is no other bad emotion mixed in. There is still room for maneuver in the relationship between the 2 parties. Wuhandian is very strong, but it doesn't have the strength to dominate the mainland. If Haoshanzong is destroyed hastily, it will definitely arouse the vigilance of all forces. At that time, all parties will unite to deal with Wuhandian, and it will be difficult for Wuhandian to reap benefits. Coupled with the fact that my father's whereabouts and life and death are unknown, Wuhandian is still worried. I'm afraid it was due to many factors that made Wuhandian hesitant and did not act for a long time. After re-clearing the relationship between the parties, the suzerain suddenly became enlightened. If Wuhandian really wanted to destroy Haoshanzong, it would be impossible for him to not even take any action until now. Even if Wuhandian wants to drag the suzerain of Haoshanzong to death, it should send personnel to spy on the truth. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Since Wuhandian has scruples, can we just ignore it for the time being? The 2nd elder asked in a low voice. Clear Sky School still has a lot of problems to deal with, and being able to put aside the matter of Wuhandian will undoubtedly free up a lot of manpower and energy. Greatly alleviated Haoshanzong's dilemma. No. The problem in Wuhan Palace is still the most fatal and serious. Sect Master Tang immediately rejected the 2nd elder's proposal. Other forces can make the Haoshan sect miserable, but Wuhan Palace has the ability to kill the Haoshan sect directly. The period of Wuhan Palace's hesitation is our last chance. Not only can we not shelve the issue of Wuhandian, but we must take action immediately. We must send someone to Wuhandian to show Wuhandian our sincerity for reconciliation. Let them know that Wuhan Palace and Haoshan sect only have private hatred, not public hatred. As long as Wuhandian is willing to reconcile, Haoshanzong, will never hold grudges. On the contrary, Haoshanzong will become the ally of Wuhandian. Tang Zongju's words directly caused all the elders present to fall into petrification. They really didn't expect that one day Haoshanzong would not only beg for mercy from Wuhandian, but also put on such a flattering posture. If you really do this, where will my Haoshanzong face be put? The seventh elder clenched his fist and tapped on the chair lightly. The anguish in his heart could not be vented, it could only be piled up in his heart. The Haoshan sect has reached this point, and its reputation have long been lost. We don't care about this little face. After the great elder came to his senses, he still decided to support the sect leader's approach. He really couldn't think of any other way to deal with the current situation. As long as the sect's inheritance can be preserved and the independence of the Haoshan school can be maintained, paying a little face is nothing. In the future, as long as the Haoshan sect can stand up again, the lost resources, dignity, and everything can be regained. Only by surviving can there be hope, and when all the disciples of the Haoshan school are dead or injured, it is really hopeless. I also think it works. Solve the problem of Haoshanzong's survival first, and then make a long-term plan. The second elder also agreed. There have been too many troubles recently, and Zongmen must be given a breathing space. There were too many troubles to deal with during this period, and with limited energy, they were almost exhausted. I feel so too. With the elders of other sects expressing their agreement one after another, the Haoshan school finally unified their opinions. They sent a girl of the right age from the sect to the Wuhan Hall to be a maid for the Golden Crocodile to worship their grandson. This move is to show goodwill to Wuhandian, and at the same time further strengthen the relationship between the two parties and ease the conflict between the two parties. To protect the interests of the sect, sacrificing a little girl is nothing. As for whether Wuhan Palace will accept it, that can only depend on the fate of Haoshan sect. This method is the last struggle when you are desperate, and it is the last resort. Wuhan Hall, the residence of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Yetianxiang is playing chess with Golden Crocodile Douluo. Both of them, who had just finished busy with the affairs of Haoshan sect, needed to rest for a while. Before retreating, Golden Crocodile Douluo had to adjust his state and arrange all kinds of affairs before he could practice peacefully. Yetianxiang was not in a hurry to contact the Po Ji clan either. Let them dry out for a few days to wear down the spirit of the clan, and then conquer them more smoothly after beating them. Xiao Kaiyang, it's rare to have a public heart, but you still have to think more about yourself. Don't always think about harming yourself and benefiting others. Being too selfless is not a good thing. Golden Crocodile Douluo warned while holding a chess piece. The truly terrifying enemy is not outside the city walls. If Yetianxiang is too kind to his own people, he will easily suffer. Just like Qian Sunji was not killed by Haoshan Hammer, but was killed by someone in Wuhan Hall. See mountains as mountains, see water as water. Looking at mountains is not mountains, and looking at water is not water. Look at mountains or mountains, look at water or water. Yetianxiang did not directly respond to Golden Crocodile Douluo's words, but instead said something with unclear meaning. Mountains are mountains, and water is water, so how can we see that there is no way? Golden Crocodile Douluo found that he couldn't keep up with this kid's thinking more and more. Using the power of the Spirit Hall, I designed to weaken the Haoshan school, which seems very clever at first glance. But when I think about it carefully, what I did is actually some stupid things, and it seems not very clever. But the final result was that I was recognized and affirmed by almost everyone in the worship hall. Grandpa, do you think I am smart or stupid? Yetianxiang stopped playing the game and analyzed it in detail. You mean? Golden Crocodile Douluo showed an incredulous look. This kid seems to be hiding something incredible. They see what I want them to see. What they thought was what I wanted them to think. Yetianxiang looked up at Golden Crocodile Douluo and said. Then why are you doing this? Golden Crocodile Douluo seemed to have thought of something, but he still couldn't believe it. Because I am not Grandpa's biological grandson, I was actually picked up. Qian Daoliu has other offerings, and he didn't regard me as one of his own at first. After this incident, they will begin to recognize me, accept me, and truly regard me as a member of Wuhan Palace. Yetianxiang stared at Golden Crocodile Douluo intently, and said in a deep tone. The person who can ascend the throne will never be a kind person. Ye Tianxing has a very clear goal from the beginning of the layout. Everything he does serves an ultimate purpose. Hi! Golden Crocodile Douluo threw the chess pieces in his hands back into the chess basket, dropped his hands on his thighs, and let out a soft sigh. Since you know everything, why do you say it? Ye Tianxing suddenly smiled and said, can't I say these things to you? When communicating with other people, Ye Tianxing will inevitably hide some details, but when talking with Golden Crocodile Douluo, he is very honest. You kid, did you use all your tricks on Grandpa? Tell me, is this what you want me to hear? Golden Crocodile Douluo snorted and said angrily. This little scourge is very capable. He can only arrange things for others, so how can he let others plot against him? Is this question still important? Ye Tianxing continued to say with a smile. What a good boy, you have sharp teeth and a smooth mouth. You are very powerful. It seems that I was worrying for nothing. Golden Crocodile Douluo shrugged and said. Ye Tianxing has a good grasp of human nature. He knows how to face the Golden Crocodile. Just tell the truth and be an honest person. Golden Crocodile Douluo has spent countless efforts on him these years, he is really closer than his own grandson. Naturally, I won't mind the little things. Grandpa, what I want others to see is not necessarily fake. Everything I do is beneficial to Wuhan Palace, I can guarantee this. Ye Tianxing began to quickly put the pieces on the chessboard back into the basket. No matter what you say, you are right. Only you are good and you are capable. Golden Crocodile Douluo sighed, and finally said, it's not bad to have this kind of ability, at least you don't have to worry about being bullied by others. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Summation. Chapter 22 Summation. After receiving the news that Tang sect master had woken up, Yu Yuanzhen went to Haoshanzong for the third time to discuss matters related to the Lizzie clan. This time Yu Yuanzhen finally got an affirmative answer. The situation is stronger than others, since the Haoshan school is destined to be unable to keep the powerful clan, it is better to hand it over quickly, so as not to further aggravate the friction with the Blue Lightning Overlord school. The Haoshanzong finances of the powerless clan were once again hit hard. When Haoshanzong was in its heyday, there were over 10,000 soul masters in the sect. Even after a generation of decline, the number of soul masters in the Haoshan sect still remained at around 8,000. After the scandal of Haoshanzong's collusion with soul beasts was exposed, many outer-level soul masters who were disheartened or felt that the situation was not good chose to leave Haoshanzong. In just 1 month, the number of Haoshan sect's soul masters was reduced to less than 4,000. In the context of further financial deterioration, the Clear Sky School couldn't even support these 4,000 soul masters, so they had to further lay off staff. Except for the soul masters directly affiliated with the Haoshan school, it is difficult for other soul masters to stay. It is expected that the Haoshan sect will have less than 2,000 soul masters left in the end. The number of light soul masters has lost more than 3/4, which shows the rapid decline of Haoshan school. The only thing to be thankful for is that no major force has directly declared war on the Clear Sky School, and more than 1,000 direct descendants who possess the Clear Sky Hammer martial soul have survived intact. Clear Sky School's core strength has not been lost, and still has the strength to struggle. After cutting the mess with a sharp knife and ending the dispute with the Landian Ba Wangzong, the Haoshanzong immediately sent a mission to the Wuhan Hall to seek peace. This is a major matter concerning the life and death of the Haoshan sect and cannot be delayed at all. If Wuhandian had to make up his mind first, it would be too late. The delegation of the Haoshanzong finally came to Wuhan City in a hurry. According to the procedures, they were first brought to the Pope's palace to meet Pope Bibidong. His Holiness the Pope is well. Some time ago, due to human beings' rebellion against Tang Hao, there was some misunderstanding between me, Clear Sky School, and Spirit Hall. This time I came here just to clear up these misunderstandings. In the past, Tang Chenmian, the former patriarch of the Haoshan school, had a lot of exchanges with the great priest Jian Douluo of the Wuhan Hall. The relationship between the two has a long history. How can it be destroyed by just one person? As the representative of the mission, the great elder of Haoshanzong stepped forward to explain his intention. Negotiations require capital. Tang Chen had defeated Jian Douluo before, and Tang Chen's deterrent power was Haoshanzong's last bargaining chip. Tang Hao, who voluntarily withdrew from the Clear Sky School, did still have some strength, but he couldn't protect himself. At this time of the life and death of the Clear Sky School, he didn't dare to show his face and swear to exist, to help the Clear Sky School to support the situation. The Haoshan School no longer had any hope for Tang Hao, and the disciples of the Haoshan School only had hatred for Tang Hao. If Tang Hao could take into account the interests of the sect and dare to stand up and take responsibility instead of just hiding, how could the Haoshan School end up in today's end? One person does the work and one person is responsible. Of course Wuhandian will not anger Haoshanzong because of Tang Hao. Sitting on the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong looked down at the envoy of the Haoshan School below, and said in a flat tone. Bibi Dong has no enmity with Haoshanzong, on the contrary she is quite grateful to Tang Hao. It was precisely because of Tang Hao's severe injury to Chihiroji that she had the opportunity to get rid of that beast. It's just that the former Pope Jian Sunji is the parent and son of the great priest. The great priest was very sad about his death. However, you have come here from a long distance, with deep sincerity, and I believe that there is no misunderstanding that cannot be resolved. After the punishment of Haoshanzong was over, the various departments of Wuhandian had great differences on how to deal with Haoshanzong. Some advocated directly destroying the Clear Sky School, some advocated further weakening the Clear Sky School, some advocated keeping the Clear Sky School. And some even said that aid should be given to win over the Clear Sky School. There are many soul masters in Wuhandian, and there are many factions, with different interests and demands. Before the main factions have made a clear statement, it is difficult to unite their opinions. None of the worshippers in the hall of worship made any noise, but considering the factor of the big sacrifice, the hall of worship should not be very friendly to Haoshanzong. In the Wuhan Hall, the political positions of the Pope's Hall and the Shrine Hall are opposed to each other. So Bibi Dong has a friendly attitude towards Haoshanzong. Tang Hao committed a heinous crime and was extremely cunning. He almost deceived all the disciples of our Clear Sky School. Thanks to the point made by the second priest of Wuhandian, we were able to break through Tang Hao's plot and not continue to make mistakes. The Haoshan sect repays its kindness and wants to express its gratitude. I hope that the second worshipper will not dislike it. The great elder of the Haoshan school waved, and two disciples of the Haoshan school brought a well-proportioned and beautiful little girl to the front. Tang Xiao, from now on, you must listen carefully to the teachings of the seniors in Wuhandian, and don't disobey them. This young girl is the great elder's granddaughter, a gift from Haoshanzong to the second priest, representing the sincerity of Haoshanzong. In the face of the sect's interests, the great elder didn't care about family affection, so he could only sacrifice Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao understands. Folding his hands in front of him, Tang Xiao said expressionlessly. This poor girl knew very well that she had been betrayed by the sect, and what was even more uncomfortable was that she had no ability to resist and could only accept a cruel fate. Bibi Dong looked at the thin little girl under the steps, and frowned slightly. What happened to Tang Xiao reminded her of her previous experience, and she felt a little sad. Since you want to thank the second enshrinement, you should go to the enshrinement hall in person to express your gratitude. Bibi Dong, who was very dissatisfied, waved her hand away. Be it Wuhandian or the upper three sects, these soul master forces are the same as every good thing. In order to protect the interests of the so-called organization, they will do anything and everything. Your Majesty, I will take my leave first. The great elder, who noticed that the Pope was in a bad mood, gave a slight salute, and then walked away quickly with his subordinates. It is a shame to come to Wuhandian to beg for forgiveness, but the great elder still got a lot of useful information from it. For example, the fight within Wuhan Palace seems to be much more intense than imagined. The political differences between the Shrine Hall and the Pope Hall became more and more obvious. No wonder Wuhandian didn't move for a long time. It turned out that something went wrong internally. This is undoubtedly a good thing for Hao Shenzong. The more intense the power struggle within Wuhan Palace becomes, the more Wuxia worries about Hao Shenzong's problems. The probability of Hao Shenzong's successful summation will further increase. Led by the attendants of the Spirit Hall, Hao Shenzong and his entourage soon arrived at the periphery of the Hall of Enshrinement. The Hall of Consecration is the most sacred area in the Hall of Spirits, and it is not easy for idlers to enter. The Hao Shenzong's envoys could only stay outside and wait for the summons of the second worshipper. They came at the right time. Golden Crocodile Douluo and Yetianxing's vacation was not over yet, so they just had time to meet them. If it was a few days later, when Golden Crocodile Douluo entered the state of seclusion, it would not be easy to meet people. Under the leadership of the servants of Wuhan Palace, Hao Shenzong and his party changed direction and walked outside, finally stopping in a secluded courtyard of Wuhan Palace. This is where the second priest met them. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 The Seven Treasures of the Glazed Sect and Number 039, S Worries. Chapter 23 The Worries of the Kobo Glazed Sect. The visit to the second enshrinement in Wuhan Hall went smoothly. Since Yetianxing has decided to let Hao Shenzong survive, Golden Crocodile Douluo will not be too embarrassed. As for the big offering, there is no problem. After Tang Xiao committed suicide, Qian Daoliu seemed to have lost interest in Hao Shenzong and almost no longer asked about Hao Shenzong's affairs. Instead, focus more energy on taking care of Qian Rongxiu. In the final analysis, Qian Daoliu and Tang Hao had no hatred for killing their son, and Qian Xuanji was killed by Bibi Dong. Qian Daoliu's motives for forcing his son's death onto Tang Hao are complicated. It was for the stability and interests of Wuhandian, to prevent Qian Rongxiu from losing her mother, and also because Qian Daoliu was so angry after losing his son that he just wanted to find an excuse to vent his grief and anger. After calming down for a while, his hatred towards Hao Shenzong gradually dissipated. Thinking of Tang Chen, his mortal enemy with whom he had been fighting for most of his life, Qian Daoliu even felt a sense of guilt and frustration in his heart. After being defeated at the hands of Tang Chen, Qian Daoliu was still worried about this and always thought that one day he could get his place back. Now that Tang Chen's whereabouts were unknown to bully the juniors of the Haoshan school, Qian Daoliu actually felt uncomfortable. Seeing that Hao Shenzong sent envoys to seek peace now, Qian Daoliu was even more unwilling to pursue it. The great elder talked with the second priest for a while, and left in a hurry after confirming the intention of reconciliation. Tang Xiao was left in the Wuhan Hall as Yetianxing's maid. Yetianxing was very satisfied with Hao Shenzong's gift. This girl has a good foundation of talent, and she is also an excellent experimental product. Just in time to form a control group with Qi. As soon as Hao Shenzong sent a mission to Wuhandian, it attracted great attention from the two sects and the two empires. Out of interests, they don't want Hao Shenzong to be destroyed by the Spirit Hall, but they don't want to be attached to the troubles of Hao Shenzong, and they don't want to pay too much loss. Of course, the last thing they want to see is the reconciliation and even union between Hao Shenzong and Wuhandian. If these two families give up their confrontation, they will be in trouble. So when the Hao Shenzong mission left from Wuhan city safely, the top leaders of the two sects and the two empires exploded. Inside the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengzi and a group of elders are discussing countermeasures. The Haoshan School and the Wuhan Palace no longer confront each other, and the Kobo Glazed Tile School must face the tremendous pressure of the Wuhan Palace. Fengzi, what do you think we should do now? Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect Elder Ning Zi asked worriedly. The situation changed far faster than everyone imagined, catching them off guard. Some time ago, everyone opposed Fengzi's plan to support Haoshan sect. Only now after the accident did he think about letting Fengzi clean up the mess. You really are the great heroes of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Another elder, Ning Kun, said angrily after scanning it once. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is the only major faction on the continent where auxiliary soul masters are the masters. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda Martial Soul is very powerful, but it also has obvious flaws. A soul master with the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda Martial Spirit cannot break through level, and the highest level of cultivation can only reach the Soul Saint level. Therefore, it is difficult to create a distance between the master of Kaibao Glazed sect and the elders. Coupled with the special nature of auxiliary soul masters, the suzerain of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is not as prestigious as other sects. The elders of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect have much more power to speak than other sects. Once the majority of the elders make a decision, sect leader Ning cannot defy the will of the elders. At this time and at that time, who would have thought that members of the Clear Sky School would be so shameless that they would directly beg for mercy from the Spirit Hall? We also wanted to delay for a while at the beginning, and make plans when the situation is clear. Ning Zi retorted directly. The decision not to provide support to Haoshanzong for the time being was voted by the elders, and the fault was not Ning Zi's fault alone. Ning Kun was about to continue his attack when he was interrupted by Ning Fengzi. The elders all have a public heart for the sake of the sect, there is no doubt about it. It's not up to my 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to decide how things have developed to this point. For the current plan, we still have to find ways to destroy the relationship between Wuhan Palace and Haoshan sect, so that the two families cannot get together. Ning Fengzi pointed out the crux of the matter. It is useless to fight among each other and it will not solve the problem. Only by uniting and fighting against the enemy can we tide over the difficulties. Now that Wuhandian and Haoshanzong have finished talking, what else can we do? It's all because the bastards of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect did too much. It has driven Haoshanzong to a dead end. Ning Zhen couldn't help complaining. Although the Blue Lightning Overlord sect was only exercising its legitimate power, it did not affect the people of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect to criticize them. Be patient for a while, wouldn't it be good to wait for Haoshanzong and Wuhandian to fight? Interests are always the subject of interactions between various forces. For the Kaibao Glazed sect, the role of the Haoshan sect is to contain and weaken the Wuhan Palace and attract the firepower of the Wuhan Palace. Let the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School obtain a more stable living environment. The Clear Sky School, who couldn't help block the gun, was not of much help to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. On the contrary, it may also cause harm to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. When facing Wuhandian, the upper 3 sects will unite. But this does not mean that the 3 sects can live in harmony, there is also fierce competition and contradictions among them. The soft peace talks with Wuhandian Furuan was led by Tang Sect Master. As long as Sect Master Tang is still around, it will be difficult for other forces to shake Haoshanzong's decision. Ning Fengzi analyzed calmly. The high-ranking members of Haoshan School talk about rationality and the overall situation. But the sect disciples below may not understand the high-level decision. Sect Master Tang is ill and has been bedridden for a long time. If Ning Feng's words, and here are no more words. All of you are smart people here, so of course you can understand what he means. If Sect Master Tang passes away unfortunately, and Haoshan School loses its backbone, it will be very difficult for the upper echelons to suppress the dissatisfaction of the lower echelons. By then, major changes will inevitably occur within the Haoshan sect, and it may be difficult for the Haoshan sect and Wuhan Palace to continue to live in peace. The Haoshan sect is the #1 sect in the world, and the soul masters who possess the Clear Sky Hammer spirit are very proud. Recently, the Haoshan School had frequent crises, and the treatment of the children of the Haoshan School dropped again and again, and many people were already full of anger. This time, the Haoshan sect bowed its head to its old enemy Wuhan Palace for peace without even fighting a battle. This was hard for the young people of the Haoshan sect to accept. Some time ago, as long as the disciples of the Haoshan sect swung a hammer, those small forces would not dare to let go of anything, and they would not dare to mention the debt. This made the young people of Haoshan School full of confidence. In their eyes, the hostile forces outside are paper tigers, which can be broken with a single poke. The Haoshan hammer is the #1 spirit in the world, and he is afraid of a hammer in the palace of spirits. As long as everyone in the sect works together, they will be able to beat the enemies into pieces and let the people in the world know the reputation of the Clear Sky Hammer. At that time, who would dare to speak ill of Haoshan Zong? Young people are always arrogant, and they have to hit their heads and get bloody before they can recognize the reality. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. Chapter 24 After the meeting to carve up the Haoshan sect, Ning Fengzi had already noticed that there was a conspiracy hidden under the generosity of the Wuhan Palace. When the 7 treasure glazed tile sect took over the Minzi clan, he was finally sure that the Wuhan Palace was using a conspiracy to divide the major forces. Bei He, the patriarch of the Minzi clan, is Tang Hao's uncle, and the relationship between the Minzi clan and Haoshanzong is extraordinary. When the Kaibao glazed sect takes over the Min clan, it will be difficult for the Kaibao glazed sect and the Haoshan sect to reconcile. The speed of the soul masters of the Min family is difficult to match in this world, and they have a unique advantage in escaping. Auxiliary type soul masters are generally relatively fragile, and they cannot refuse a partner who can take them out of danger quickly. So even if Ning Fengzi understood that all of this was a conspiracy of the Spirit Hall, he still couldn't let the 7 treasure glazed tile school give up the Minzi clan. Since they can't get along well with Haoshanzong in the future, they can only weaken the strength of Haoshanzong as much as possible. Even though this was in the arms of Wuhandian, Ning Fengzi didn't have a better way. I heard that some time ago, many small forces who went to Haoshanzong to collect debts were treated unfairly. As one of the 2 major sects, our 7 treasure glazed tile sect should fulfill the responsibility of a great force and safeguard the justice of the world. After reacting, Ning Zi immediately thought of a way to deal with Haoshanzong. It's actually not complicated, it's just a reference to the strategy of Wuhandian some time ago. Hold high the righteousness and unite to attack the Haoshan sect. By the way, the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and the 2 great empires are also called. Wuhandian actually reconciled with Haoshanzong, completely disregarding the interests of small powers. This must be the responsibility of the Holy Land of Lost Soul Masters. Ning Kun felt that he could also target Wuhandian by the way. The last time the Haoshanzong was divided up was created by the Wuhandian, now the Wuhandian has left the other forces aside as soon as it is full. This is really not authentic. The Pope of Wuhandian has just died, and he is currently busy with internal affairs. Death is a big deal, so I think it's best not to disturb them. He has no objection against Ning Fengzi of the Spirit Hall, but this kind of thing should not be done by the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The Kaibao glazed sect is an auxiliary sect. Except for the 2 elders who protect the sect, its overall strength is far inferior to that of the Blue Overlord sect. Taking risks to attract the firepower of Wuhan Palace is not a wise move. Feng Zhi is right. The other elders shouted one after another. Auxiliary soul masters have low combat effectiveness, and they don't really want to cause trouble. If the 7 treasure glazed tile school doesn't come out on top, the Blue Lightning Overlord school and the 2 empires won't be so stupid as to be the top birds and embarrass the Wuhan Hall. Without the big forces taking the lead, the low-level small forces dare not come out to cause trouble. The reason why the small forces below dare to come out to fight against the Clear Sky School is because the Clear Sky School has revealed a big flaw, and there are big forces taking the lead. Wuhandian is so powerful, they will not be stupid enough to die. The senior officials of the Kaibao glazed tile sect had already unified their opinions, and they were preparing to launch a wave of public opinion after the death of the master of the Haoshan sect. Stir up the internal situation of the Haoshan sect, sow discord between Wuhan Palace and the Haoshan sect, and even if it doesn't work, it will weaken the strength of the Haoshan sect and make the meat in the mouth completely fall into the stomach. Things in the world are like chess and change. Once upon a time, the three sects united as one to contain the expansion of the Wuhan Temple. Unexpectedly, just a few months later, the upper three sects actually fought against each other, leaving the Wuhan Palace to stand on the sidelines. The current situation is unexpected, but it is also reasonable. The world is full of goodwill, and the world is all good. Each force just made a decision based on their own interests and jointly created the current situation. Wuhan City, the temporary residence of the Broken Clan. Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Broken Clan, was pacing back and forth in the hall. The gloomy face and frowning all reflected the patriarch's anxious mood at the moment. The Po clan has been in Wuhan City for half a month, but until now, the top officials of Wuhan Palace have not officially summoned Yang Wudi. Even though the personal freedom of the sole masters of the Po Ji clan was not restricted too much, Yang Wudi, who was confused about the situation, still felt very uneasy. Among the four clans affiliated with the original Haoshan sect, the Po Yi clan had the weakest feelings towards the Haoshan sect. The Po clan only attached themselves to Haoshan sect in order to survive better. After the Haoshan sect scandal broke out and they were forced to cede affiliated sects, Yang Wudi felt very disappointed with the Haoshan sect. The Haoshan sect, which cannot even cover its affiliated sects, is not worth the sacrifice of the Po family. Yang Wudi is very clear about the huge power of the Wuhandian. He knows that his Po clan has no capital to resist, so he obediently followed the Wuhandian mission back to Wuhan City. The pharmaceutical technology of the Broken Clan is considered to be among the best in the mainland, so it shouldn't be a problem to change to a different employer. It's just that Yang Wudi didn't expect Wuhandian to be so contemptuous of the opposing clan, ignoring the opposing clan for half a month. Yang Wudi was a little angry at first, but when Hao Shanzong went to the Wuhan Hall to ask for peace, he turned to feel very panic. Even the always rebellious Hao Shanzong had subdued, their poor clan might really have no weight in the eyes of Spirit Hall. Yang Wudi, who didn't want to sit still, started to act immediately. There was too little information at present, and he was eager to know the attitude of Wuhandian against the Paji clan. At the same time, there are many factions in the Wuhan Hall. If the Paji clan wants to truly integrate into the Wuhan Hall, they must find a powerful backer. As outsiders who have just arrived in Wuhan City, the Po clan is unfamiliar with this place. The only thing Yang Wudi could think of was to ask for help from the golden crocodile Douluo who brought them to Wuhan City. After many inquiries, Yang Wudi finally understood that golden crocodile Douluo is the second enshrined in the Wuhan Hall, with an extremely high position and weight. If it wasn't for the fall of the former pope, golden crocodile Douluo wouldn't bother about the Clear Sky School's affairs at all. With the current status of the Po Ji clan, it might be very difficult to get on the line of golden crocodile Douluo. Fortunately, golden crocodile Douluo's favorite grandson seems to be very interested in medicine. Having found a breakthrough, Yang Wudi did not dare to neglect. He entrusted someone to give golden crocodile Douluo the first-class elixir refined in the clan, and thanked golden crocodile Douluo for taking care of the Paji clan along the way. It is said to express gratitude, but in fact it is showing one's own value and at the same time expressing the sincerity of submission. After sending the things out, Yang Wudi didn't do much, just waited quietly in the residence. There are some things that don't need to be said too much, as everyone knows them very well. It is easy to make mistakes if you talk too much. If you annoy golden crocodile Douluo, the situation of Po Ji clan will only be more difficult. A burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the house. Yang Wudi, who heard the movement, hurried out of the house to meet him. "How's the matter?" Yang Wudi asked. The second worshipper still hasn't responded, but his grandson seems to be very interested in us. Yang Washuan said hurriedly. Yang Washuan is Yang Wudi's younger brother. The two have been dependent on each other since childhood and have a close relationship. Things like taking refuge in golden crocodile Douluo had to be handled by someone he could trust. This is probably the second priest testing our sincerity. Big figures will not express their opinions easily, and many things do not require them to speak easily. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Subduing the Broken Clan. Chapter 25 Subduing the Broken Clan. Yang Wudi is withdrawn. He is a self-willed and straightforward person. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation was stronger than others, the Paji clan who lived under the fence might suffer a devastating blow at any time. As the patriarch of the Po clan, he will not go against his heart and carefully plan for the survival of the clan. When you can generate value to other people, you can feel the kindness of the world. The outstanding pharmaceutical ability of the broken clan undoubtedly gave them more bargaining chips for survival. After some twists and turns, Yetiansheng, the grandson of the second priest, finally agrees to meet Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Paji clan. The afternoon sun is not as bright as the midday sun, and wisps of breeze blow by, bringing a bit of coolness. In a certain arena in the Wuhan Hall, the two brothers Yang Wudi waited quietly on the ring. After getting the exact news, both of them relaxed a lot. Anyhow, progress is always a good thing. The gate of the arena was gently opened, and a 6 or 7-year-old boy stepped into the arena with 2 tall guards behind him. The two of the broken clan, what do you want to do with my grandfather? After the two sides met, Yetiansheng asked straight to the point. Yetiansheng's calm and indifferent words surprised the two brothers Yang Wudi. The child in front of me has such magnanimity at such a young age, which cannot be matched by ordinary people. Thinking of this, Yang Wudi couldn't help putting aside the contempt in his heart and replied seriously, the Haoshan school colluded with spirit beasts and rebelled against humans. My broken clan was kept in the dark and knew nothing about those scandals, but it was inevitable that they would be suspected of being a helper. Thanks to the second priest for finding out the truth and breaking us out of the mire of Haoshanzong. We just want to express our gratitude to you. The name is gratitude, but it is actually asking for help. The intention of Yang Wudi's words is already obvious. It's not that he is not cautious, but that he really doesn't have more choices. A smile appeared on Yetiansheng's face, 2 rounds of purple soul rings quietly rose, and the first soul ability was released. After a flash of white light, a handsome young man appeared in front of the Yang Wudi brothers. Your minds are still flexible, and it's not in vain for me to wait so long. You are, the deputy envoy. Yang Wudi never expected that Yetiansheng was the deputy envoy of Wuhan Palace who showed great power in Haoshan sect that day. You too, don't you remember me after only a few days? Yetiansheng joked as he looked at the stunned 2 people in front of him. I didn't expect the deputy envoy to come in person, Yang Wudi's eyesight is dull. Yang Wudi said hastily, cupping his hands. Yetiansheng was able to stir up troubles in the Haoshan sect at such an age. This is such a terrifying talent and wisdom. And he has actually reached the level of a soul master with 2 rings, possessing 2 purple soul rings. This is something Yang Wudi has never seen before. The genius of Wuhan Palace was far beyond his knowledge and caught him off guard. Clan Chief Yang, after half a month of separation, how have you been lately? Yetiansheng didn't embarrass Yang Wudi too much, and started talking about business. The Po clan lives a very comfortable life in Wuhan City. It's just that we didn't get the opportunity to help Wuhan Palace, so we can't help but feel a little. Yang Wudi didn't hide anything, and confessed his doubts. The arrangement of Wuhandian has not come down, and the Paji clan has been unable to work for a long time, and they can't really settle down. Recently it's been an eventful season, there are many affairs inside and outside the Wuhan Hall, it's normal for the appointment to be delayed in time. I hope Patriarch Yang can understand. The broken clan had already started to stand in line, and Yetiansheng no longer put pressure on them. The high level of Wuhandian plans to establish an institution specializing in the research of drugs, called the Bayan Court. The Po family is proficient in pharmacology and should be able to shine in it. A formal notice from the palace will be issued soon, so Patriarch Yang can rest assured. Just to study medicine, without going out to fight and kill, this is a rare and good job for the Paji clan. The environment outside is now very chaotic, crisis-ridden, and storms are rising. Going out on a mission can be dangerous. It is safer to stay in Wuhan City. We are willing to serve Wuhan Palace. Many thanks to the second envoy and the deputy envoy for their advice. The Po Yi clan is grateful. After receiving the accurate information, Yang Wudi quickly handed over his hand and thanked him. Whether it's poisons or medicines for injuries, the Po clan is involved in them all, so researching medicines is not a problem. Just wondering who is in charge of the other side court? The Po clan are just newcomers to the Spirit Hall, their loyalty has not been tested yet, and they have no achievements in the Spirit Hall. Yang Wudi knew very well that it was impossible for him to directly become the head of the department. Wuhandian must send people to manage them. Now that Yang Wudi is ready to take sides, the issue of his immediate boss has become very important. If the people in charge of the other side court do not belong to the Enshrinement Hall faction, it would be uncomfortable for them to be caught in the middle. You don't have to worry. I am the chief officer of the Bayan court. Ye Tianxiong replied flatly. The eyes of the two brothers Yang Wudi opened suddenly, and then quickly shrank, revealing expressions of surprise. None of them expected that Wuhandian would actually send a 7 or 8-year-old child in charge of a department. Ye Tianxiong is indeed very talented, but he is too young, which makes people feel uneasy. Why, do you think I'm not qualified to be the chief officer of Bianan court? Ye Tianxiong stared at the two brothers in front of him and asked in a cold tone. Don't dare not. Yang Wudi quickly waved his hands to excuse him. The matter of Ye Tianxiong being the supervisor must have been the decision of the upper echelon of Wuhandian, and the Paji clan did not have the ability to change and resist. Now that the deal is done and the overall situation is settled, Yang Wudi doesn't want to offend his immediate boss. We are only. After all, you still think I'm too young and not strong enough, right? Ye Tianxiong said indifferently. It is normal for Yang Wudi to have such thoughts. No matter how talented Ye Tianxiong was, he was less than 8 years old, his body was not fully developed, and his life experience and other aspects were not yet perfect. It is indeed difficult for a child like him to manage a rigorous pharmaceutical department. I can understand your concerns, and I'm not an ignorant person. Why don't we take a gamble? If Patriarch Yang suppresses his soul power to the soul master level, he can still defeat me. The affairs of the other side court will be fully managed by Patriarch Yang, and I will not interfere. Otherwise you all have to listen to me. What do you think? If you want others to obey, you have to rely on strength. Ye Tianxiong didn't mind showing off his muscles, so that the soul masters of the Paji clan could understand what it means to be strong. Soul master level? Yang Wudi asked softly. This condition is so favorable to Yang Wudi that it can be said to be a victory in vain. People on Douluo continent only awaken their soul power at the age of 6 and embark on the path of soul masters. Yang Wudi reckoned that Ye Tianxiong's ability to reach level 21 at this time would be already remarkable. Not to mention that Yang Wudi suppressed his cultivation to the level of a soul master. Even if he suppressed it to the level of a great soul master, Ye Tianxiong would have little chance of winning. Yang Wudi's decades of practical experience were not in vain. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Conquering the Broken Clan. Chapter 26 Subduing the Broken Clan. You heard it right, it's the Soul Master level. I will use my cultivation as a great Soul Master to defeat you who has suppressed you to the realm of Soul Master. Ye Tianxiong raised his head with a confident smile on his face, as if he had already grasped the victory in his hands. Without giving Yang Wudi enough shock, how could he willingly sacrifice his life for a child? Being respectful is not as good as obeying orders, then you will be offended. Yang Wudi thought for a moment and then agreed to the bet. On the one hand, he also wanted to use this battle to test Ye Tianxiong's attitude. On the other hand, he wanted to see how powerful Ye Tianxiong was and that Wuhan Palace would actually entrust a child with such an important responsibility. Yang Washuan and the 2 guards who came with them walked off the ring, leaving the venue for the 2 who were fighting. After the 2 sides stood 20 steps apart, Yang Wudi suppressed his cultivation level to level 39, reaching the peak of the Soul Master realm. The odds of winning this bet against Yang Wudi are very high, but it does not prevent him from maximizing his odds. Smart people know how to apply rules, and Yang Wudi is not a corrupt and ignorant person. Knives and guns have no eyes, Deputy Envoy, be careful. Yang Wudi let out a loud shout, 3 soul rings rose up under his feet, and a black spear was condensed in his hand. The spear's cold light is threatening, its energy is fierce, and it has the unstoppable momentum to break through all things. The origin of the name Broken Clan is the legendary soul-breaking spear of their clan. The attack power of breaking the soul and grabbing the martial soul is extremely powerful. The martial soul comes with a 10,000-year soul ring. Among the known martial souls, the attack power can be ranked among the top 3. As the patriarch of the Poji clan, Yang Wudi has already mastered the soul-breaking spear very well. He focuses all attributes on attack power, pursuing the most extreme attack power. With the current Soul Saint level cultivation, he can explode the attack power of Contra level. In this gambling fight, Yang Wudi not only wanted to win, but more importantly, he had to control his position so as not to hurt Yetianxiong. If Yetianxiong is not seriously injured, even if he wins the gambling fight, the gain will outweigh the loss. If the second priest gets angry, no one in Wuhan Hall will protect them. Despite fighting with all your might, Yetianxiong's face darkened, and a golden halo rushed out of his body. He put on a pair of golden armor, and at the same time, a golden spear also condensed in his hand. It is the second stage state of the first soul skill boost. After absorbing the 6,000-year-old soul ring of the golden-winged colorful tiger, Yetianxiong's cultivation level improved a lot, and the duration of the second stage of the first soul skill was extended to 2 minutes, doubling the time. No matter what Yang Wudi said, he was a soul master at the level of a soul sage. Even if his cultivation level was suppressed, Yetianxiong should take it seriously. Watch out! After the state was fully developed, Yetianxiong did not hesitate and directly launched his second soul skill, Sweeping Wings. The back foot suddenly kicked the ground, shaking the floor tiles of the arena under his feet into pieces. Yetianxiong leaned forward, his feet lifted off the ground, and turned into a golden light and shadow speeding past at low altitude. The speed increase and explosive power provided by the golden-winged colorful tiger spirit ring were clearly revealed at this moment. Yetianxiong's speed has been pulled to the fullest, and the strong wind brought by the high-speed movement blows on the soul power armor and makes a fragmentary cracking sound. If it weren't for the soul armor protecting his body, it would be difficult for Yetianxiong's physical body to withstand the impact of this speed. Yang Wudi, who was still standing there before he could react, suddenly widened his eyes. Yetianxiong's speed had far exceeded his expectations. He really couldn't believe that a great soul master could possess such terrifying speed. Is this the height reached by a great soul master with 2,000-year soul rings? Before he had time to think about it, Yang Wudi hurriedly injected soul power into the soul ring, and the first and second soul skills were activated at the same time, rushing to meet the enemy. Yang Wudi has a lot of experience, but things beyond his experience will seriously affect his judgment. The moment his soul skill was about to be activated, Yetianxiong was already close to him. With the support of super high speed, Yetianxiong's power skyrocketed. He held the gun in both hands with just a sweep, and hit Yang Wudi with the simplest and crudest attack. This attack can be described as extremely simple, without any jitter, without any change, and without any technical content. It is just a sweep that even a child can easily perform. However, the power of this blow is definitely not simple. The extreme speed gained by pure sweep makes it impossible to react in time. I saw a faint golden light flashing past. Immediately afterwards, Yang Wudi, who had not yet fully set up the soul-breaking gun defense, shook his body, and was mercilessly slapped to the ground, and was firmly embedded in the floor of the arena. Boom! When all this happened, the sound of the body being hit was belatedly heard by the spectators below the ring. One blow, just one blow has already decided the winner. Ye Tianxiong beat Yang Wudi to the ground before he even had time to use his moves. Although there are factors that Yang Wudi's intelligence is unknown and he failed to plan against the enemy. But the most important thing is Ye Tianxiong's extremely powerful strength. Without enough strength, no matter how careless Yang Wudi was, he would not be defeated so thoroughly. Yang Wudi, you lost. Ye Tianxiong, who exited the second stage amplification state, looked down at the loser on the ground. This battle was won so easily that Ye Tianxiong was very disappointed. He originally thought that Yang Wudi could hold off with the powerful attack power of Soul Breaker. Unexpectedly, Yang Wudi fell down with just one blow. Yang Wudi, who was suddenly hit hard, was stunned, his consciousness was scattered, he didn't know night and day, and he couldn't hear Ye Tianxiong's declaration of victory. But the moment Ye Tianxiong suddenly approached, he knew that he had lost. The soul-breaking gun's attack power is extremely powerful, but its defense power is unsatisfactory. He couldn't react and take action in time, so it was impossible for him to block that shocking blow. Yang Washuan, I will send someone to send you the materials of the research topic later. You can preview it in your residence for the time being. After the facilities of the other shore court are completed, you will officially enter the job. The victorious Ye Tianxiong didn't bother the unconscious Yang Wudi anymore, he left the arena directly after explaining a few words to Yang Washuan. The outcome has been decided, and the two brothers Yang Wudi have seen Ye Tianxiong's true strength, so they should be very clear about what to do next. The broken clan has no way out except to turn to Ye Tianxiong. They have been completely subdued. Douluo continent is such a world where strength is respected. As long as you are strong enough, others will not dare to look down upon you even if you are a brat wearing crotchless pants. With the support of the Temple of Enshrinement, the establishment of the Bian Court will not be hindered. Ye Tianxiong finally had a formal research facility and could conduct research without restraint. With the endorsement of the entire Bian Court, even if Ye Tianxiong researches some excessive things, no one should question them. With enough workers under his command, Ye Tianxiong no longer needs to handle those trivial matters in person. With his hands and feet free, he can free up more energy to do more important things. After finishing his business with the Po clan, after returning to the enshrinement hall, Ye Tianxiong received an interesting piece of news. The 7 treasure glazed tile school seemed to be secretly spreading negative news about the Haoshan school. It seems that the Kaibao glazed sect is also entering the game. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Made War. Chapter 27 Made War. Ye Tianxiong was not interested in the actions of the Kaibao glazed sect. The chess game has been laid down, just let them do whatever they want. Anyway, Wuhandian is on the sidelines, unaffected by the storm, and has the ability to interfere at any time, so he is not afraid of what tricks they will play. Compared with the situation on the mainland, Ye Tianxiong is more concerned about the research progress at hand and the power struggle within Wuhan Palace. Wuhandian was already very powerful, after digesting the flesh scraped from Hao Shenzong's body, Wuhandian was even more powerful than before. It can be said that the several major forces in Douluo continent combined are no match for Wuhan Palace. The biggest obstacle to Wuhandian's dominance of the mainland is internal problems. Leaving aside the increasingly clear power struggle at the upper level, there is serious corruption in all levels of the lower level of the Soul Palace, deceiving the upper and lower, oppressing the local, and doing nothing, and a series of problems, all of which are corroding the foundation of the Soul Palace. If these problems cannot be solved, the rule of Wuhan Palace is like a castle in the air, which may collapse at any time. At the same time, the Wuhan Palace was just a sole master force. With a small number of ruling officials and a lack of experience in managing local areas, it was far inferior to the 2 major empires. Even if the 2 empires can be flattened, they cannot manage the huge territory well. In addition, there are many factions in Wuhandian with different interests, so it is difficult to work hard in one place. The management of Wuhan Palace is also full of loopholes, and the greatest power is concentrated among the upper-level senior soul masters. These soul masters may have advanced cultivation, but they don't necessarily know how to manage and govern, and how to control their subordinates. Wuhandian has been established for many years, but it still does not have a formal program or a guiding ideology system that is implemented from top to bottom. Most of the members of Wuhandian don't even know who they should be loyal to and what they should do besides burying their heads in cultivation. This can easily lead to problems. In 2 or 3 years, when Ye Tianxiang is older, he will inevitably intervene in the core power of Wuhan Palace. Smooth out this organization from top to bottom to lay the foundation for future domination of the continent. After finishing the report with his grandfather in the hall of worship, Ye Tianxiang returned to his residence to practice. When he returned home, Ye Tianxiang faintly heard a faint noise. After roughly guessing the whole story, he bypassed the main entrance and slipped in directly from the second floor on the side. Golden Crocodile Douluo 2 is clean, there are not many servants in the residence, and now only Qi and Tang Xiao are left to take care of the courtyard. It seemed like the two of them were having sex. In the hall on the first floor, Qi, who was dressed as a maid, was mopping the floor seriously. More than a year of practice has made her proficient in all kinds of housework, and the efficiency of housekeeping has improved to a higher level after possessing soul power. If it wasn't for some outsider who was always causing trouble, she should have cleaned the room spotlessly inside and out before the young master came back. Hey, what the hell is this? I am also a soul master anyway, why would I do such a thing? Tang Xiao, who was wearing the same uniform, kicked the bucket, and the splashed dirty water stained the freshly mopped floor again. She can accept being sold to the Wuhan Hall for the benefit of the sect, but it is difficult for her to accept the work of handling housework and chores as she is usually pampered in the sect. Tang Xiao, who possesses the clear sky hammer spirit, is undoubtedly proud. As a talented soul master, she should focus her time and energy on cultivation. Dealing with these trivial matters is simply a waste and insult to her talent. Hey, did you hear that? Seeing that Qi ignored him, Tang Xiao felt his dignity was hurt. It's nothing more than the high level of Wuhandian giving her a face, why would a commoner girl dare to ignore her? If you don't want to do it, stay where it's cool. Don't hinder my work. Qi was also unhappy seeing this foreign girl. They are all here as maids, so what right does Tang Xiao have to act so arrogant? One must know that Qi can be regarded as a bully in the courtyard. She has never loved anyone except Ye Tianxiang. Knock. Tang Xiao slammed the mop on the ground. It seems that the people in Wuhan Palace have never taught you how to respect the strong. Tang Xiao gritted his teeth, the fire in his eyes burning brightly. She has been wronged too much during this period, and now even a little maid has to embarrass her. It's time to show the strength of the successor of Haoshan sect and let the bastards in Wuhan Palace see how powerful Tang Xiao is. Making a name for yourself starts with the little maid in front of you. Hearing the noise, Qi gently put the mop back into the bucket, turned around and walked towards Tang Xiao calmly. Tang Xiao raised his head and lowered his eyes, looking at the approaching little maid with disdain. He didn't light up his soul ring and didn't summon his martial soul. He just stood there and stared at the other party. Tang Xiao didn't remember the name of the little maid, she only knew that the other party's martial spirit was blue silver grass. Blue silver grass is a plant that even pigs don't eat, which completely destroys the martial spirit. What kind of strength can a person who awakens such a useless martial soul have? On the contrary, Tang Xiao's martial spirit is the top clear sky hammer martial spirit in the mainland. She has reached level cultivation at the age of 9 and is also very outstanding in the sect. How can the Jiao Jiao battle soul hammer be shaken by the little blue silver grass? Qi walked up to Tang Xiao without any hindrance. Without any hesitation, she slapped the hateful outsider with lightning speed. Snapped. The crisp voice echoed in the empty living room. Tang Xiao, who was stunned by the big dick, had his face tilted, his face was stiff, his eyes were dull, and he was no longer as arrogant as before. She didn't expect that this little maid would dare to do something, and her technique was so clean, fast and ruthless, without dragging her feet. Snapped. Achi didn't stop, and several big pussies were pumped firmly on Tang Xiao's face, who couldn't react in time. Asshole! Tang Xiao reacted angrily, raised his fist, concentrated his soul power and threw it straight at Achi. The Haoshan school has strict education for the disciples in the sect. Tang Xiao also often fights against his peers. He is by no means a rookie with no combat experience. It was too late to summon the martial soul in this kind of melee combat, and it was necessary to counterattack as soon as possible. Achi was not afraid, and raised his hand to directly support Tang Xiao's fist, locking the opponent's fist, so that the opponent could not exert force. At the same time, he flicked his right foot, causing Tang Xiao to lose his balance. With the other hand, he pushed Tang Xiao to the ground. Hiss! Tang Xiao gasped as she fell to the ground. The dull pain in her body made her a little dazed. Before she could recover, a sharp pain hit her again. It turned out that Achi took the opportunity to grab the joint of Tang Xiao's arm and pressed her whole body directly on Tang Xiao. Then he clenched his fist and hit Tang Xiao on the face like a sudden storm. Tang Xiao was so beaten that he was unable to resist, and could only freeze on the ground, unable to move. Before Hao Shenzong came to Wuhan City to express his friendship, Ye Tianxing used heaven-defying methods and secret medicine to sort out Aki's last meridians. After the shackles were lifted, her cultivation was directly promoted to the 10th level like a divine enlightenment. To test Aki's strength, Ye Tianxing specially sent someone to get her a 1000-year level soul ring. After losing half her life, Achi finally managed to survive. Today's Achi is also a 12th level soul master, at the same level as Tang Xiao, and there is no difference in soul power cultivation. Achi, who has been trained by Ye Tianxing for more than a year, already has considerable combat effectiveness, and there are not many people of her age who can fight her. The careless Tang Xiao was naturally no match for her. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Recognize the Reality. Chapter 28 Recognize the Reality. Clear Sky School. Soul Master Achi, who was pressing on Tang Xiao's body, attacked mercilessly. After a few moments, Tang Xiao stopped struggling and lay quietly on the ground. Hey, hey! After Tang Xiao completely lost the ability to resist, Achi stopped. It is easy to defeat Tang Xiao, but it is very troublesome to deal with the follow-up. In a sense, Tang Xiao was Ye Tianxing's property. Achi didn't know if what he did would make the young master angry. But after all the beatings, the anger is also out, so just admit what punishment there is. Who made this Tang Xiao so arrogant, so beating up? Standing up, thinking about how to deal with the following things, Achi suddenly felt a chill down his back. She was very familiar with this feeling, it was the feeling of being watched by Ye Tianxing. Played well. On the stairs of the second floor, Ye Tianxing, who had been watching the theater for a long time, said lightly. Being able to beat the disciples of the Haoshan sect into such a state would not be in vain for Ye Tianxing's teachings to her. Young master. Achi turned around stiffly, her voice trembling. The words of praise did not make Achi feel relaxed. Ye Tianxing's voice was neither happy nor sad, and there was no emotion or anger at all. But it looked like Ye Tianxing had been watching the battle for some time. Da-da. Ye Tianxing walked down the stairs unhurriedly with brisk steps. The steps were not heavy but seemed to carry some strange magic power. Every sound made Aki's heart tremble. She understands Ye Tianxing's power and terror all too well. The young master is a being in human skin who has no emotions, even no humanity, and is beyond human beings. Possesses the mighty power to transform her trash into a soul master, and at the same time makes her feel the pain that life is worse than death during the transformation process. Don't be nervous, am I so scary? Ye Tianxiang raised his hand and pressed gently on Achi. Achi froze in place immediately, not even daring to shake her body. She was ready to accept the punishment in her heart, but when the nightmare came, she still couldn't deal with it calmly. Tang Xiao, who was lying on the ground, raised his head and tried to get up with his hands on the ground. It was a great shame and humiliation to be defeated by a useless spirit of blue-silver grass. Tang Xiao was very unwilling to admit defeat. Shocked, Tang Xiao finally lay down powerlessly after holding on halfway. She suffered too many blows to her body, and she really couldn't get up. Ye Tianxiang turned around and looked at the struggling Tang Xiao silently, with no expression on his face. Are you wronged by asking you to clean the house? Ye Tianxiang suddenly asked in a bad tone. He hates disobedient subordinates, and even more disobedient and useless subordinates. I am the sole master of Haoshan sect. I did not come to Wuhan Hall to be a maid. Tang Xiao said stubbornly. Until now, she still hasn't given up her pride of being a disciple of the Haoshan school. If she hadn't underestimated her opponent and been careless, she wouldn't have lost to a little maid. It seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. You are not only here to be a maid, you also have other more important roles. Speaking of this, the corners of Ye Tianxiang's mouth rose to reveal a faint smile. Achi, who was standing aside, looked at Tang Xiao, who was on the ground, and couldn't help showing a pitiful expression. Achi knew very well what terrible things Tang Xiao would face next. What do you mean? I want to see your Pope, I want. Feeling that something was wrong, Tang Xiao couldn't help moving back, away from the little boy in front of him. Achi, bring her along. Ye Tianxiang ordered in a low voice. It is said that the Clear Sky Hammer is the world's most powerful attack system weapon, and I want to see what is so special about the soul power circuit of the disciples of the Clear Sky School. Achi did not hesitate, leaned over to lift Tang Xiao up, and followed Ye Tianxiang's footsteps. For more than a year, she has become accustomed to carrying out Ye Tianxiang's orders. What are you going to do? You can't do this. Feeling bad, Tang Xiao struggled desperately, trying to get out of Achi's control. It's a pity that she was seriously injured and had no ability to resist. Go up to the second floor and come to a closed room with several metal bed boards. Achi skillfully placed Tang Xiao on the metal bed, then stood aside and waited for orders. Ye Tianxiang turned the switch next to him, and a lavender light source lit up at the top of the room. The light was soft and not dazzling at all. Close the door and lock it, and the room becomes a closed space. The surrounding environment made Tang Xiao feel very uncomfortable. She didn't know what would happen next, but she was sure it wouldn't be a good thing. Using all her strength, Tang Xiao was about to roll off the bed when the huge pressure from her back pushed her down, consuming her last bit of resistance. No, no! Tang Xiao was continuing to shout. Achi roughly stuffed a roll of white gauze into her mouth, telling her to shut up. Covering Tang Xiao's mouth was not only to keep her quiet, but also to prevent her from biting her own tongue in the following activities. Achi deeply understands the pain of exploring the soul power circuit. The pain is absolutely fatal. Up to now, Achi dare not say that he can completely resist it. Tang Xiao was pressed on the bed and struggled uselessly. She suddenly felt a chill on her back, and then some kind of viscous liquid was evenly spread on her back. At first, I just felt cold, as if mint had been applied to my body. When the wind blew, my body shivered with cold. Afterwards, his body began to gradually heat up, and a feeling of soreness spread from his back to his whole body. Pain, soreness, numbness, swelling. A variety of strange feelings intertwined together, performing a chorus on Tang Xiao. At first the feeling is not too strong, but as time goes on, the painful feeling gradually deepens, and it is almost unbearable later. Tang Xiao was sweating like crazy, so much so that his clothes were completely wet. She bit the gauze tightly, her eyes widened, showing a ferocious expression. It's a pity that no matter how much she struggled, it was useless, and she could only suffer in silence. After a while, Ye Tianxing's hand gently pressed against Tang Xiao's exposed back and began to use his soul power to activate the soul power circuit in Tang Xiao's body. The soul power around Tang Xiao's body began to flow rapidly under the guidance of Ye Tianxing. With Tang Xiao's back as the center, some faint dark lines began to appear all over his body. Tang Xiao, who was invaded by foreign soul power, became even more painful. Unable to hold on, she passed out. But passing out would not help, as she would soon be awakened by pain. Again and again, this painful reincarnation continues. People who possess the Clear Sky Hammer's martial soul, it turns out that the soul power circuit looks like this. Ye Tianxing, who had been operating, suddenly said, "It seems that the gift sent by Haoshan sect is of some use. Every soul master has a different path to drive soul power. The types of martial souls are different, the departments of martial souls are different, and the differences between the circuits of martial souls will be further expanded. Collecting the soul power circuit models of different soul masters, and comparing and analyzing the similarities and differences among them is of great effect on the study of martial arts. As a representative of the powerful attack weapon spirit, the Clear Sky Hammer is of great research value. Tang Xiao can be said to have provided important experimental data. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection." End of this chapter. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. The night is like ink, everything is quiet. Alas! Tang Xiao huddled in the corner of the bed against the wall under the quilt and sobbed softly. This was the first time in so many years that she had received such cruel treatment. The all-round torture, from physical to mental, was truly unbearable and unbearable. She even wanted to die. Just as she curled up and licked her wound silently, the quilt covering her body was suddenly lifted off. "It's so noisy at night that I can't let anyone sleep." Ah Chi stood on the bed and said impatiently. Tang Xiao, with a pale face and red eyes, pouted, his eyes full of resentment. Ah Chi words not only failed to stop the crying, but made the rain heavier and heavier. "Cry, keep crying for me. Believe it or not, wait a minute and I will strip you naked and throw you outside so that others can take a good look." Ah Chi's eyes narrowed into a line and she warned fiercely. Tang Xiao still has some sense of shame, and she doesn't want to be humiliated more. Due to Ah Chi's despotic power, the whimpering in the room was finally suppressed until it stopped completely. Seeing that Tang Xiao was not stubborn, Ah Chi turned around and walked out of bed, leaned over and groped under the bed. After a while, Ah Chi took out a small black wooden box from under the bed. Holding the box in her arms, Ah Chi's eyes became much softer. Carefully opened the box, and there were neatly stacked snacks wrapped in greased paper. After taking out 2 pieces, Ah Chi put the box away and put it back in its place. "Eat a little and you'll feel better." Ah Chi, who returned to bed again, handed a piece of snack to Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao blinked, froze for a moment, then slowly stretched out his hand, careful to catch the object. "Tang Xiao, you used to be from a wealthy family, and it's normal to feel uncomfortable in this situation. But crying can't solve any problems. You either accept reality or you go. But I have to remind you that corpses can also be used for research." After sitting down next to Tang Xiao, Ah Chi opened the oil paper package and tasted the snacks in small bites. Feeling the wonderful sweetness on the tip of her tongue, Ah Chi showed a satisfied expression. "You, what's your name?" Tang Xiao asked timidly with his head lowered. Tang Xiao didn't expect that the first kindness she received in Wuhan Palace would come from the little maid whom she despised and didn't even remember her name. "My name is Ah Chi." Ah Chi chuckled and said, "Remember to brush your teeth after eating, otherwise you will get cavities." 3 days after Ye Tianxing defeated Yang Wudi, Wuhan Palace officially issued a document, arranging for the Po clan to go to Bianyanting to engage in drug research. With the support of the enshrinement hall, the construction of Bigante was very fast. In addition, Ye Tianxiang had already made preparations. When the Po Ji clan received the arrangement, the facilities in the Bayan court had already taken shape. It was Ye Tianxiang who took the two Yang Wudi brothers to inspect the construction of Bianyanting. A seemingly ordinary courtyard in the northern district of Wuhan City is busy under construction. A lifelike blue Bianhua flower is carved on the courtyard gate. The petals are slightly open, seeming to be waving to visitors. This is where Bianyanting is located. Everyone, we will be working together here from now on. Let's go and understand the situation first. Ye Tianxiang, who was standing in front of the gate, greeted the people behind. A group of people filed in under the leadership of Ye Tianxiang and entered the interior of the building. Passing through the outer defense facilities, everyone came to the core area of the other shore court. Facing the gate is a large hall made of marble. The main hall is simple and heavy. There are not many decorative objects on it. There is only a sculpture of the other shore flower on the top. The door of the temple is open, and you can clearly see the interior furnishings from the outside. There are 2 rows of tall unfinished mahogany medicine cabinets placed on both sides of the wall in the hall. Each cabinet has a nameplate of the medicine for easy identification and access by the medicine boy. The floor with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the center is sunken to form a shallow pit, and a bronze medicine furnace with a diameter of 1 foot is placed in the pit. The surface of the medicine stove is covered with dark inscriptions, and there are mottled rust stains on it. It seems to be quite old. This medicine furnace looks old, but just by looking at it, you can feel a distant and vast atmosphere, which makes people feel calm. It can be seen that this thing is absolutely extraordinary and has a great background. There are 2 rows of low houses lined up on both sides of the main hall. The side of each house facing the main hall is open, and a small medicine stove is placed inside. Entering the entrance of the main hall, everyone felt that the soul power in their bodies was running much smoothly, and the facilities here seemed to hide many mysteries. What a great handwriting! Yang Wudi couldn't help sighing. Wuhandian is worthy of being the holy land of soul masters, and its profound heritage is rare in the world. Yang Wudi has been refining medicine for many years, so he naturally knows the ingenuity of the facility in front of him. The Broken clan refines medicine here, and both the efficiency and the success rate can be increased by at least %. Even though it's only %, when refining precious medicines, these odds are fatal. Workers must first sharpen their tools if they want to do well. The burden on the shoulders of Biantan Court is very heavy, and of course it must have facilities worthy of it. Ye Tianxiang will never save money where money should be spent. His goal is to build Bianting into the #1 drug research and production institution in mainland China. Yang Wudi, how do you like the information I gave you? Ye Tianxiang turned his head and asked. My lord, the formula of Yanghun pill is incomparably exquisite, and it is also the first time I have seen this kind of pill. There are many defects in Danfang, and it will take some time to recover. However, I have already mastered the pharmacology, and I believe that it will be able to complete the Dan recipe. Yang Wudi said respectfully. After seeing the incomplete prescription sent by Ye Tianxiang, Yang Wudi felt the power of the Wuhan temple even more, and his attitude became more submissive. The person who can come up with this kind of pill is definitely a master of alchemy, and his pharmaceutical technology is far above Yang Wudi, so he can't help but be unconvinced. At present, on Douluo continent, all the pills linked to cultivation base are of great value. Pills like soul cultivation pills, which can warm and nourish martial souls and increase the speed of cultivation, are even more valuable. Although the improvement effect of Yanghun pill is limited, and it only works for soul masters below the 30th level. But its ability to be mass-produced and its affordability outweigh any shortcomings. Most soul masters on Douluo continent are below level and have a huge audience. I believe that once this kind of elixir is produced on a large scale, it will definitely cause an uproar on the mainland. That's just part of the recipe, I'll give the rest to you when you officially take up the post. The Biantan court was newly built, and the main task afterwards was to refine a batch of soul-nurturing pills. Don't worry about other things, just let your people do it. As long as the technique can be practiced, it doesn't matter if more medicinal materials are wasted. Wait until the personnel and facilities are fully adjusted before researching other elixirs. The meal must be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be walked step by step. Ye Tianxiang does not expect the Po Ji clan to make any breakthroughs immediately. They just need to refine a batch of finished products first, and let the Wuhan Palace see the results. Wait until Bayan Court is completely stable in the Wuhan Hall before thinking about other things. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. After the great elder of the Haoshan sect returned from the Spirit Hall, the senior officials of the Haoshan sect finally breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the exact news. The internal problems of Wuhandian became prominent, and Haoshanzong was taken care of flawlessly for a long time to come. The biggest threat facing the Haoshan sect has been temporarily lifted. Elder, you have worked hard. Sect leader Tang staggered into the meeting hall with the support of other elders. His body is deteriorating day by day, and now he is almost exhausted. Being able to get out of bed and walk around at this time is just a flashback, and it won't last long. A little hard work for Haoshanzong is nothing. On the contrary, the suzerain worked hard for the sect day and night, so he should rest more. The Haoshan school cannot live without a suzerain. Looking at Tang's sect master who was getting thinner and thinner, the great elder said with sadness in his eyes. Tang Zongju calmly analyzed and rejected all opinions, and sent a mission to reconcile with Wuhandian, which made Haoshanzong out of danger. He, the sect leader, is still the irreplaceable backbone of the Haoshan sect. If the suzerain dies unfortunately, there will be disasters within the Haoshan school. The situation in Clear Sky School has improved, but we still can't take it lightly. There are many potential issues that need to be addressed as quickly as possible. Zongju Tang was so angry that his voice was hoarse and full of exhaustion. Wait until there are important matters to discuss, and I will make you more tired. The great elder had just returned to the Clear Sky School, he should have rested for a while due to the exhaustion of the journey. However, the situation waits for no one. Haoshan sect still has many serious problems that need to be solved, so the great elder can only be asked to work overtime. The suzerain's words are serious, we are members of the Haoshan sect, and we will do our best to serve the section. The elder said, cupping his hands. The great elder knew in his heart that the important matter to be discussed next might be related to the sect inheritance. Sect Master Tang couldn't hold on for too long, and had to elect the next sect master before his death to lead the Clear Sky School and ensure the continuation of the Clear Sky School. Originally, the two clans of the Haoshan sect were extremely outstanding existences, and when they grew up, they could even surpass sect master Tang in cultivation. It's a pity that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, who escaped and died, were unable to support the overall situation of the Clear Sky School. Now in Haoshanzong, it is a big problem to choose a suitable heir. After the great elder took a bath and changed his clothes, he soon returned to the meeting hall again. Sect Master Tang and the other elders sat in their seats and waited quietly without saying a word. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Sect Master Tang, who was leaning on the chair, said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I don't have much time. Haoshan sect needs a new sect leader to lead the sect to survive." The elders here could more or less guess what today's topic would be in advance, but they were still shocked when sect leader Tang said this himself. There is no need to live in the past. Now Haoshan sect has long lost its former glory and is in a very difficult situation. From the word survival, we can understand the crisis situation Haoshanzong is in. The position of sect leader is not a nice job, but a hot potato. Who do you think can succeed the suzerain? Tang's suzerain asked weakly after looking around with difficulty. The sect leader of the Haoshan sect has a heavy responsibility and is related to the balanced interests of the various branches within the sect, so he must be chosen carefully. Of course, this kind of thing should be put on the table for everyone to brainstorm. Sect Master Tang actually had selfish motives and supported the new sect master at the end of his life. The new suzerain received his grace, and after inheriting the position, it is not easy to kill the line of the former suzerain. This was the last thing Sect Master Tang could do for his lineage. All the elders present looked at each other, and finally their eyes were focused on the Great Elder. The Great Elder went to Wuhan Palace as an envoy and successfully helped the sect resolve the crisis. For the benefit of the sect, he even sacrificed his granddaughter. It can be said that he is selfless and fulfills his duties. In Haoshan School, the prestige of the Great Elder is second only to the suzerain, so it seems a good choice for him to be the next suzerain. Grand Elder, it seems that everyone is very supportive of you. What do you think? Sect Master Tang can't do much anymore, and he will not go against the wishes of the elders at this time. Besides, the Grand Elder is mature and prudent and is indeed very suitable for the position of sect leader. Thank you for your trust. However, I am old and frail, and it may be difficult for me to support the overall situation of the sect with my old bones. The Great Elder waved his hand and said with a bitter smile. The suzerain is completely different from the elders of the sect, and the pressure the suzerain must face is enormous. Although the Great Elder has prestige, but his cultivation level has not yet reached the level of titled Douluo, it is difficult to subdue insiders and outsiders. Now Haoshanzong has turned into a quagmire, the Great Elder doesn't want to sink into it. The other elders showed subtle expressions when they heard the first elder's evasion. They are very clear about the actual situation of the Haoshan school, the sect really can't pick a suitable new suzerain. The lower-level disciples in the sect had already accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction during the continuous heavy blows. If the higher UPS hadn't suppressed them desperately, internal conflicts would have exploded long ago. The Haoshan sect is currently facing internal and external troubles, and it can be said to be a powder keg. Being the leader of Haoshan sect is like being built on a powder keg, and if you are not careful, you may be blown to pieces. Then we might as well recommend some more candidates and let's discuss it together. Sect leader Tang did not embarrass the Great Elder. The twisted melon is not sweet, insisting that the Great Elder sit in the suzerain's position is not a favor, but an enmity. What he has to do now is to help the new suzerain as much as possible. After the Great Elder declined, the other elders showed no intention of competing for the position. They still have some understanding of their own strength, and it is definitely not a wise move to take over the burden at this time. Zongmen is very important, but maintaining their lineage is even more important. Everyone has a steelyard in their heart, and the pros and cons are clearly calculated, whether they are close or distant. Tang Biao is not very old and has been a soul saint for many years. I believe he will be able to break through to the soul Douluo realm in the near future. How about choosing him as the suzerain? Seeing that no one had any intention of joining, the Great Elder had no choice but to start recommending candidates. For the Haoshan school to become the #1 school in the world, there will naturally be a lot of talents in the school. Apart from the two brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao in the Mesozoic era, there were many promising children. It is the huge number of backbone forces that support the reputation of Haoshanzong, allowing Haoshanzong to firmly sit on the throne of the #1 sect in the mainland. Tang Biao's talent and cultivation are very good, but his personality is too impatient, and I'm afraid he is not suitable for the position of sect leader. The second elder hurriedly retorted. Tang Biao was from their lineage, and the second elder did not want Tang Biao to become a sect leader. I think Tang Ying's cultivation is not much lower than Tang Biao's, and he has a stable personality. He is a good candidate. Taking the Great Elder as an opportunity, the various branches of the Haoshan sect began to push each other and were unwilling to assume the position of the sect leader. As they pushed each other, the voices of the elders became louder and louder, and there was a faint tendency to cause trouble. Cough cough. Tang Zongzhi coughed violently, and the quarrel in the conference hall stopped abruptly. The Haoshan sect is in danger, but the elders in the sect are still fighting for their own interests. Sect leader Tang felt very tired, but he could understand the mood of the elders. If you can't take care of your own family, how can you have the strength to take care of others? Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Sudden Crisis. Chapter 31 Sudden Crisis. I understand your concerns. Right now, the sect is in danger and the situation is in dire straits. The burden on the new sect master is indeed heavy. But if the Haoshan sect really collapses, who in the sect will be spared? In any case, we should discuss a countermeasure together. Sect leader Tang's dim, lifeless eyes revealed determination. It is useless to escape, no matter whether the Haoshan school can choose a suitable new suzerain, the crisis will always come. All they can do is do their best and obey fate. The elders of the Haoshanzong present all lowered their heads, the corners of their mouths were slightly opened before speaking, and their cloudy eyes were full of shame and helplessness. Suffering so many blows in a row, their morale has been exhausted, and their once indomitable momentum is long gone. Just as everyone in the hall fell into silence, rapid footsteps suddenly came from outside. Sovereign, elder, something is wrong. The disciple of Haoshanzong who rushed straight into the meeting hall panted heavily and said hastily, "Hurry up, how decent is it? Talk about things slowly." The great elder frowned and scolded. The senior leaders of the sect are discussing important matters of survival, and how can they not allow the juniors below to disturb them? The disciples of the Haoshan sect who entered covered their chests and swallowed hard before saying, "Many of the disciples who went out were attacked by sneak attacks, and many people have been injured or killed. Let the sect master decide." Hearing these words, the faces of the elders present showed surprise expressions. The new suzerain has not been found yet, and this kind of moth is happening outside again. What? The seventh elder shouted in shock. Who is so bold to attack my Haoshan sect member? A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even after the Haoshanzong was hit hard, the power is still good. I don't know which power dares to challenge the majesty of the Haoshanzong. They're all small forces. They unite together and rely on the number of people to attack the children of Haoshanzong who are out. We understand, you go down first. Sect Master Tang leaned on the chair and whispered. Knowing that it was a small force, none of the senior members of the Clear Sky School relaxed, and their complexions became even more dignified. It stands to reason that even if these small forces unite, they would never dare to attack the people of the Clear Sky School. With the force of the Clear Sky School, they can be wiped out. Those small forces dare to be so rampant, there must be someone behind them secretly supporting them. Could it be the work of Wuhan Palace? The seventh elder looked at the first elder. It is not impossible for Wuhan Palace to say one thing and do another, and to secretly set things off for Haoshan sect. The hatred between the two families is there, and Wuhandian is the most suspected. It's not the spirit hall. They don't need to use this little trick. If you really want to make trouble with Haoshanzong, you can just make trouble directly. After calm analysis, the great elder ruled out the possibility of Wuhandian committing the crime. If it wasn't the Wuhan Palace, it could only be those companies doing good things. I didn't expect the former allies to be so disregarding of friendship. Second elder's words were full of sorrow. Apart from Wuhan Palace, there are only two major sects and two major empires on the Douluo continent that have the strength to oppose the Haoshan sect. They used to get together to fight against the expansion of the Wuhan temple, but they didn't expect to kill each other today. It's unclear, there's no evidence yet. Call Tang Yuehua back. Sect Master Tang covered his mouth with a handkerchief to catch the blood he coughed up. Tang Yuehua is the daughter of Tang Sect Master, and the younger sister of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. It's a pity that what she awakened was a mutated and useless martial soul, and her soul power is only at level 9. Kicked out of the sect by Haoshanzong because of his low cultivation, he runs a school of etiquette named Yuexuan in Tiandu Imperial City to help the sect collect intelligence. Haoshanzong needs more accurate information to judge the situation. At the same time, Tang Zongju's life is not long, and he wants to see his daughter again. Tang Yuehua was kicked out of Haoshanzong for more than 10 years, but her affection for the sect is still very deep. A woman who is only level 9 can gain a firm foothold in the Heaven Do Imperial City. Of course the support of Haoshanzong is indispensable in private. As soon as the Haoshan sect's edict was issued, she secretly returned to the sect along with the sect disciples who responded. Tang Yuehua, who had been away from home for many years, returned to Haoshan sect again. The world is impermanent, the situation is changing, and the Haoshan school is no longer its former glory. She didn't have time to lament the sect's weakness, so she just followed the sect elders to the sect master's bedroom. After the last meeting, sect master Tang's condition worsened, and now he can only lie on the bed and linger on his last breath. If Tang Yuehua had come a few days later, he might not have been able to see his father for the last time. After Tang Yuehua entered the room, the others retreated instinctively, allowing their father and daughter to have some space to be alone. "Father, I'm back." Tang Yuehua came to the bed, held Master Tang's hand and said painfully. "After not seeing each other for so many years, my father, who was once a great man, has turned into this." Tang Yuehua, who could not serve her father, felt very sad and guilty. "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." Sect Master Tang was able to see his daughter for the last time before he died. The daughter was unable to practice since she was a child, and her low strength could not support the glory of the sect. It was a helpless move to expel her from Haoshan sect. Every family has scriptures that are difficult to recite, and even the leader of the Haoshan sect cannot defy the sect's will. "How have you been these years? Have you been bullied?" At the end of his life, Tang Zongzhu was finally able to be an ordinary father and cared about the situation of his children. "Everything is going well for Yuexuan, I am living well in Tiandu City. Don't worry about me." Tang Yuehua wanted to say a lot to her father, but the 1,000 words turned into a few pleasantries in the end. Father and daughter looked at each other in silence. After a long time, Tang Yuehua lowered his eyebrows and asked softly, Second brother, does he have any news recently? Has he returned to the sect?" The relationship between Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua is very good. She is very concerned about her second brother's affairs. "Hi." Sect Master Tang let go of his hands, his face darkened, and he turned his head away and let out a long sigh. Cough, cough. He couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of black blood. "It's really a crime. What did I do wrong? Why are you all like this?" Tang Yuehua's face turned pale. And she took out her handkerchief to wipe the blood from her father's mouth. "Father, Tang Yuehua wanted to explain, but some things were useless. "Do you really think that I don't know?" Sect Master Tang, who was paralyzed on the bed, looked at the ceiling and said angrily, "You three are here to kill me." Sect Master Tang has run the Haoshan school for many years, and the sect is still relatively stable in his hands. Without the good deeds Tang Hao did, Haoshanzong would have hoped to go one step further and return to its heyday. It's a pity that his 3 unfilial children have no regard for the interests of the sect and always act recklessly, dragging the Haoshan sect into dangerous situations again and again. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao fell in love with the same soul beast. This is already a huge scandal. It is simply unreasonable, throwing Haoshanzong's face on the ground and stepping on it. His only daughter cannot practice cultivation, but she is not a normal person either. Tang Zongzhi really couldn't understand. There are thousands of men in the world, why she must fall in love with a man she shouldn't fall in love with. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Tang Yuehua lowered her head, not daring to look into her father's eyes. She was very aware of her sins and knew that there were certain things she shouldn't do. Unfortunately, she couldn't suppress her heart. "Forget it, I am a dying person, how can I still have the strength to take care of your affairs? Let you go." Sect leader Tang raised his head and sighed. Looking back on the past, his wife died young, and his father didn't discipline his children well. He is fully responsible for causing today's situation. Tang Yuehua buried her head deeper, tears overflowing from the corners of her eyes. They are indeed very unfilial children and always do stupid things to embarrass their father. Those small forces outside joined hands to deal with Hao Shenzong, who instigated it. Sect Master Tang didn't intend to waste time on useless things. Time is limited, and he must deal with the hidden dangers as much as possible. There are many forces involved. The two great empires, the other two sects, and many subordinate organizations of the Spirit Hall also participated. Tang Yuehua was stunned for a moment before slowly answering. Everyone pushed against the wall. The Haoshan sect has been hit hard recently. Many jackals will naturally come to see the wind when they smell the blood. Didn't Wuhan Palace take action directly? Sect Master Tang continued to ask. Wuhandians' control over subordinate organizations is limited, and the entry of subordinate organizations is not enough to show Wuhandians' true attitude. No movement in Wuhan Hall has been detected yet. Tang Yuehua replied softly. Wuhan Palace has been busy handling various internal affairs recently. After the new pope ascended the throne, there was considerable turmoil among the power classes within Wuhan Palace, and it would take some time to calm down the aftershocks. He didn't have much time to take care of Hao Shenzong's affairs. It seems like the Kaibao glazed sect is doing a good job. Sect Master Tang smiled bitterly. The last three sects have been allies for a long time, and Sect Master Tang has done a lot of research on the other two sects' styles. The Blue Lightning Overlord sect is arrogant and upright, and has always looked down upon those despicable tricks. As for the two great empires, they still don't have such great appeal and influence in the world of soul masters. In this case, only the Kaibao glazed sect would do such a thing. The guys from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school seem to be impatient and want to replace them. Sect Master Tang couldn't help murmuring. The Seven Treasure glazed tile sect is the most wealthy in the world, and its wealth is even comparable to that of the Wuhan Palace. As the second-ranked sect among the three upper sects, they have long coveted the title of the number one sect in the mainland. Now that the Haoshan school is in decline, they will not let go of this good opportunity. Aren't they afraid that Wuhan Palace will become bigger by doing this? Tang Yuehua was very dissatisfied with the actions of Kaibao glazed sect. The last three sects are connected with each other, and they should support each other and jointly resist the expansion of the Wuhan temple. Fighting each other will only increase the loss and let Wuhandian take advantage of it. The threat of Wuhandian is for the future. Compared with these, they are more concerned about the immediate interests. Since they couldn't find a way to curb the expansion of Wuhan Palace, they had no choice but to find ways to improve themselves in order to protect themselves. Tang Zongchu, who was near death and had no distracting thoughts, saw the situation more thoroughly. Among the major forces, only interests are the eternal theme. What they did was just to protect their own interests. Then what should we do? Tang Yuehua asked worriedly. Yuexuan can gain a firm foothold in Tiandu city only by relying on Haoshan sect secretly. If Hao Shenzong perishes, Tang Yuehua's Yuexuan will be a piece of meat on the chopping board. Jiao Jiao's battle soul hammer, the majestic clear sky school. I, Hao Shenzong, have stood in the world of soul masters for many years. How can I be shaken by a cat or a dog? They should also be shown how powerful the clear sky hammer is. Go and call the elders in. I have something to tell you. After identifying the enemy, sect leader Tang decided to take action immediately. Hit a punch to avoid 100 punches. On the premise that Wuhandian will not make a move for the time being, Hao Shenzong can also let go. Teach other forces a lesson and deter those who are waiting and watching. After hearing this, Tang Yuehua silently exited the room and invited the sect elders into the room. After the elders came in, Sect Master Tang struggled to prop up his body and leaned against the head of the bed. Dear elders, the Kaibao glazed sect has been coveting our position as the number one sect of the Haoshan sect for a long time. They are the ones who are in trouble with our Haoshan sect. We must teach them a lesson, let them know that Haoshanzong cannot be humiliated. Sect Master Tang said firmly. Sect Master, we have always been on good terms with the Kaibao glazed sect. Should we attack them now? The Great Elder said with doubts. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is a big sect, and it is very risky for the Haoshan school to fight against them. Others have already reached the doorstep of our home. If we don't fight back, we will die. The hearts of the Haoshan school are scattered, we must establish a common enemy and reunite the hearts of the people. After panting for a while, Tang Zongju said with difficulty. If it wasn't for the critical situation, he didn't want to confront the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile school head-on. But since the Kaibao glazed sect made the first move, he had no choice but to back down. A fight with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was the last plan Tang sect master left for the sect after careful consideration. The internal contradictions of the Haoshan school could no longer be suppressed, and it was necessary to find a target to vent the dissatisfaction and anger of the disciples in the school. Establishing an enemy can unite the entire sect and maintain harmony and stability within the sect. This enemy can't be too weak enemy can't bring enough sense of crisis to clear Sky School. Of course it can't be too strong enemies may crush Haoshanzong. The gap between Haoshanzong and Wuhandian is too big, a head-on confrontation with Wuhandian is courting death. Therefore, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which was secretly doing things, became a suitable choice. This battle is about the life and death of Haoshanzong, please do your best. The new suzerain of Haoshan School is still pending, let's use this battle to decide the candidate. The person who has made the greatest contribution to the sect can be the suzerain of the Haoshan sect. This is the second benefit this battle can bring to Clear Sky School. The new suzerain of Haoshanzong has not made a decision for a long time, and he has to come up with a solution. Through this battle, the selection of the suzerain is open, fair, and just, so that other people in the sect have nothing to say. This is also the best way to come up with no other way. Everyone, time waits for no one. Go down and make preparations. The elders who entered looked at each other in confusion. In the end, they didn't say much. They just walked out of the room silently and began to prepare for the counterattack. It's not that they don't have worries in their hearts, but the matter has come to this and there is no better choice. Sect Master Tang is still alive, and the Haoshan school still has the last sliver of strength. If we don't take this opportunity to achieve enough results to shock all parties, there will be no chance in the future. Once Sect Master Tang died, the Haoshan school would fall into a leaderless situation, and internal conflicts would no longer be difficult to suppress. At that time, no outsiders would be needed to attack, and the internal strife within the Clear Sky School would be enough to bring the school to its doom. If you have the strength, you should still go out and use it. Only by uniting with others can we find a way to survive. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Wuhan Hall, in the courtyard of the other side. Ye Tianxiang was standing in front of the alchemy furnace in the main hall directing the alchemy work. This was the first batch of elixirs refined after the establishment of Bianting. Ye Tianxiang personally went to refine the elixirs in order to maximize the success rate and earn a good start to boost morale. Several moving escalators have been set up in front of the tall medicine cabinets on both sides of the main hall, and there are more than a dozen long tables behind them, each of which is equipped with balances, mortars and other utensils. Dozens of drug boys are grabbing medicines according to the instructions. Some medicines will be directly put into the great alchemy furnace, and more medicines need to be sent to the remote house outside the hall for pre-treatment, and can be sent back for alchemy after the treatment is completed. It is not easy to refine elixirs such as soul-nourishing pills that are helpful for cultivation. There are dozens of medicinal materials alone, and many medicinal materials need to go through several processes before they can be put into the elixir furnace. The complexity of the process is dizzying. The process of refining medicine is very rigorous, and a mistake in one step may ruin the whole furnace of medicine. At the same time, if the dosage of the medicine is wrong, the medicine can also become a deadly poison. Therefore, everyone present maintained a state of high concentration and did not dare to be negligent. Ye Tianxiang, who was in command, was calm and composed, and ordered one after another in an orderly manner. The medicinal materials put into the alchemy furnace were also strictly controlled by him. So far, the refining work of Yang Hunpil has been surprisingly smooth, without any mistakes. Even Yang Wudi couldn't help but admire this young master's outstanding commanding ability and superb medicine refining skills. 3 days have passed, all the medicinal materials sent into the alchemy furnace have completely melted, and the medicinal properties have been fully released. Next, the medicinal properties of all the drugs need to be integrated with each other. Is the blue silver grass juice ready? Ye Tianxiang did not forget to explain the details to Yang Wudi when he was refining the medicine. In the future, the work of refining medicine will be gradually handed over to Yang Wudi, so he can teach him more. Ye Tianxiang still has a lot of things to do, but he doesn't have that much time to spend in the alchemy room. The fusion stage is the most critical stage of refining medicine. Whether various melted medicinal materials can be fused together to stimulate each other's medicinal properties is related to the efficacy and quality of the elixir. If the fusion fails, this batch of pills will be scrapped directly. If the degree of fusion is too low, the potency of the elixir will not be able to be exerted. The blue-silver grass juice has been processed. It's just that this blue-silver grass is really. Yang Wudi saw this kind of operation for the first time, so it's normal to have doubts in his heart. He had never heard that a plant like blue-silver grass, which even pigs would not eat, could be used to make medicine. Pour the blue-silver grass juice into the alchemy furnace 3 times, with an interval of 2/4 of an hour between each time. Ye Tianxiang didn't even turn his head, but continued to order. It is useless to talk about many things, and reality will speak for him. After 3 batches of blue-silver grass juice were put into the alchemy furnace as required, the furnace lit up with a fluorescent blue light. The light is very gentle, not dazzling at all, and makes people feel gentle and comfortable. As the fluorescence gradually extinguished, it seemed as if a pair of invisible hands were urging the pill furnace, and various medicinal materials were slowly and harmoniously blended together. A pool of uniform and translucent ink-colored solution can be clearly seen in the alchemy furnace, shaking continuously. A strong, refreshing medicinal fragrance emerged from the alchemy furnace and floated in the hall. Yang Wudi didn't need to look at it to know that the quality of this furnace medicine was absolutely top-notch. Every plant has its own characteristics. Blue-silver grass is indeed a fragile plant. It is very fragile, but has high adaptability and plasticity, and can be used as a catalyst for the fusion of different kinds of medicinal materials to promote the fusion of different kinds of medicines. Useful medicinal materials do not necessarily grow in deep mountains and old forests. Many medicinal materials actually grow around us. It's just that we haven't figured out its purpose yet. Ye Tianxiang looked at the solution in the pill furnace and warned seriously. The Po clan's pharmaceutical technology is at the top level on the entire continent, but it still has great limitations. They still have a lot to learn. This subordinate understands. Yang Wudi said with a slight sweat on his forehead, and finally cupped his hands respectfully. Yang Wudi has always been very confident in his pharmaceutical technology. During this time, he deeply realized what it means to have someone outside the world. The soul-nourishing pill is just the beginning, there are still many pills to be researched and refined later. The journey of refining medicine is extensive and profound, one cannot slack off and be complacent. This pot of elixir is basically stable, and the rest of the matter should be left to Yang Wudi to handle. Ye Tianxiang still has a lot of things to do. He has stayed in Bianyanting for long enough. After the refinement of this batch of soul cultivation pills is completed, your Po Ji clan will keep half of it, and send the rest to me. The main force in refining medicine is the members of the Broken Clan. Ye Tianxiang will naturally not begrudge rewards for completing the task well. Don't look at only half of it, it is already the limit to be able to eat these pills with the body of the POPES clan. Any more would make people jealous. Medicines that can increase the speed of cultivation are in high demand, and there are many people in Wuhan Palace who are in need of them. With the support of the Hall of Consecration, the Bian court received a large amount of resources from the Hall of Wuhan. Wuhan Palace has extraordinary foundation, but its resources are not brought by strong winds. Many people have expressed doubts and dissatisfaction with putting so many resources into the other side court. The other side of the court must prove its worth in order to obtain more resource tilt. This stove of soul-nourishing pills is the first answer sheet that Ye Tianxiang handed over. The other shore court can generate income, and it is a huge income. In the future, higher-level medicines will be produced here to help Wuhandian improve its overall strength. At the same time, large-scale production of various drugs can significantly reduce the prices of various drugs and monopolize the mainland's drug market. By controlling various types of auxiliary drugs, Wuhandian can strengthen its control over lower-level institutions. At the same time, more generous conditions were offered to recruit talented free soul masters from outside to further expand the power of Wuhan Hall. The other court was founded by Ye Tianxiang, and it is his core team. In a few years, when Bianting makes more political achievements, Ye Tianxiang will be able to obtain enough political capital to further intervene in other affairs of Wuhan Palace and absorb the power of Wuhan Palace. After coming out of the other side courtyard, Ye Tianxiang didn't stay outside, but returned home directly. Golden Crocodile Douluo has rested for a long time, and is about to enter a state of retreat. Ye Tianxiang had to go back to see his grandfather. After reaching the extreme Douluo realm, every step forward is very difficult, and the retreat time will last for a long time. It is normal for a few months or even a year or so. When he returned home, he saw Golden Crocodile Douluo in white uniform sitting in the living room drinking tea leisurely. Ah Chi and Tang Xiao stood at the back with serious faces, waiting for orders. "Grandpa, haven't you gone to retreat yet?" Ye Tianxiang naturally sat across from Golden Crocodile Douluo, and poured himself a cup of tea. "I'm not worried about you, kid, otherwise I would have gone into seclusion long ago. I haven't seen anyone for a few days. How is the other side court?" Golden Crocodile raised his head and asked after taking a sip of tea. "Don't worry, you. The first batch of elixir is ready to be released, and the process of the other side court is going smoothly. Just go and retreat with peace of mind. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection." End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Silence is better than sound. Chapter 34 Silence is better than sound. After confirming that his grandson could handle the situation, Golden Crocodile finally felt at ease. After House Hung explained for a while, he left the residence and went to the secret place deep in the enshrinement hall to retreat. Golden Crocodile Douluo had not left home for a few days when Ye Tianxiang received a summons to pay tribute. Ye Tianxiang had just shown his loyalty to the Spirit Hall, and it was very unlikely that the great priest would plot against him in the Hall of Spirits at this time. So he packed up his clothes and hurried over leisurely. As soon as they entered the hall dedicated to the angel god, they saw Qian Daoliu and Qian Rongxiu with their eyes closed, clasped hands, praying devoutly to the angel god. Ye Tianxiang, who didn't want to disturb them, just waited quietly at the door. The moment he saw Qian Rongxiu, Ye Tianxiang knew that the danger was completely lifted, and he could roughly guess the purpose of the great priest this time. After a long time, Qian Daoliu and Qian Rongxiu opened their eyes together. After a period of recuperation, the sadness of Chihiroji's death faded a lot. The grandparents and grandchildren still looked dignified, but they were much more energetic than before. "Xiao Qiang, I kept you waiting." Qian Daoliu turned around and said with a smile. When Ye Tianxiang arrived outside the hall, Qian Daoliu could already sense his presence. "However, the prayer ceremony was not completed, so I did not say hello immediately. I've seen a big offering." Ye Tianxiang walked up to Qian Daoliu and bowed seriously. "Don't be too polite. Qian Daoliu has a good impression of Ye Tianxing. This kid is smart, capable, steady-minded, and very polite. He is indeed a top candidate for his grandson-in-law. The sky, the sky. Facing Ye Tianxing, who suddenly arrived, the nervous Qian Rongxiu's face became a little stiff. She wasn't prepared at all. It would be too bad if she made an embarrassment in front of Tian Kaiyang. Zioxiu, long time no see. Ye Tianxing sent a calm greeting. Haha. Looking at his granddaughter's appearance, Qian Daoliu couldn't help laughing. After Chihiroji's death, Zioxiu's mood has been very low. She always had a straight face at such a young age, and only when she saw Ye Tianxing would she relax a little. Qian Daoliu couldn't see the carelessness of his granddaughter. I heard that during this period you either stayed in your room practicing all day long, or you went to the other side court to preside over work, and you didn't even come out to move around. How have you been these days? Qian Daoliu's tone was very gentle, as if the grandfather next door was chatting with the younger generation, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Had a good time. Reading books, refining medicine, and practicing practice every day are very fulfilling. Ye Tianxing replied truthfully. Qian Daoliu already knew what he did, and he had nothing to hide. At your age, you should still get out and move around more and communicate more with your peers. Learning and cultivation needs to be done step by step, there is no rush, and a combination of work and rest can last for a long time. Qian Daoliu said. Did he look at Qian Rongxiu next to him? His intention was already obvious. What you said makes sense. But I think my focus now should be on study and cultivation. Ye Tianxing didn't want to play house with children. It's okay to lie down in bed and take a nap if you have time. Before Qian Daoliu could speak, Ye Tianxing hurriedly changed the subject. Information came from spies outside. The Haoshan sect and the Kaibao glazed sect are already at odds with each other, but there has not yet been a large-scale conflagration. What do you think they are doing? Perhaps the conflict they had built up in private broke out, so they fought. Qian Daoliu has been staying in the worship hall to pray for his dead son recently. He can generally know the things outside, but he really doesn't know the cause of the things. But with his granddaughter by his side, he had to maintain his stalwart image, so he just found an excuse to prevaricate. Grandpa, don't you have something to deal with? Qian Rongxiu, who was left on the sidelines, pouted and couldn't help interjecting. The purpose of inviting Tian Kaiyang here is not to discuss the general trend of the world. Yes, yes, yes. Look at my memory. Zioxiu, Grandpa still has some things to deal with. It's up to you to entertain Xiao Kaiyang. Before Ye Tianxing could react, Qian Daoliu only said goodbye and ran away. Qian Rongxiu didn't like to communicate with her peers. After Qian Sunji's death, she became even more taciturn and her mood became depressed. If things go on like this, Qian Rongxiu will definitely suffer from a heart attack. Qian Daoliu was very worried about his granddaughter's condition and put a lot of effort into this aspect. Among the children of the same age as Qian Rongxiu in Wuhan Hall, only Ye Tianxing had the best relationship with her. So Qian Daoliu thought of a way to call Ye Tianxing over. After Qian Daoliu left, only Ye Tianxing and Qian Rongxiu were left in the empty hall. The two looked at each other, and Qian Rongxiu, who didn't know what to say for a moment, turned her head slightly, pursed her lips, and stood there in a daze. I haven't been here for a while. Can you take me around for a walk? At the critical moment, Ye Tianxing spoke up to break the situation. Ye Tianxing is not strong enough and will need the support of the enshrinement hall for a long time to come. Having a good relationship with Qian Rongxiu will benefit her future career. Yes, yes. Qian Rongxiu hastily replied after regaining her composure. Qian Sunji's death was a huge blow to Qian Rongxiu, and even after such a long time, she still couldn't fully recover. Bibi Dong didn't care about Qian Rongxiu, and she didn't have any friends in the spirit hall, and Qian Daoliu was busy worshipping angel gods, so it was impossible for her to stay with her all the time. Qian Rongxiu, who has been lonely for a long time, feels empty and fragile inside. She actually longs to be protected. The last time Ye Tianxing stepped forward, Qian Rongxiu felt inexplicably throbbing. Qian Rongxiu took a deep breath, calmed down her inner emotions, and led Ye Tianxing to play nearby. As the host, Qian Rongxiu originally wanted to introduce the surrounding scenery to Ye Tianxing. But when many words came to my lips, I was so nervous that I couldn't say them out. Ye Tianxing didn't say anything other than Qian Rongxiu at the beginning, just walked behind her not far or near, turning his head from time to time to admire the surrounding scenery. The tree-lined avenue outside the worship hall is full of green trees, full of vitality, and flowers are in full bloom. The tranquil floral fragrance is very gentle, not too strong and pungent, and it is touching and comfortable. After walking for a while, Qian Rongxiu finally stopped and said, "The sky. What's wrong?" Ye Tianxing stopped almost at the same time, and then asked softly. "Me." Qian Rongxiu pursed her lips and clenched her teeth, unable to utter a word. Anxiously, she could only stomp on the ground to vent her dissatisfaction, while secretly cursing herself for being incompetent. Just when Qian Rongxiu was upset, Ye Tianxing quietly picked an unknown flower from the nearby flowers and walked to her. "Is this flower as pure as snow beautiful?" Ye Tianxing handed the flower to Qian Rongxiu and asked. "It's beautiful. How does it smell?" "Slight aroma, very nice smell." Ye Tianxing raised his other hand and gently brushed the petals. "The petals are very soft, would you like to try them?" Qian Rongxiu timidly raised her hand, her white and slender fingers touched the petals. "It's soft and comfortable. A lot of things don't necessarily need to be expressed in words. People have more than one sense to observe the world. Noisy sound affects people's experience, so it's a good thing to keep quiet. The silence speaks." Ye Tianxing raised his eyebrows slightly, signaling Qian Rongxiu to catch it. Qian Rongxiu, who was lightly holding the flower branch with both hands, couldn't help lowering her head, her gradually hot face began to blush. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 has been prepared. Chapter 35 has been prepared. After accepting Ye Tianxing's flowers, Qian Rongxiu consciously walked behind. The sun was shining brightly and the breeze was blowing. The two of them walked leisurely on the quiet path, one after the other, without saying any more unnecessary words. Enjoy your hard-won moments of tranquility. The depression and resentment just now had all dissipated, and Qian Rongxiu felt very relieved as she watched Ye Tianxing's reliable back. The little girl secretly thought to herself that it would be great if it could continue like this. Gently shaking her head, Qian Rongxiu's face became even more rosy. She didn't understand why she had such a shameful thought. "The small seeds have already been planted, but I don't know whether they will germinate and grow smoothly in the future, and finally bear a lot of fruit." Qian Douluo, who was hiding in the dark and spying, looked at his granddaughter's retreating back, with a relieved smile on his tired face. "I didn't misunderstand the person. Ye Tianxing is really capable, and he is a suitable candidate for entrustment." The relieved Qian Douluo did not continue to follow, but turned around and returned to the worship hall to continue serving the angel god. After wandering around for a while, Ye Tianxing brought Qian Rongxiu back to his residence. It was getting late and he should prepare to go back. It was only when she caught a glimpse of the outline of her own house in the distance that Qian Rongxiu woke up from the dream. Qian Rongxiu, who suddenly returned to the real world, felt as if she had been hit hard. The journey ended too quickly, and she reached the end without enjoying it. She lowered her head and felt a little frustrated. She should have walked slower. Tianxing is also true, what to do if he walks so fast, and he won't stay with her for a while. Arrive. When he reached the gate, Ye Tianxing stopped, turned around and whispered to Qian Rongxiu. "Would you like to go in and sit down?" Qian Rongxiu clenched her fists tightly and said to the boy courageously. The last time Ye Tianxing carried her back, he was interrupted by Bibi Dong. Qian Rongxiu didn't even have a chance to entertain Ye Tianxing. Bibi Dong has become the Pope now, and usually lives directly in the Pope's palace, rarely coming back. There should be no surprises this time. Before Ye Tianxing could answer, a black shadow had already covered Qian Rongxiu's immature figure. "Follow me back." Bibi Dong's voice was like a glacier in the Northland that has not melted for thousands of years, so cold that it made people tremble. "I do not." Qian Rongxiu did not succumb to Bibi Dong's lustful power. Instead of retreating, she rushed forward and hugged Ye Tianxing by the waist. Ye Tianxing stood straight on the spot and calmly looked at the opposing mother and daughter in front of him, without moving forward or retreating. At this time, the image established before retreating will be completely collapsed. "Tianxing, I don't want to stay here, please take me away, okay?" Qian Rongxiu, who was hugging Ye Tianxing, raised her head, and tears began to roll in her eyes. After Qiang Sunji died, Bibi Dong was obsessed with her career but did not relax her persecution of her daughter. The repeated injuries made Qian Rongxiu disheartened. She was too disappointed in her mother. "You know how to seduce men at a young age. Is he the one you rely on when you disobey me?" Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, her pupils shrank, and her face was full of resentment. Bibi Dong was very dissatisfied with Ye Tianxing. Now that Qian Rongxiu rebelled against her and turned to Ye Tianxing, it was simply unbearable. "He and I are just friends." Qian Rongxiu turned her head and said angrily, "Why do you say that to me? Zioxiu, do you want to play at my place?" Ye Tianxing helped Qian Rongxiu up and said lightly, "It's pointless to entangle with crazy women, so Ye Tianxing directly chooses to ignore them. There are enshrined halls on it, but Bibi Dong, who is just a contra, can't make any big waves. Is it really possible?" After the request was directly agreed, Qian Rongxiu was rather embarrassed. "Let's go quickly. Bibi Dong is very abnormal woman, it's better to leave quickly." "You bastard, if you dare to leave, never come back." Amidst Bibi Dong's roar, the two children turned around and left quickly. When Qian Rongxiu completely disappeared from sight, Bibi Dong shed tears of disappointment and collapsed beside the door. Jealousy distorts people's faces. Qian Rongxiu, a child with dirty blood flowing in her body, can be cared for, so why should she face that cruel fate? Even if she kills Qian Sunji and becomes the Pope, Bibi Dong still can't stay with her beloved Yu Xiao Gang. The huge gap was the source of Bibi Dong's anger. She felt it was too unfair. Ye Tianxing, who left here, didn't care about Bibi Dong's condition at all. He has already seen clearly the depth of this woman, and a weak person is not even a stumbling block on the way forward. Bibi Dong was able to ascend to the Pope so early by relying on the political legacy left by Chihiro-ji. It itself has not made great contributions to the Wuhan Temple, nor has it been able to avenge the former Pope and completely consolidate the political legacy. It is also expected that it will be difficult to fully control the power of Wuhan Palace. This situation is undoubtedly beneficial to Ye Tianxing. If the Pope cannot control the power alone, he will have a wider space to play. By constantly providing benefits to the upper and lower ranks of Wuhan Hall, more people in Wuhan Hall will side with him, and Bibi Dong will eventually be sidelined. Let her become a puppet with only the title of Pope and no real power. After running a certain distance, the two stopped to take a rest. Ye Tianxing's face was not flushed, his heart was not beating, and he was in good condition. Qian Rongxiu bent over and put her hands on her knees, gasping for breath. Not only the impact of running at full speed on the body, but also the strong psychological stimulation. This was the first time that Qian Rongxiu had boldly resisted Bibi Dong, directly disobeying her mother's orders. "Do you feel better?" Ye Tianxing didn't help Qian Rongxiu, but just stood aside and waited quietly. "Much better. Qian Rongxiu's cultivation base is over level, this distance is not difficult for her. You said I'd just run away, would she?" After leaving Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu felt a little flustered. No matter what, Bibi Dong is her mother, and no matter how disappointed she is, she cannot cut off the blood connection between them. The small stick is followed by the big stick. After a few days, when her anger subsides, you should be able to bring a gift and explain it to her. Ye Tianxing's voice is very magnetic, like the devil's hell in the abyss, full of temptations that are hard to refuse. Grandpa is busy these days, so can I stay at your house for a few days? Qianrongxiu said sheepishly, forcing a smile. I promise I won't get in trouble. It's all Grandpa's fault. It's definitely not that she wants to stay at Ye Tianxing's house for a while. The guest room is still available, you can live there temporarily. But you have to figure out a change of clothes yourself. As long as Qianrongxiu can keep quiet, Ye Tianxing doesn't mind too much. Don't worry about the clothes. I've already prepared them. Qianrongxiu took out the ruby necklace she was wearing and said. It was a space soul guidance device, more than enough to hold Qianrongxiu's luggage. Have you already prepared it? Ye Tianxing narrowed his eyes and looked at Qianrongxiu. He. Qianrongxiu, whose plan was exposed, quickly waved her hands to defend. No, I mean to be prepared. Those things are for going out. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 The Reason for the War. Chapter 36 The Reason for the War. Achi, why do you think our Clear Sky School is fighting with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Tang Xiao, who was carefully wiping the tables and chairs with a rag, asked without raising his head. The fight between the Haoshan sect and the Kaibao Glazed sect caused quite a stir, and many people in the Wuhan Hall were waiting to see the joke. After being passed around, it naturally reached Tang Xiao's ears. Well. Achi let out a long sigh and said helplessly, we are just 2 little maids, just do our job well. We have no control over external matters, and they are none of our business. After teaching Tang Xiao a lesson last time, she finally lived in peace for a few days, but now she has relapsed. Achi felt that it was necessary to talk to her about the true meaning of life tonight. Sister, I'm just going to talk casually. There are no outsiders here, so it shouldn't matter if you have a few small talk. Tang Xiao put down his work and smiled at Achi. After being brutally beaten, Tang Xiao's outlook on life was greatly impacted. In order to survive better in Wuhan Hall, she had to put down her arrogant temper. It's not ashamed to recognize Achi as the boss. After all, Tang Xiao is inferior to him in terms of qualifications and strength. Feeling Tang Xiao's gaze, Achi put the rag into the bucket. This girl was obviously 2 years older than her, so why couldn't she understand simple things? Isn't the matter between Haoshan sect and Kaibao Glazed sect obvious? When the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and other forces go to seek the Haoshan school's bad luck, this battle is very difficult to avoid. Achi usually didn't have anyone to talk to relieve her boredom. There was no one around, so she didn't mind satisfying Tang Xiao's desire. Anyway, she just chatted a few words. How could it be so inevitable? The Haoshan school and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School used to have a very good relationship. Tang Xiao is the granddaughter of the great elder of the Haoshan sect, so she still knows some inside information. Don't just look at the problem on the surface. In the past, the Haoshan sect and the Kaibao Glazed sect could get along well because they had common interests. Once the core interests conflict, no matter how good the relationship is, it is inevitable to fight. As the eldest sister, Achi decided to teach Tang Xiao a good lesson. I don't see any conflict in the core interests of the 2 families. Aqiun's confused words made Tang Xiao even more confused. The conflict of core interests between the 2 is not in the present, but in the future. In denouncing Tang Hao's battle, Haoshanzong has enmity with many forces. The reputation of Haoshanzong has been rotten. If they want to revive their reputation, they must catch a big force and beat them up. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and frighten all parties. Use absolute force to make everyone dare not say anything. The Kaibao Glazed sect is the most suitable, or it can be said to be the only chicken. A small force is too weak, and killing them is not enough to show the force of the Clear Sky School. Only a big force can be worthy of the status of the Clear Sky School. Wuhan Palace is very strong now and will be even stronger in the future. Haoshan sect will not be stupid enough to fight against Wuhan Palace. The royal families of the two empires have political power and legal principles, and it is not easy for the Haoshan sect to cross the line and get involved in the imperial struggle. The Blue Lightning Overlord sect possesses the continent's #1 offensive beast spirit. After the Kyali clan replenishes its financial resources, its power will further expand. Definitely not a force to mess with. Only the Kaibao glazed sect looks like flowers and brocades cooking oil, but in fact it is strong inside and out and is the best to deal with. The Kaibao glazed sect's strength relies on the two super Douluo sword Douluo and bone Douluo. The Seven Treasures glazed pagoda itself is an auxiliary martial spirit, and the children of the direct line have no combat power. After sword Douluo and bone Douluo leave, will the Seven Treasures glazed sect still be able to find such a powerful and reliable sect protector Douluo? The Seven Treasure glazed tile school is indeed the most wealthy in the world, but it is very difficult to attract title Douluo who is willing to fight against the Haoshan school with wealth alone. Once the two titled Douluo Jian and Gu pass away, the Haoshan sect will inevitably find trouble with the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect. In order to avoid this happening, the Kaibao glazed sect can only make plans in advance to nip it in the bud. How long would it take to take this opportunity to further weaken the power of the Haoshan school? Qi took his time to sort out the conflicts between the two forces. After listening, Tang Xiao still showed an expression of disbelief. What you are talking about is the future, the world is impermanent, who knows how the situation will change later. How could the Kaibao glazed sect be in trouble with the Haoshan sect because of uncertain matters? Tang Xiao said he couldn't understand it at all. The master of Kaibao glazed sect is a smart man, and smart people always look at problems in the long term. Moreover, attacking the Haoshan sect would not only eliminate future enemies. The reputation of the Haoshan sect has already been lost, and some time ago it angered many small forces because of its default. The Haoshan sect has been suffering for a long time, and it needs a force to stand up and lead everyone to defeat the darkness. As long as the Kaibao glazed sect can achieve this goal, the sect's reputation will skyrocket and it will gain the hearts of a large number of soul masters. The direct descendants of the Kaibao glazed sect are all auxiliaries, relying heavily on external combat power to maintain the sect's military strength. Fame is paramount to them. As long as it can win, the Kaibao glazed sect will usher in unprecedented development speed in the next period of time. They will expand rapidly in a short period of time, firmly standing on the title of the #1 sect in the world. When the time comes, the Kaibao glazed sect will be qualified to compete with the Wuhan Palace. War is not a child's play. If there is not enough benefit, Kaibao glazed sect will never start a war with Haoshan sect. Has our Haoshan sect become a chess piece for you to manipulate? Tang Xiao still couldn't figure out what was going on. Even the little maid Qi can tell the reason. How could the senior officials of Wuhan Palace not know the reason? I am afraid that Wuhan Palace has caused all this. In a fight between the Seven Treasure glazed tile school and the Clear Sky school, no matter who wins, there will inevitably be a lot of casualties. Wuhandian can sit back and watch the enemy kill each other without a single soldier, such a vicious strategy. Qi pressed forward, her whole face almost touching Tang Xiao's. She put away her smile, and said with an extremely serious expression, "You don't need to take other things seriously. But there is one thing you must remember. Married daughters, spilled water. The moment you are sent to Wuhan City, the moment you arrive here, you have already quit the Clear Sky School, joined the Wuhan Palace, and become the young master's property. Not our Haoshan sect, but their Haoshan sect. You must know where you stand without any deviation. Otherwise you will die without a burial place." The relationship between Wuhan Palace and the Haoshan sect has only temporarily eased. If the Haoshan sect rises again one day, the two sides will still fight. People caught in the middle like Tang Xiao will be torn to pieces if they can't take a firm stand. But Tang Xiao was obviously frightened by Aki aura. But she grew up in Haoshan sect, so how could she give up her feelings for the sect so easily? There is no but. If one day I find out that you betrayed the young master, I will definitely kill you with my own hands, and then commit suicide to apologize. Achi raised his finger and scratched his neck, and said viciously. It doesn't have to be so serious. Tang Xiao was so frightened that he shivered. I was terrified of him, but I respected him a lot. I wouldn't be who I am now without him. During the time I stayed in the orphanage, I deeply realized how important strength is. How precious is the opportunity to climb up. Achi suddenly raised his head and showed a strange smile. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Maid and Guest. Chapter 37 Maid and Guest. Tang Xiao, who looked embarrassed, smoothed the ends of his hair, his eyes tilted and he did not dare to look at Achi. The moist eyes turned around several times, and after thinking for a long time to stabilize his mind, Tang Xiao finally replied seriously, Elder sister, I promise that I will never betray the young master. People had to bow their heads under the eaves, and Tang Xiok was still in the Wuhan Hall. Anyone who dared to resist would only die. Whether it is true or false, she must first find ways to save her own life. Remember what you said today. Achi returned to the original position with a normal expression, picked up the rag and continued working. As if everything just now had never happened. Sister, did you come up with all these things yourself? After talking about business, Tang Xiao realized that Aki knowledge was not what someone of this age should have. It was only after being enlightened by an expert that I could see the inside of the matter clearly. It doesn't matter if you can see this puzzle clearly. The person who set up this puzzle is really powerful. Achi didn't look back and said proudly. Tang Xiao didn't ask any more questions and continued working. Before Yetianxiang came back, they had to clean the inside and outside of the house, and they would be punished if they failed to complete the task. Recalling the scene when he was put on the experimental platform that day, Tang Xiao couldn't help but tremble. After the cleaning work was completed, as soon as the two maids took a breath, Yetianxiang came back with the guests. Master, welcome back. The two bowed respectfully at the door, one on the left and the other on the right. No gifts. This is Qian Rongxiu, the granddaughter of the great worshipper. She will be staying here for a few days. You must treat her well. Yetianxiang took Qian Rongxiu straight into the living room and sat down. Lord Qian Rongxiu, welcome. The two maids continued to salute. Qian Rongxiu, who had just sat down, inadvertently turned her head and glanced at Achi. The moment the two looked at each other, the little maid's calm eyes made Qian Rongxiu feel a little uncomfortable. Women's intuition is quite keen. Qian Rongxiu always feels that the girl next to her is not a good thing. At least not for her. Achi took the lead to look away, lowered her head and walked towards the back room. When guests arrive, tea and snacks are naturally indispensable. Tianxiang, your maids are really well trained. After Achi left, Qian Rongxiu approached and said. I trained by myself, so it's pretty good. Yetianxiang said lightly while leaning on the leather sofa to stretch his body. I think they are quite good, otherwise. Qian Rongxiu whispered. Qian Rongxiu didn't really like those two maids, she just wanted to keep them away from Tianxiang. After stretching his body, Yetianxiang turned back and asked unhurriedly, what were you talking about just now? I'm a little thirsty. Qian Rongxiu, who felt bad suddenly, quickly changed her words. Yetianxiang had already helped her too much. It was really inappropriate to ask for things as soon as she came to the door. Just as they were talking, Achi and Tang Xiao had already brought out the brewed tea. Master Qian Rongxiu, please have tea. After placing the tea set on the coffee table, Qi held the cup in both hands and served the tea respectfully. Ye Tianxing had already reminded her when she entered the door that Jian Rongxiu was the granddaughter of the great priest, and Qi was very clear about her status. With Qi identity, fighting Jian Rongxiu would be a dead end. Even if Qi was very upset, she didn't dare to show any disrespect on her face and neglect the distinguished guests. When taking the teacup, Jian Rongxiu glanced at Ye Tianxing without leaving a trace. Seeing that Ye Tianxing's eyes were as calm as the waves of a 1,000-year-old well, the anxiety welling up in her heart was suppressed. After chatting in the living room for a while, Ye Tianxing stood up and said to Jian Rongxiu, "It's getting late, I should get busy. Qi will take you to the guest room to settle in later. If you have any requirements, just tell them directly. It's important, you can go to work first. Don't worry about me." Jian Rongxiu got up and said very obediently with a faint smile. She didn't want to interfere with Ye Tianxing's work and make people dislike him. Jian Rongxiu sat down leisurely when Ye Tianxing completely disappeared at the end of the stairs. Now only Jian Rongxiu and 2 maids were left in the living room. It is said that 3 women play one drama, even if they are young, it does not hinder communication. Don't just stand around, come and sit with me for a while. Jian Rongxiu's face was filled with a soft smile, and her voice was soft and tactful, as if it was harmless to humans and animals. The etiquette cannot be broken. We are just maids, how dare we sit with distinguished guests? Qi replied calmly with a poker face. Confirmed the eyes, it is a hostile person. Qi will not let down her guard against Jian Rongxiu. It's a good gift. I appreciate a professional person like you. I hope you can continue to maintain it in the future and always be a good maid. Jian Rongxiu's words were full of needles, and if you didn't pay attention, you really couldn't feel the malice in them. The status of a maid is humble, and being a maid all the time is not a good blessing. Thank you for the compliment, sir. I will continue to do so and work hard day and night to serve the young master. Qi didn't seem to understand Jian Rongxiu's malice, and replied seriously. Jian Rongxiu's eyes turned cold, and her teeth made a slight gurgle sound when squeezed. The maid worked hard to serve her master and seemed to be doing her duty, but Jian Rongxiu was not happy about it. On weekdays, serving tea, handing water, doing laundry, and cooking is fine, don't be dishonest in the middle of the night and go to places you shouldn't be. You are truly a loyal maid. I will remember you. Jian Rongxiu smiled, her weird expression made the temperature in the living room drop a few degrees. Faced with the threat of the daughter of a great priest, Qi remained unmoved and did not continue to fight back. She just stood there silently. Humph! Seeing that the little maid didn't reply, Jian Rongxiu raised her head unconsciously, like a general returning from victory in high spirits. Are you the Tang Xiao who was sold by Haoshan sect? Jian Rongxiu continued to attack after defeating Qi. Tang Xiao blinked, but couldn't react for a while. Tang Xiao was prepared for the fire at the city gate and the fish in the pond. But she didn't expect Jian Rongxiu to say such rude words. What Haoshan sect? I'm just a maid under the young master. Tang Xiao greeted Jian Rongxiu's family in his heart, but his face was still respectful. After being beaten several times by Qi, Tang Xiao also learned the skill of hiding his expression. Although it is still a little immature, it can barely be used. The Clear Sky Hammer is known as the best martial spirit in the world, but I didn't expect that a disciple of the Clear Sky sect would be willing to be a maid. I don't know what the sect elders of Haoshan sect will think. Jian Rongxiu mocked mercilessly. In Jian Rongxiu's eyes, her father was killed by bad guys from the Haoshan sect, and there was no good person from the Haoshan sect. Tang Xiao's hands folded in front of him were almost bleeding. Is it tolerable or unbearable? Don't bring such hurtful things. Tang Xiao has already quit the Clear Sky School, and now she is just a maid in the young master's house. How Haoshanzong will feel has nothing to do with me. Tang Xiao gritted his teeth, and finally held back the anger in his heart. She has no power, no influence, and no foundation in the Wuhan Hall, so fighting Qian Rongxiu is killing herself. For now, we can only endure it for a while. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. It's best that everything is as you said, otherwise there will be some twists and turns. Qian Rongxiu stared at Tang Xiao and said with disdain. Tang Xiao tried his best to maintain a calm face, but his heart was full of turbulent waves. I'm tired, take me to the room to rest. Seeing that the two maids were silent, Qian Rongxiu's interest faded and she did not continue to pester. There is still a long time to come, and Qian Rongxiu has plenty of time to take care of them slowly. Qi and Tang Xiao took Qian Rongxiu to the guest room on the second floor, one after the other, and carefully made the bed. It wasn't until Qian Rongxiu had no other requests that she left the room. The work came to an end for the time being, and Tang Xiao and Qi finally had time to do their own thing after get off work. After all, they were somewhat talented soul masters, and they could still find time to practice every day. Sister, that. Back in the room, Tang Xiao was about to complain but was interrupted by Qi. Remember, we are just maids. Do your job well and don't worry about other things. Don't get yourself into trouble. Tang Xiao had not experienced enough beatings. He was always high and could easily be caught. Qian Rongxiu's dissatisfaction with the two of them is almost overflowing. The more critical a moment like this, the more she must hold firm and not give others a chance to find fault. Sister, I understand. Tang Xiao sighed and replied with a downcast face. Tang Xiao knew very well in his heart that there was a distance of thousands of miles between them and Qian Rongxiu. Don't talk about revenge, just protecting yourself is already very difficult. She was just incapable of venting her emotions in rage. All gifts given by fate have their prices secretly marked. Only when the price is paid will we know how much debt we owe. So we must work hard, do you understand? Qi sat on the bed, with her white and lustrous legs crossed up, ready to start practicing. Tang Xiao looked at Qi, who was calm and composed, and was shocked in his heart. It seems that the big sister's plan is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. But that's normal, a little girl with blue-silver grass and no martial soul can support Ye Tianxing for such a long time, of course it won't be a simple role. Ye Tianxing, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, closed his eyes and looked calm. There was faint air rising around him. The gathering air clouds gathered above his head, and the shallow sea of clouds rolled, transforming into various strange phenomena. Rare birds and beasts, Kai and Gluoyu, the bright moon in the sea, and the sunrise on the top of the mountain, all of them show a state of indescribable grandeur. I don't know how much time passed, but when the clouds above my head quietly dissipated, Ye Tianxing slowly opened his eyes. Haste makes waste. After a round of practice, Ye Tianxing began to rest. After exhaling a breath of turbid air, my whole body felt refreshed. To entertain Qian Rongxiu in the next few days, the original itinerary had to be changed. Checking Qi's soul power circuit had to be postponed, and meditation would become the main task in the past few days. It has been some time since he obtained the second soul ring, and Ye Tianxing's cultivation level has reached level 25. The ability to achieve such progress at this age can only be matched by Qian Rongxiu, who was born at level. However, Qian Rongxiu's level is falsely high, she lacks actual combat, and her combat power cannot be compared with Ye Tianxing at all. Ye Tianxing's achievements have surpassed most people on Douluo continent, but these are far from enough for him. His ambition is not this Douluo continent. After taking a short rest, Ye Tianxing put on his shoes and left the room to go downstairs to take a look. It was getting dark and it was almost time for dinner. I don't know how Qian Rongxiu and Qi get along with each other. Ye Tianxing's requirements are not high, as long as they don't cause any big trouble, but he doesn't expect them to get along well with each other. Tian Kaiang, dinner is almost ready, let's go down together. As soon as he reached the stairs, Ye Tianxing was stopped by Qian Rongxiu. Being able to pinch Ye Tianxing, Qianrongxiu seemed to have done quite enough work. Let's go. Ye Tianxing said calmly. The two of them walked slowly downstairs, one behind the other. There is no doubt about Qianrongxiu's talent. Her innate Th-level soul power has surpassed other geniuses on the mainland by a few blocks. It's a pity that she didn't devote time and energy to cultivation, otherwise her current cultivation would not be comparable to Ye Tianxing. Ye Tianxing didn't express anything about this. Cultivation is a personal matter, and everything is watched over by the great priest, so it is his turn as an outsider to take care of it. When they came to the restaurant, Qi and Tang Xiao had already prepared the food and were standing by the side to wait. Qianrongxiu behaved meekly in front of Ye Tianxing and did not deliberately seek trouble for Qi. However, while eating, Qianrongxiu would intentionally or unintentionally glance at the two maids next to her, as if to declare her majesty as the master. They were just two maids, how could they be compared with the proud daughter of the angel family? Qianrongxiu felt in her heart that only she could match an outstanding person like Ye Tianxing. As for the guy who has to stand aside even to eat, he probably won't achieve anything in his life, that's all. Faced with Qianrongxiu's malicious intent, both Qi and Tang Xiao maintained considerable restraint. The two of them stood expressionless, with no strange look in their eyes, but they didn't know what they were thinking in their hearts. With Ye Tianxing separated, the whole dinner was considered a good time for both guests and hosts, without any trouble. The next few days passed peacefully, nothing special happened. Douluo was aware of Qianrongxiu's movements and did not do anything extra except for a sneak peek. No one was sent to call Qianrongxiu home. Time flies, and Bibi Dong has returned to the Pope's palace after 9 days. Qianrongxiu really can't find a reason to stay, so she has to say goodbye to Ye Tianxing and return to her residence. The two of them are not more than friends. Qianrongxiu has lived in Ye Tianxing's house for too long, so it's time to go back. After sending Qianrongxiu away, Ye Tianxing did not show any abnormality, while Qi and Tang Xiao almost collapsed on the ground. Qianrongxiu, the little ancestor, is very troublesome and always finds ways to increase the workload for Qi and the others. When Ye Tianxing was around, he was still restrained, but as soon as Ye Tianxing left, he let himself go and showed his true colors. Qi and Tang Xiao were so busy that their slender waists were about to break. Ye Tianxing turned his head and glanced. Qi, who had just relaxed for a while, immediately straightened up and recovered her demeanor. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of the young master. There are no outsiders here, go sit on the sofa and rest for a while. You have also worked hard during this time. Qi and Tang Xiao are very useful, Ye Tianxing doesn't want them to be broken. Master, Qi originally wanted to show off, but was stopped by Ye Tianxing's gentle eyes. The two little maids, who had not rested for several days, were fishing openly during working hours for the first time. The moment their bodies came into contact with the soft sofa, the fatigue that had been suppressed for a long time was released, and Qi and Tang Xiao felt that they were about to melt away. Ye Tianxing sat next to Qi, held one of her legs and began to knead it. Young master. Feeling the touch from her calf, Qi raised her head and said with difficulty. Stop talking. Do you know what kind of person I like? Ye Tianxing did not raise his head and just continued busy with the work at hand. The young master likes people who are useful to the young master. Qi turned her head to cover up her strange expression. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Dan Cheng. Chapter 39 Dan Cheng SHH. Ye Tianxing raised his fingers to his lips. He smiled leisurely, and said in a low voice, It's good to know some things in your heart, don't say them out. After saying this, Ye Tianxing continued the massage work without waiting for Qi to react. Ye Tianxing's fingers were supple and nimble. When they pressed against the girl's body, the soft soul power released would permeate and nourish the stiff and strained muscles like hot spring water. Accompanied by a stream of heat that continued to spread under the skin, Achi was speechless for a moment due to the numbness on her body. She could only lie down on the sofa and moan softly. Different from the strong stimulation when checking the soul power circuit, Achi couldn't tell whether it was pleasure or pain because of the more delicate and soft touch. Achi and Tang Xiao's bodies were still in the developing stage, and too heavy work could easily cause irreversible damage to their fragile bodies. Therefore, hidden injuries must be dealt with promptly and hidden dangers eliminated. After being kneaded by Yetianxing, the exhaustion of Aki's body began to fade like a tide, and he believed that he would regain his vitality in a short time. After dealing with Aki's injury, it was Tang Xiao's turn. Achi, who has been with Yetianxing for a while, knows the true face of her young master very well. Yetianxing is a rational pragmatist. Everything he does is to achieve his own ambitions and goals. Emotions are just negligible impurities to him. Qianrongxue received preferential treatment only because of her status as the granddaughter of the priest, not because Yetianxing had feelings for her. If she can't be useful all the time, Qianrongxue will be abandoned one day. The situation is unclear, the overall situation is uncertain, and it is still unclear who will win. After Qianrongxue left, Yetianxing's life was back on track again, and he lived a fulfilling daily practice and research. A few days later, Yang Wudi came to visit unexpectedly, and the first batch of soul-nurturing pills was finally released successfully. In the living room, Yang Wudi was sitting on the sofa holding a jade bottle, waiting for Yetianxing to receive him. With both feet lightly stepping on the floor, Yang Wudi's calm face like the surface of a lake could hardly conceal the excitement in his heart. He has already found someone to test the efficacy of Yanghun pill, and the effect is far beyond his expectations. The potency of each soul-nourishing pill lasts for 7 days. During the 7 days, the cultivation speed of a soul master below level can increase by about %, and if it exceeds level, it will decrease slightly, but the effect remains above %. The process of increasing the speed of cultivation has no side effects, and the efficacy of the medicine will not weaken with the number of times the pill is used. For an elixir that can be mass-produced, this effect can be called against the sky. The significance of this elixir is not just as simple as increasing the speed of cultivation. The golden time for soul masters to practice is limited. If those talented young soul masters can reach level or above as soon as possible, they will have more time to reach a higher level. It is conceivable that after the popularization of soul-nourishing pills, the number of mid-level and high-level soul masters on the Douluo continent will definitely increase significantly in the future. This is undoubtedly an extremely rich and colorful stroke in the history of mainland elixir. How could Yang Wudi, who was obsessed with refining medicine, not be excited? He didn't make Yang Wudi wait for too long. After receiving the news, Yetianxing put down his work and went downstairs to meet him. The soul-nourishing pill is the foreshadowing of many subsequent plans, and Yetianxing paid enough attention to it. My lord, it's a good thing that I didn't disgrace my life. The soul-nourishing pill has been refined. The subordinates have already found someone to test it, and the effect is much stronger than expected. Yang Wudi, who was holding the soul-nourishing pill, got up and said excitedly. For drug addicts, all the efforts are worth it when the drug is successfully refined. This is a sample. The remaining elixirs are temporarily stored in the elixir room and are waiting for your disposal. Yang Wudi said, respectfully leaning down and handing the jade bottle to Yetianxing with both hands. Yetianxing waved his hand from the air, and the jade bottle flew straight into his hand. Opening the lid of the jade bottle, he just sniffed a ray of elixir, glanced at the rosy and translucent bean-sized elixir in the bottle, and then put the lid back on. He already fully knows the quality of the elixir. That's right, the follow-up steps have been handled perfectly, and the quality of the elixirs can be called top-notch. Yang Wudi, you really did not disappoint me. There is nothing to say about the Po Ji clan's medicine refining skills. Yetianxing has done the most critical part, and of course they will not deviate in the finishing work afterwards. In the next time, you have to refine as many soul-nourishing pills as possible. Don't worry about the material problem, I will also find a way to solve the problem of manpower and other aspects. You only need to focus on refining the elixir, and don't worry about anything else. As usual, half of the refined soul-raising pills are kept, and if the POPES clan cannot digest them all, they will be saved first. In the future, those soul-nourishing pills will be used as currency to exchange for high-level resources. The soul cultivation pill to aid cultivation is just the beginning, and Yetiansheng will develop more good things in the future. The auxiliary materials that can be used by soul masters during their training are not just elixirs. Cultivation techniques, general soul skills, soul guidance equipment, etc. are all yet to be developed. This world is decided by soul masters. Whoever can control the lifeline of the greatest soul master can control the lifeline of the entire world. Your Excellency is generous, we will do our best to repay the kindness of knowing you. Yang Wudi leaned over again and bowed his hands respectfully to Yetiansheng. They already knew how powerful Yetiansheng was, and with such a boss, the future of the POPES clan would definitely be bright. Don't blame the POPES clan for not thinking about their old love and leaving their previous master, Hao Shenzong, behind so quickly. Hao Shenzong did not live up to it, and made frequent tricks, following them could only lead to disillusionment. The broken clan doesn't want to usher in the fate of being destroyed. As long as you serve me with all your heart, there will be a seat for you on the mainland in the future. After drawing the pancake, Yetiansheng continued to give instructions. Go back to the other side court first and wait. After I go to report to the great priest, we will go to the Pope's palace to call the elders to announce the big event. As ordered. After receiving the order, Yang Wudi said goodbye to Yetiansheng and hurried back to Bianyanting. It's not a trivial matter to refine the soul-nourishing pill. Now that Golden Crocodile Douluo can't get out of seclusion, the worship hall is Yetiansheng's biggest backer, so of course he has to report it to the great priest. A small soul-nourishing pill contains huge benefits. Without the support of the hall of worship, the current Bian court alone cannot control the scene. The Wuhan hall is not a steel plate, so it has to be guarded against some stupid people who are greedy. As the grandson of Golden Crocodile Douluo, Yetiansheng was born to be labeled as the Enshrined Hall. For his achievements, the Enshrined Hall will naturally receive a lot of benefits and prestige. The two share weal and woe, and their interests are closely linked. Deifu is a smart person. I believe he will not disappoint Yetiansheng. After seeing the real soul-nourishing pill, the great priest agreed to Yetiansheng's request without hesitation, letting him do it without worrying. With the support of the Enshrinement Hall, the sky of the Wuhan Hall cannot fall down. After receiving the imperial edict, Yetiansheng hurried to Bianyanting to join Yang Wudi. But I didn't expect that as soon as I got close to my destination, I saw two groups of people confronting each other in front of the gate of Bianan Court. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Internal Conflict. Chapter 40 Internal Conflict. The two brothers Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuan, who were wearing uniforms, looked gloomy. At this moment, they were standing in front of the gate of Biantan Court with soul-breaking guns in their hands, looking coldly at the thugs who were trying to break into the palace. Behind the two brothers, the personnel belonging to the other side court are on standby, ready to meet the enemy at any time. On the opposite side of the other side courtyard, a team composed of members from various institutions of the Wuhan Temple was confronting Yang Wudi and the others. Among the two groups, there was more than one person who fell to the ground and whose life and death were unknown. It seemed that there had been a fight before. Bianyanting was established not long ago, and the internal confidentiality measures were not yet complete. As soon as the results of the soul-nourishing pill experiment came out, many people in Wuhan Palace already knew about it. Yang Wudi and others had just left Haoshan sect and had very little qualifications in Wuhan Hall, so they could easily become targets of bullying. While Yang Wudi was going to report to Yetiansheng, many people with malicious intentions in Wuhan city directly surrounded him, trying to snatch the fruits of the other side's work. If Yang Washuan hadn't led his people to fight tooth and nail to resist, Bianting might have been robbed. The remnants of the Haoshan sect, get out of my way quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me and my subordinates for being ruthless, shouted a bald middle-aged man holding a machete in the team that was attacking the Bianyanting. Even though Yang Wudi successfully returned to defense and the strength of the Bian court had improved a lot, they still didn't want to return without success. There were many people who came to loot the other side of the court. They had the mentality that the law should not be punished, and their arrogance was very arrogant. As long as they scatter and run away after the robbery, it will be difficult for the higher UPS of Wuhandian to hold them accountable one by one. Besides, this incident may not have been done by the high level of Wuhandian. Not everyone in Wuhan Hall hoped that Ye Tianxiong could stand up. Are you all a bunch of deaf and blind cripples? The matter of me joining the Wuhan Hall is approved by the adults in the Hall of Enshrinement. Our loyalty to Wuhan Palace is unquestionable. Do you want to question the decision to enshrine the elders? The anger in Yang Wudi's heart was burning, and he roared at everyone who came here. After coming to the Wuhan Temple, the Paji clan has been acting cautiously, for fear of causing any trouble. Unexpectedly, when he first joined Wuhan Hall, no one cared about him, and as soon as he made some achievements, someone came to provoke him. Yang Wudi guessed that there must be something not simple behind this incident, so he did not take action to expand the dispute rashly, but moved out his backers to deter him. No matter how clever you are, you can't change the fact that you were once an accomplice of the Haoshan sect. The elders of the Hall of Worship are kind-hearted and show great grace to you. Who would have thought that instead of being grateful to the enshrined elder for taking you in, you are actually refining poison behind closed doors and plotting evil intentions? We are going in today to wipe out your drug den. Naturally, the bald man did not dare to offend the worshipping elder, so he chose to confuse right and wrong and distort the facts. The Bian court was established with the approval of the Temple of Enshrinement. Of course the elders who serve you know all the things inside better than you. This is the important place for medicine refining in Wuhan Palace, and those who trespass will be severely punished. I advise you to see the situation clearly and don't make mistakes on your own. Yang Wudi ignored the bald man's slander and just explained the background of Bianyanting. There is no point in arguing with this group of people. All Yang Wudi has to do is to wait until Ye Tianxiong arrives. As long as Ye Tianxiong was present, they would not dare to take action. The anger of the second priest is not something these small characters in front of him can withstand. Stop talking nonsense, we must go in today. Brothers, let's go together. The bald man raised his machete, pointed the blade at the other side of the court, and his soul power stirred up strong winds, which made the clothes of everyone present rattle. Things changed later. The bald man didn't dare to procrastinate any longer, and encouraged everyone to take action immediately. Following the bald man's order, the thugs gathered in front of Bian court became restless and prepared to launch an attack. Suddenly, an ethereal and distant voice came from a distance. All stop! A slightly immature figure landed between the two groups after a few jumps. The little boy in front of him was short in stature and had a handsome face. He was dressed in simple black clothes and looked like an ordinary kid next door. However, it was such a child who stunned everyone present, making them dare not act rashly. No matter how high a child's talent is, there are always limits. What really makes everyone fearful is the power behind him. The majesty of the enshrinement hall cannot be questioned. Hurrying slowly, Ye Tianxiong finally arrived in time to stop the dispute. What are your intentions when you dare to attack the important place of Wuhan Palace? Ye Tianxiong wanted to characterize this matter as soon as he came up. No matter what happened before, now that he was caught by Ye Tianxiong, he could not escape the crime of attacking the important place of Wuhan Palace. We are all loyal people. The Poji clan deceived their superiors and subordinates to refine banned medicines privately, and asked the young master not to be deceived by them. Let us go in and search. If there is no result, I, Su Yun, am willing to impose sanctions and apologize. Things have developed to this point, if Su Yun returns without success, he will inevitably be liquidated. If he could complete what the person told him, he would not only be exempted from punishment, but also have the opportunity to go further. That's right, Master, please allow us to enter and search. The bald men began to shout in agreement. Most of the rest of the people froze in place, not knowing how to deal with it for a while. There are many secrets in the court on the other side. If something goes wrong, you can't bear it. If you leave immediately, for the sake of unintentional mistakes, I can guarantee that you will not be held accountable for your mistakes. Ye Tianxing said loudly to everyone. Among the people who came here, there are not a few who want to fish in troubled waters. Disintegrate them first, and the next thing will be easy. Ye Tianxing's cultivation is not enough, and it is unrealistic to punish all the offenders now. It's better to wait until the subordinates become stronger before going to settle accounts after autumn. Ye Tianxing only said that he would not pursue it, and he didn't care whether his subordinates pursued it or not. As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion in the crowd, and many people began to waver. Most of the people who come here are just motivated and looking for a bargain. They would never want to confront the Hall of Enshrinement for this benefit. After receiving the guarantee, many people left the crowd and fled the scene, fearing that they would be severely punished if they were slow to be remembered. The mob that hastily gathered will naturally disperse in a hurry. From the moment someone fled, the collapse can no longer be stopped. Young master, I'm offended. Su Yun suddenly shouted and raised 7 soul rings, attacking Ye Tianxing directly. As the first person in this incident, Su Yun did not believe that he would be pardoned easily. At this point, he could only rush forward with all his might. Only by successfully pouring dirty water on the other side of the court and arousing widespread public opinion within the Wuhan temple would he have any possibility of survival. Be careful. Yang Wudi, who reacted immediately, stopped him. It's a pity that he couldn't beat Su Yun faster after a slower pace. At such a critical moment, Ye Tianxing did not dodge or even make any movement, he just stood straight on the spot. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 3 Elders. Chapter 41 4 Elders. Just when Su Yun's generous palm was about to succeed, a black light flashed and he was directly ejected. When everyone present came back to their senses, Ye Tianxing was already covered by a tall figure in a black robe whose face could not be seen clearly. Title: Douluo. Yang Wudi, who stopped urgently, stared at the visitor and exclaimed. In the pre-court conflict on the other side, the cultivation bases of both parties were no higher than soul sages, and the intensity of the dispute was suppressed within a certain range. Now that the titled Douluo has entered the scene, things are completely different. Ghost. Su Yun, who rolled around on the ground for a few times before stopping, was about to say something when a black air wrapped around his neck quietly. Click. With a sound, Soul Saint level Su Yun had his neck broken. Su Yun's eyes protruded like light bulbs, and he stared at Ghost Douluo before he died. Elder Ghost has arrived, but Elder Ju hasn't shown up yet. Ye Tianxing shook off the dust on his sleeves, his face still calm, and he didn't care at all about Ghost Douluo's murderous behavior. Ye Tianxing was completely expecting the elders of Wuhan Palace to be lurking on the side. After the effect of the soul-nourishing pill was exposed, the elders were the first to be able to rush over. The confrontation before the court on the other side seems to be nothing more than some greedy people trying to fish in troubled waters, but in essence it is the epitome of factional struggles within Wuhandian. Without the support of the high-level Wuhandian, a little Su Yun would never dare to encourage his subordinates to smash the signboard of the other side court. Ha, ha, ha. A soft laughter came from a distance. I'm not as fast as the old ghost. Xiaoxing, are you okay? Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwen, dressed in a chrysanthemum Wenyeo robe, came in response. I'm safe and sound. What wind brought the 2 elders here? Ye Tianxiang turned his head with a smile, looked at Yueguan and said, "It's really lively in front of the gate of the Bianan court today. Ghost Douluo is reticent, and Ju Douluo is more suitable for communication. We heard that someone was causing trouble in front of the gate of the Bian court, so we rushed here. Fortunately, you are fine." The feminine-looking Ju Huiguan covered half of his face and smiled. In fact, they have already arrived at the scene, but due to some reasons, they have been hiding in secret and did not intervene. If Su Yun, a bastard who had killed 1,000 swords, dared to attack Ye Tianxiang, they would not have shown up to stop him, lest it cause a catastrophe. Ye Tianxiang was a card introduced by the consecration hall. If he was accidentally injured, things would be really difficult to deal with. There is no good fruit for them who hide in the dark and do nothing. The two elders are in good health. It seems that they have fully recovered from their injuries. It is really gratifying. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo followed Qian Suanji to attack Tang Hao a while ago, but unfortunately they did not go well and caused Qian Suanji to be severely injured, and the two of them were also seriously injured. During this period of time, they stayed in the palace to recuperate without leaving home, hiding from everyone's sight, just because they were afraid of being held accountable for their unfavorable performance. The Erfu and Ye Tianxiang handled the Haoshanzong's matter very well, which also helped them relieve some of the pressure. They should help both public and private. When Ye Tianxiang was talking to the two Douluo Ju and Gui, two figures flew quickly from a distance. "Tianxiang, are you okay?" Qian Rongxiu, who was being carried by a rough-looking man, greeted Ye Tianxiang from a distance. After landing, Qian Rongxiu rushed forward to Ye Tianxiang, held the boy's hand and began to check the injury. "I'm fine, don't worry." Ju Douluo's face was quite gloomy when he saw the person coming. He had a premonition that troubles would not be less in the future. "It's great that you're okay. Grandpa heard that someone was making trouble, so he asked me to bring two elders, Snake Spear and Guillotine, to support them." Qian Rongxiu's eyes were locked on Ye Tianxiang, completely ignoring the people around her. Elder Ju and Elder Gui came in time, and the troublemakers have already been dealt with. "Thank you so much for coming to help." Ye Tianxiang nodded to the two titled Douluo, Snake Spear and Agatha. When others go all the way, he has to show some respect. After hearing that the problem was solved, Qian Rongxiu's red mouth pouted, obviously unhappy. Qian Rongxiu hurriedly rushed, but she didn't expect that she was still a step too late. After the matter was resolved, she would not be able to help Ye Tianxiang. She had always planned to repay the favor. These people on the side are also here to make trouble. Qian Rongxiu suddenly noticed that there were still many people standing outside. Those thugs who ran slowly and didn't get away regretted it to death. Ghost Douluo's appearance shocked them so much that they didn't dare to move. Now that the four titled Douluo were present, they couldn't even run away. "Elder Ghost, what kind of crime do you think it is to openly attack the confidential facilities of Wuhan Palace?" Qian Rongxiu looked at Ghost Douluo who was standing aside. Ghost Douluo is the elder in charge of punishment in Wuhan Palace. This kind of matter should be handled by professionals. Openly attacking important facilities in the Spirit Hall is a capital offense. Even though Elder Gui was unwilling in every possible way, he still didn't dare to distort the laws of Wuhan Palace in front of everyone. Since it's a capital offense, please ask Elder Ghost to enforce the rules of the Wuhan Palace. Qian Rongxiu's eyes flicked over the trembling crowd, as if she was looking at a group of ants. Qian Rongxiu, who grew up in the shrine and received all kinds of elite education since she was a child, is not a kind person. Criminals will be severely punished. "Miss, is this too?" Ju Douluo said with a confused look on his face. Executing so many members at once would definitely cause quite a stir within Wuhan Hall, and maybe even the two of them would be dragged into the water. This is not what they want to see. The laws of Wuhan Palace are strict. How can we allow others to trample on them? If everyone doesn't follow the rules, how can there be chaos in Wuhan Palace? Qian Rongxiu's tone was aggressive. These bastards who want to bully Tian Qiang deserve to die, she will never forgive them. As soon as these words came out, everyone present fell into silence. Everyone's breathing and heartbeat seemed to have stopped, and even the sound of the breeze blowing the leaves seemed so abrupt. The thugs who committed the crime have been cleared away and they are just a group of unknowing onlookers. The other side of the court is a secret place, let them leave quickly. Ye Tianxiang said. The key to this struggle has never been the mob in front of us, and killing them all has limited effect. It's better to let them go and sell Ju and Ghost Douluo as a favor. At the same time, it also highlights Ye Tianxiang's magnanimity and demeanor. Besides, when it comes to things like revenge, how can you leave it to others? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to let Yang Wudi and his subordinates do it themselves? The broken clan boarded Ye Tianxiang's thief ship, so they could be regarded as core personnel. If they want to stand firm in Wuhan Palace, they have to rely on their own strength. If someone bullies them, they can't fight back, so how can they mess around in the Wuhan Hall in the future? After Ye Tianxiang spoke out, the two elders, Ju and Gui, were relieved. This boy is worthy of being one of the younger generation of Wuhan Palace's anti-Ding people. He is someone who understands the general situation and understands the overall situation. Since Tianxiang has spoken, let you go. If you still dare to come here to cause trouble, you will definitely be executed without mercy. Qian Rongxiu waved her white little hand, and murderous intent came out, causing the thugs who were stunned to stay in place to tremble. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Visit. Chapter 42 Visit. The thugs who received the pardon in front of the court on the other side scattered like an ant's nest and fled in all directions, disappearing after a while. The attack on the other side's court is considered to be over, but some games have just begun. Since the matter has been resolved, the old ghost and I will take a step first. Ju Douluo said and wanted to sneak away with Ghost Douluo. But they were still a step behind. Stay here. Several elders have helped each other out of righteousness, and Tianxiang should also thank you. It's better to sit in the courtyard of the other side first, and let me do my best as a landlord. Ye Tianxiang stopped Ju and Gui in time. But we still have business to attend to, so let's wait for another day. Ju Douluo chuckled. You two came here when you had time, but you didn't have time to go in and sit down. Qian Rongxiu said somewhat unhappily. Qian Rongxiu was still worried about what happened just now. It should have been her divine soldiers who descended from the sky to save Ye Tianxiang. It was not easy to escape after showing up, so the two elders Ju and Gui finally chose to stay. Ye Tianxiang led Qian Rongxiu and the four elders to visit the other side courtyard. The others were not proficient in pharmacology, so they were confused by Ye Tianxiang's explanation, and could only say a few innocuous compliments at the right time to cater to the atmosphere. Ju Douluo, the titled Douluo who is proficient in all kinds of medicines, remained silent the whole time and listened quite seriously. The group wandered from the main hall to the side hall, followed the fragrance of the medicine until they stopped outside the alchemy room where the medicine was stored. Ye Tianxiang clapped his hands, knowing Yang Wudi hurriedly sent someone into the alchemy room, and took out a few bottles of soul-nourishing pills. Taking the jade bottle from Yang Wudi, Ye Tianxiang smiled and said to all the guests, "This is the soul cultivation pill produced by Bayan Court. After experiments, it can increase the cultivation speed of soul masters below level by more than % without any side effects. If it can be popularized in the Wuhan Hall in the future, it will definitely benefit the majority of soul masters." Opening the lid of the jade bottle, the strong medicinal fragrance came out, attracting several elders to look at him sideways. They know some information about the soul-nourishing pill, but they only know the specific effect now, and this is the first time they have seen the real thing. Is this elixir developed by Tianxiang? Tianxiang is so powerful. Qian Rongxiu's eyes were shining brightly, and her eyes never left Ye Tianxiang's body. A little extraneous thing, I hope you don't dislike it. Ye Tianxiang handed the jade bottle to Qian Rongxiu, and also offered a bottle of elixir to the other elders. Qianrongxue didn't have much interest in the soul-nourishing pill, so she took the opportunity to move closer to the boy. The 4 elders poured out a pill and looked at it carefully for a while, with strange expressions on their faces. These titled Douluo are also well informed. Such quality pills are extremely rare, and what is even more unbelievable is that they are still mass-produced. What is the cost of this soul-nourishing pill, what is the refining cycle, and how many pills can be produced in one furnace? Douluo couldn't help asking. The efficacy of the drug has been confirmed, and the next focus is on output and cost. Elder Ju, these matters should belong to the internal secrets of the Bayan court. The dolphin Douluo stopped in time. There were a lot of incidents after the soul-raising pill was refined, and it's better not to know some things. It's because I was talking too fast and being abrupt. Douluo hastily remedied it. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were not involved in the turmoil, but their sudden arrival would inevitably arouse some suspicions. It is better to keep a low profile at this time. It's okay, anyway, some information will be announced in a few days. It is no problem for the 4 elders to know earlier. The refining cycle of Soul Yang pill varies in length, and it takes about a month to refine it. The output of each furnace will also vary. Taking this furnace as an example, the Chindan exceeds grains, which is considered very successful. Ye Tianxing said unabashedly to everyone. I didn't expect such an amazing output. Douluo said with a long sigh. Based on 50 pills per person per year, one batch of pills is enough to meet the needs of 90 low-level soul masters. If 10 furnaces can be refined in a year, that is the amount used by low-level soul masters. If the usage is further reduced, it can basically meet the needs of the low-level soul masters of the Wuhan Hall. Of course, all of the above are under ideal conditions. Not every furnace of elixirs can be successfully refined, and not every furnace can achieve a yield of more than pills. We at Bianting will continue to work hard to increase production so that talented children in Wuhan Hall can enjoy the benefits of soul-nourishing pills. The issue of how to distribute the soul-nourishing pills needs to be discussed by the senior officials of Wuhan Palace. I will next go to the Papal Palace to ask the Pope to issue a proclamation and call a meeting of the elders. Ye Tianxing had already planned for the next thing. The popular elixir of Yanghun pill can only truly exert its value if it is spread widely. The more the new generation of soul masters rely on the soul cultivation pill, the greater the influence of Bianting will be, and the higher political achievements Ye Tianxing can obtain. Please wait a moment. After Ye Tianxing finished speaking, he entered the alchemy in person, and after a while, he came out holding a white jade bottle with a slender mouth and carved flowers, plants, birds, and animals on the body. Zioxu, this is specially for you. Mine. Qianrongxue's small eyes widened, and she said in surprise, is it specially for me? This is a soul-gathering pill that is more effective than a soul-raising pill, and it can be used up to level. Qianrongxue brought 2 titled Douluo over to help, and of course she should express her gratitude to Li Ye Tianxing. As for Ju, Gui, and the 2 Douluo, Ye Tianxing had other plans. Tianxing, thank you very much. Qianrongxue put away the soul-gathering pill carefully and showed a bright smile. Everything should be done. Ye Tianxing chuckled, turned his head and said to Ju Douluo, I don't need to do anything. I'm going to the Pope's palace, why don't the 2 elders take me for a ride? Ghost Douluo remained silent as usual. Ju Douluo lowered his head in thought and didn't reply right away. Why don't I let Elder Snakespear and Elder Porpoise take you there? Hearing about the Pope's palace, the cheerful look on Qianrongxue's face dissipated quite a bit. Because of a certain woman, she doesn't like the Papal Palace very much. Ye Tianxing did not agree to Qianrongxue, and looked at Ju Douluo quietly with a pair of bright eyes. Now that the matter has come to this point, Huiguan still doesn't know that the kid in front of him has other deep meanings. We just have to go back to recover, so it's okay to bring Xiao Qian with us. Ju Douluo finally agreed. They are under Pope Bibi Dong's orders out of duty, but they haven't completely sided with Bibi Dong. They knew very well how powerful the power of the enshrinement hall was. If they were not afraid of being implicated in Qian Sunji's accident, the two of them would have gone there and surrendered long ago. Now that the two elders have seen with their own eyes the strength of Ye Tianxiang's subordinate organization, the Bayan court, the balance in their hearts inevitably began to shake. After all, the power of Wuhandian will still fall into the hands of super geniuses like Ye Tianxiang and Qian Rongxiu, so why not stand in line early in order to protect it? Thinking about this, the pointer in my heart that was originally biased toward Bibi Dong began to move in the opposite direction. Then thank you two elders. Ye Tianxiang said politely. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. After a short rest, Qian Rongxiu was brought back to the hall of worship by the two elders with a look of reluctance. After Qian Rongxiu left, Ye Tianxiang signaled Yang Wudi and the others to back down. He had something to say to the two elders, Zhu and Gui. Some time ago Tang Hao colluded with soul beasts in an attempt to commit crimes. Fortunately, the former pope and the two elders acted in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The two elders have worked hard for the Wuhan Hall, and they have made outstanding contributions. The great priest has mentioned you in front of me more than once. Tianxiang is very happy that the two of you can come here today. There was no one around, Ye Tianxiang said with a smile to the two elders. Hearing the three words big offering, both Zhu Douluo Yuegwen and Ghost Douluo Gaimei's hearts tightened, and their eyes couldn't help becoming solemn. The former Pope Chihiroji went out with them to perform the mission. In the end, Chihiroji was seriously injured and died, but they were still alive and kicking. Even though the Wuhan temple did not lower the guilt of protecting the Pope was still faintly hovering above their heads. It is normal for them to be upset by the big offering. I don't know what instructions the great priest has. Yuegwen asked cautiously in a low voice. If it weren't for the fear of being blamed by the great priest, Yuegwen and Ghost would not have turned to Bibi Dong to seek the protection of the Pope's palace. They originally thought that after Bibi Dong took over the Pope, with the blessings of the elders, the Pope Hall could at least compete with the Shrine Hall. So far that appears to be wishful thinking. Bibi Dong didn't make any achievements in becoming the Pope, but Ye Tianxiang, who was under the banner of the enshrined hall, had made great achievements, and it was clear at a glance who was strong and who was weak. I can't talk about any advice, I just care about the injuries and physical conditions of the two of you. The former Pope would recuperate in the palace after being seriously injured by Tang Hao. Even though Bibi Dong took good care of him, he still passed away unfortunately. It can be seen that Tang Hao's insidious methods are extraordinary. The two elders fought with the former Pope, and I often worry whether the two will follow in the footsteps of the former Pope. Now that I see that the two elders are in good health, I feel relieved. The new funeral of the Pope of the Wuhan Palace is now the occasion for employing people. The two elders are the ministers of the Wuhan Palace, so they must pay attention to their health. Ye Tianxiang said with concern. After hearing this passage, Yuegwen and Gaimei didn't feel any warmth, instead they felt chills on their backs and broke out in a cold sweat. The information obtained from the translation of this passage is undoubtedly very explosive. The two of them were puzzled at the beginning. Although Chihiroji's injury was serious but not fatal, how could it be possible to suddenly die with various secret medicines in the Wuhan temple? After Bibi Dong's careful care? After being instructed by Ye Tianxiang, after figuring out this joint, the two elders suddenly realized that they had already guessed the truth in their hearts. Xiao Kaiyang, are you serious? Yu Guan sullenly pretended not to believe it. What's true can't be faked, and what's fake can't be true. Besides, why did I lie to you? The two elders have been in the spirit hall for many years, there are some things you should know better than me. Ye Tianxiang opened his eyes wide, the caring expression on his face undiminished. Hiss! Ghost Douluo couldn't help but gasped, and began to recall the past in silence. When Bibi Dong first became the saintess of the spirit hall, the two of them had already served the Hall of Spirits for many years. They still remember that Bibi Dong once had a lover. The reason why the two elders had an impression of this matter was because Bibi Dong's lover was also considered the most influential person at that time. A trash who was expelled from the sect by the Blue Lightning Overlord sect due to the mutation of the spirit and whose spirit power could not reach level came to the Wuhandian Academy to which the Wuhandian belonged to apply for a job. Because he is the leader of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, the Wuhan Palace accepted him as a teacher. Relying on various data released within the Wuhan Temple, he proposed a theory of Wuhan's top 10 competitiveness that has not yet been proven. Later, I don't know what method he used to hook up with the girl of the sky in the Wuhan Temple. Yu Xiaogong's reputation in Wuhandian is not low, of course it's all notoriety. After all, a weak waste who came to Wuhan Academy to teach through the back door is already very embarrassing. Being favored by the saint made many people feel jealous. Fortunately, Yu Xiaogang finally broke up with Bibi Dong and escaped from Wuhan Hall in embarrassment. Not long after he left, Bibi Dong and Qian Sunji got together and became husband and wife. The rapidity of the change caught many people off guard. As it was related to the Pope and the Holy Maiden of the Wuhandian, people inside the Wuhandian did not dare to discuss it too much, so in the end this matter was left alone. Now that Yuegwen and Guy may think about it carefully, there are many doubts about this matter, and there may be something hidden in it. Perhaps it is the hidden story that lays the root of Chihiro's death. The ugliness of the family is not publicized, and Yuegwen and Guy may become the two people who have to bear the blame for their dereliction of duty. Xiao Kaiyang, you have the most ideas. Tell me what we should do. After thinking for a long time, Yu Guan was able to figure out the key points of the problem, but he couldn't find a way to break the situation, so he had no choice but to ask Ye Tianxiang for help. Chihiro died inexplicably, and the two of them didn't want to follow suit. It is very dangerous to be caught between the two major factions in the Wuhan Temple. They have to find a way to get out as soon as possible. Tang Hao's methods were despicable, and the former pope also died due to deep injuries. I see that the two elders still have many hidden diseases that need to be treated. The other side of the courtyard is rich in all kinds of elixirs and is a good place for healing. I think it is better for the two elders to come here to take care of themselves for 2 or 3 years. Wouldn't it be better to wait until the injury is healed before going out for activities? Ye Tianxiang calmly gave a solution to the problem. Yuegwen and Ghost now need to fade out of everyone's sight and find a place to avoid disaster, and the incident just now shows that the other side court also needs strong guards at this stage to guard Megatron Xiao Xiao. Wouldn't it be great if the two complement each other and can meet their respective needs? There are still many affairs to be dealt with in the Pope's palace. Is it really okay for us to retreat and heal our wounds at this time? Yuegwen is still a little hesitant, not afraid of other things, but afraid of the great priest Chu Ho's settlement. Hiding in the other side of the court means secluded from the Pope's palace. If the great priest causes trouble in the future, they will be in misery. Things have developed to the point where the two elders have given their all, so who can find fault? Besides, since the two elders are seriously injured, they should take good care of them. They are always walking outside, and it is easy for the old injuries to recur. Ye Tianxiang guided step by step. Chihiro-ji was not killed by the two of them, but died of something undisclosed. Even if Jian Daoliu gets angry, he won't embarrass them too much. If they hide out of sight, they will be fine after 2 or 3 years. Always wandering around in front of the great worshipper, reminding him of his dead son is the real way to kill him. The former pope is dead, and Yuegwen and Ghosts are still alive and kicking outside. It is inevitable that some interested people will find out the clues and pry into the truth. It's better to find a place to nest and wait for the development of the situation. In a year or 2, the power struggle between the Pope's Hall and the Shrine Hall should become clearer, and it won't be too late to formally stand in line at that time. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Competition. Chapter 44 Competition. In the end, Yuegwen and Gaimei still accepted Yetianxing's proposal. Only after the high-level meeting of Wuhandian was over, he applied to go to the other shore courtyard to recuperate his internal injuries. After the discussion, the three of them went to the papal palace to meet with Pope Bibidong and apply for convening a high-level meeting. No matter what, Bibidong is the Pope of Wuhan Palace, and such important matters still require her permission. The cold Pope's palace is still as magnificent as ever, and a woman with a cold face sits on the throne at the end of the steps, which is studded with countless gold, jade, and jewels. Not long after taking over the Pope, Bibidong, who has yet to fully grasp the power, behaves cautiously and decently without revealing any flaws. She just sat quietly on the throne, looking deeply at the door. Her slender and delicate eyebrows began to wrinkle slightly as time went by. It has been such a long time, but the news from the other side of the court has not been transmitted yet. It seems that things are not going well. Due to internal iteration problems in Wuhandian, Qian Daoliu had to give up the position of Pope to Bibidong. However, it is not so easy to let go of position and power. The greater the influence of the enshrinement hall and the spirit hall, the harder it is for Bibidong to win over the power of the spirit hall. This time, the Bayan court created by Yetianxing has refined a powerful auxiliary pill such as the soul cultivation pill, which will definitely cause an uproar in the Wuhan hall. If the reputation of the hall of enshrinement rises again, Bibidong's authority will continue to decline, which is very unfavorable to her. Yetianxing's research results are beneficial to the majority of soul masters, and it is difficult for Bibidong to curb his development of power openly. Therefore, we can only use some shady methods to slow down Yetianxing's development as much as possible. Apart from Su Yun and other small characters, the two elders Zhu and Gui also went to control the field outside the other side court under her hint. Destroying the development of the other side of the court is the petition of the two elders to stand in the papal palace. Only when she really confronts Yetianxing can Bibidong believe in their loyalty. Even if the two elders did not intervene in the incident, their behavior of standing by and watching would cause dissatisfaction in the enshrinement hall. At that time, they will only be more determined to stand in the Pope's palace. Killing two birds with one stone seems like a good idea. It's just that Bibidong didn't expect Su Yun's impulsiveness and stupidity, let alone Yetianxing's mind and methods. Her act of secretly sabotaging the other side's court not only failed to bring the two elders Yuegwen and Gaimei back to their hearts, but instead cut off her own arms and sent two good helpers to Yetianxing. The thick all-metal door of the papal palace was opened, and a guard wearing standard armor trotted into the palace and did not stop until he reached the bottom of the steps of the Pope's throne. The person who came was Bibidong, who became the confidant promoted by the Pope, and was her eyes and ears in the palace. Coming here in a hurry at this time must be something big happening. His Majesty the Pope, the eldest lady took two elders to the other side court to provide support. Afterwards, the eldest lady and the four elders entered the Paradise Court together. Concise words summarize the general story of the matter. Bibidong lowered her head and listened carefully. Her eyes were slightly closed, her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, obviously in a very bad mood. "I see, back off." Bibidong, who could barely maintain her composure, spoke as calmly as possible after listening to the report of her cronies. The cronies who came to report couldn't see Bibidong's displeasure. He buried his head even deeper, and after saying goodbye, he flew out of the Pope's palace. There was only Bibidong left in the hall again. After a long silence, Bibidong suddenly slapped hard on the armrest of the throne with a bare hand. Squeak! The armrest made of solid alloy made a painful moan, and it was deeply bent downwards and dented a few points. Yetianxing! Bibidong gritted his teeth and let out a low roar. This little bastard who repeatedly ruined his plans deserves to be damned. What's even worse is that with his back against the hall of worship, Bibidong really can't do anything to him. At least on the surface, nothing can be done to him. Yetianxing was able to create this kind of political achievement just after he founded Bayan Court, but Bibidong has not yet produced a decent work since he succeeded to the throne. There is no harm without comparison. In comparison, Bibi Dong appears to be very incompetent and a failure. Just as Bibi Dong was secretly thinking about how to deal with Ye Tianxiong, the guards outside entered the hall again to report. The two elders and Ye Tianxiong have arrived at the Pope's palace and are about to see the Pope. When the three of them arrived together, Bibi Dong understood that the worst had happened. It seems that Yu Guan and Gui Mei are going to line up to worship the temple. The house leaked and it rained all night. Bibi Dong's power had not yet been consolidated, and his left and right hands who were supposed to submit to him rebelled and surrendered to the enemy. The situation was really unfavorable. Ye Tianxiong had already arrived at the door, and Bibi Dong couldn't avoid seeing him. Escaping can't solve the problem, you can only see what happens and adapt to the situation. Suppressing the anger and dissatisfaction in her heart, Bibi Dong regained her composure, and asked the guards to invite Ye Tianxiong and the two elders in. Ye Tianxiong walked in front, and the two elders followed behind. The three of them entered the Pope's palace unhurriedly. I have seen His Majesty the Pope. Exemption. After a few usual greetings, Ye Tianxiong started talking about business. Your Majesty, Bayan Court has recently developed a new elixir that can increase the cultivation speed of soul masters below level. I would like to ask Your Majesty to inform all the elders to convene a meeting to determine the regulations for the distribution of soul-nourishing pills. Ye Tianxiong said. It's just an auxiliary elixir for soul masters below level. There is no need to mobilize troops, it can be distributed directly to the Wuhan Academy. You have done a good job in this matter, Wuhandian will not forget those who made contributions. Bibi Dong spoke calmly, as if she just heard a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. Wuhan Academy is a Soul Master Academy under the jurisdiction of Wuhan Highness, and it seems no problem for them to distribute low-level cultivation pills. But Wuhan Academy is an institution directly under the Pope, doing so is tantamount to handing over the distribution right to Bibi Dong. Those young soul masters with potential are the future pillars of Wuhan Palace, and I think the top management of Wuhan Palace should pay more attention to them. Even if it is just an auxiliary cultivation pill below level, if it can increase the cultivation speed by more than %, I think it must be treated seriously. Ye Tianxiong said calmly. Calling a meeting with the elders to discuss distribution matters is not as simple as it seems. Its foundation is still in the struggle between the two major factions of Wuhandian. Soul Yang Pill is just an introduction, what Ye Tianxiong wants is to expand the influence of Bayan Court as much as possible. Let more people recognize Ye Tianxiong's achievements, and at the same time use the various resources produced to form an interrelated interest group, gradually erode Bibi Dong's authority, until Bibi Dong is emptied. Your Majesty, the younger generation is the future and hope of Wuhan Palace. We also feel that we should hold a meeting and treat it with caution. Yueguan took a step forward and handed over Bibi Dong. He was already preparing to go to the other side of the court to nest, of course he had to hand in the nomination certificate before that. Ye Tianxiong was already prepared for Bibi Dong's rebuttal. It's fine for Bibi Dong to agree directly, if she disagrees, wearing a hat of not paying attention to the new generation will only make her feel more uncomfortable. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 High-Level Meetings. Chapter 45 High-Level Meetings. Since the two elders also think this should be the case, then call the elders in the hall for a meeting. Ye Tianxiong had the support of the enshrinement hall, and with the help of the two elders Yu Guan and Gui Mei, Bibi Dong had no choice but to agree to his proposal. Bibi Dong, whose strength and power had not yet been consolidated, could not reach the point of monopolizing power, and could only temporarily compromise with the major forces in Wuhan Hall in exchange for support. The high-level meeting of Wuhandian was finally scheduled to be held in the conference hall of the Pope's palace 7 days later. On the day of the meeting, Ye Tianxiong wore cloud boots and a snow-white dress, which was decorated with cloud brocade and exotic animals made of gold thread, showing an extraordinary temperament of simplicity and elegance. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, and carefully dressing up adds a lot to Ye Tianxiong. This time he participated in the meeting as the director of Bianyanting, and for the first time he officially appeared in the sight of Wuhandian's senior officials. A person's first impression is very important, yet Tianxing needs to be mature enough to get the support of more elders, so as to further grasp the right to speak in the spirit hall. In this way, many of his reform policies can be spread in Wuhandian. It's getting late, it's time to go in. Under the steps outside the Pope's palace, Ye Tianxing turned his head and said to Yueguan and Gigi calmly, "Let's go." Yu Guan nodded in response. The group walked up the steps slowly and walked towards the depths of the Pope's palace. In the conference hall of the Pope's palace, many elders who had received the news were already seated, and they all quietly closed their eyes and waited for the meeting to begin. The soul masters who can become titled Douluo have been around for many years, and they know very well that something big will happen in the next meeting. This meeting was not just a simple allocation of resources, but the beginning of the competition between the consecrated hall and the papal hall for organizational leadership. All the elders have different reasons for serving the spirit hall. Before the situation is clear, they will never easily stand in line and go to this muddy water. The door of the conference hall opened, and a young boy with a handsome appearance and an extraordinary temperament entered slowly, followed by two elders, Ju and Gui. The moment the door opened, all the elders present looked calm, but their attention was already focused on the visitor. When they saw the two elders standing behind Ye Tianxing, they were even more shocked. Yueguan and Ghost are going to stand in line. Ye Tianxing, the director of the other side court, has seen all the elders. After arriving at the seat, after Yueguan and Gaimei sat down, Ye Tianxing bowed slightly and greeted all the elders politely. Seeing this, the other elders responded one after another, doing Ye Tianxing a lot of face. They knew very well in their hearts that Ye Tianxing not only represented him personally, he was also the spokesperson of the shrine. There is still a sense of propriety in making large offerings. Ye Tianxing is talented but has not grown up yet. He does not have the ability to force the Pope to seize power for the time being. It can be said that it is just a gentle warning. Tell everyone in Wuhandian, who is the real ruler of Wuhandian. If sending a powerful person here, forcing Bibi Dong to resist for self-defense, the collision inside the spirit hall would be too intense. Little brother, you still look so young, did you really invent the soul yang pill? Not long after Ye Tianxing sat down, a female elder with short ear-length hair and a proud figure suddenly asked. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of the elders present moved slightly, and Yueguan and Gaimei couldn't help but glance at the woman. After entering the conference hall, all the elders didn't say much because they didn't want to get into trouble, and made a decision when the situation became clearer. They didn't expect that Flame Eagle Douluo would suddenly break the calm atmosphere. Ye Tianxing smiled lightly, turned his head and said calmly, "Big sister, I didn't invent the soul-nourishing pill, and who invented it?" Leaving aside who the inventor of the soul-nourishing pill was, Ye Tianxing's calmness alone made the elders here look at him with suspicion. The elders here all have titled Douluo cultivation, and the aura they have developed through many years of struggling in the soul world is definitely unparalleled. Let alone a child, even an adult may not be able to behave calmly in front of so many titled Douluo. Big sister. Yan Ying was stunned for a moment, then smiled brightly. Seemingly satisfied with this title. Although at her age, she is more than enough to be Ye Tianxing's grandmother. You are really an incredible genius for being able to invent this kind of elixir at such a young age. My sister is optimistic about you. The female elder approached Ye Tianxing and said. Sister, I'm overwhelmed. Ye Tianxing's face was still calm, as if he was not surprised by favor or humiliation. Crack. Just when Flame Eagle Douluo was about to speak again, the door of the conference hall was opened directly. Bibi Dong, wearing papal robes and holding a scepter, entered the venue last. The meeting took place at the Pope's palace, and Bibi Dong was actually the first to arrive. However, because she wanted to maintain the authority of the Pope and observe the movements of the elders, she had been hiding outside and observing in secret. The choice between Yu Guan and Gui Mei has made Bibi Dong very passive. If Flame Eagle Douluo really gets closer, the situation will be uncontrollable. The purpose of summoning all the elders here is to discuss the distribution of the soul cultivation pill. Bibi Dong went straight to the point without any delay. It seemed that she wanted to end the meeting as soon as possible and suppress Ye Tianxing's room to play as much as possible. Soul Yang pill is just a low-level auxiliary pill. I think it only needs to be distributed by the Wuhan Academy. I don't know what the elders think. Bibi Dong promised in advance to win over the elders present with generous profits. But these old fritters who have been around for many years are not fools, and they cannot be easily moved by a few words, and directly express their support for Bibi Dong. Of course, they were concerned about the Pope's face, so they did not explicitly refuse. They only said that they would act fairly and in accordance with the regulations. Bibi Dong had no choice but to show a tough stance as much as possible, hoping to keep the elders calm. The soul-nourishing pill was invented and refined by Ye Tianxing, the director of Bayan Court. Ye Tianxing has the right to say what the true situation of the soul-nourishing pill is. I think his opinion should be asked about the distribution. Yuegwen retorted directly. Since Yuegwen and Ghost have decided not to stand in the Pope's palace, they should put on a gesture and draw a clear line from the previous year to Bidong. I also think we should listen to Ye Tianxing's opinion. Ghost whispered. Yuegwen and Ghosts are inextricably linked, and they can cooperate with each other to perform martial arts fusion skills. Yu Guan and Gui Mei took the lead, and other elders also agreed. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss together, and this is not Bibi Dong's monologue, so why not listen to opinions? Then I don't know what the director of the Bayan Court has a good idea. Bibi Dong's deep tone was full of disdain and contempt. In Bibi Dong's eyes, Ye Tianxing is nothing but a lucky kid. Without the shrine to support him, he is nothing. As for talent, Bibi Dong is the only soul master in the entire continent who has overcome the backlash of twin martial souls. She feels that she is not inferior to anyone in terms of talent. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Sword Pointing at Wuhan Academy. Chapter 46 Sword Pointing at Wuhan Academy. The eyes of all the elders focused on Ye Tianxing, and they were also very curious about what this kid could say. Facing everyone's eyes, Ye Tianxing calmly said, "The effect of Yanghun pill must be known to all of you here. This elixir, which has a complicated refining process, can increase the cultivation speed of soul masters below level by more than %, and the effectiveness of one elixir lasts for 7 days. As long as it is used properly, it can completely distance the new generation of soul masters in the Wuhan Hall from the outside soul masters. The refining process of Yanghun pill is cumbersome and the cost is not low, so it is impossible to supply it completely for free. So I drafted a distribution plan. Soul masters under the age of 20 in Wuhan City, who have not reached the 30th level of cultivation, can go to the other side court to receive a certain base number of soul-nourishing pills for free every quarter according to their talent level. As for the extra part, you need to pay a price to buy it from the other side. At the same time, in order to avoid the outflow of soul-nourishing pills to hostile forces as much as possible, I hope to set up a special venue for young soul masters to digest the pills. What do you guys think? If Ye Tianxing's distribution plan is followed, the Bayan Court will obtain most of the distribution rights. Moreover, the elixir was received directly from the Bayan Court, and it did not need to go through the hands of the Wuhan Academy, so it could further win over young soul masters. The ownership of the distribution rights of Yanghun pill has a deeper meaning. The smooth passage of the plan sets a precedent. In the future, Ye Tianxing will also firmly control the distribution of other pills produced by the Bayan Court, and will no longer be subject to the Pope's palace. This is the first step for Ye Tianxing to seize power. If other departments in Wuhan Hall no longer obey the Pope, Bibi Dong will really be left out of the spotlight. The soul-raising pill was refined by Bayan Court. I think this method is feasible. Douluo immediately agreed. When a good thing is invented, it is always enjoyed by those at the top first, and it is the bottom's turn to pick up the leftovers. The moment the soul-nourishing pill was invented, all the elders present were destined to be the first to benefit. No matter how the distribution rights are transferred, they will not lose a share. Choosing a different distribution plan is nothing more than expressing a political stance. After Yuegwen spoke, 4 elders, Gaimei, Shalong, Liangxiu, and Yanying, chose to support Yetianxing's distribution plan. 5 of the 9 elders present expressed their support, while the remaining 4 remained silent, remaining neutral, and neither helping each other. Bibi Dong glanced around and saw the eyes of everyone present filled with resentment. Unexpectedly, she, as a pope, was so weak that she did not even receive public support from an elder. The remaining elders who didn't directly express their support for Yetianxing's distribution plan. Things are produced by the other side court, and it is natural for them to be distributed by the other side court. If the buy-in court runs smoothly, more pills can be developed, and the cake will grow bigger, and everyone present will get an extra share, so why not do it? The elders here are all pragmatic, wanting to make less trouble and get more benefits. Bibi Dong couldn't give them what they wanted, so naturally he wouldn't get their support. The talented young soul masters of the Wuhan Temple are all practicing in the Wuhan Academy, so it would be superfluous to ask them to go to the other side court every quarter. It's better to let the Wuhan Academy distribute them uniformly, which saves time and effort. Gritting her teeth, Bibi Dong began her final struggle. Bibi Dong knew that the matter was a foregone conclusion, and objecting would not change the final result, but she was suffocating in her heart, she was just unwilling to give up easily. Yetianxing leaned back slightly, with a hint of a smile in his obsidian-like deep eyes. Bibi Dong's useless struggle played into his hands, and everything went as expected. The Wuhan Palace provides Wuhan Academy with a large amount of resources every year, but judging from the situation in recent decades, it seems that the Wuhan Academy has not been able to provide satisfactory answers. In the past 20 years, Wuhan Academy has trained too few talents, and the quality is also worrying. Yetianxing's words were like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of all the elders, and like a sharp knife piercing Bibi Dong's heart. Only now did the elders who came here understand that Yetianxing's original goal was not to distribute the soul cultivation pill, but to point his sword at the Wuhan Academy. Bibi Dong was very clear about the shortcomings of Wuhan Academy. Even if Yetianxing didn't say anything today, she was going to rectify it. But some words have completely different meanings when they come out of Yetianxing's mouth. What do you mean? Bibi Dong looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The hair all over her body exploded, showing a very dangerous expression. I think there are huge problems with the Soul Master training system of Wuhan Academy. The root of this problem is that this college has no competitors. Therefore, I propose that Buy-in Court establish a directly affiliated Soul Master Academy, and explore a plan to innovate the Soul Master training system. Yetianxing said bluntly. Wuhan Academy is the only core chassis that Bibi Dong can currently master. The students trained in this academy will become Bibi Dong's confidants. Yetianxing's approach of establishing a new branch was simply digging into Bibi Dong's roots. It has been many years since Wuhan Academy was established, and the teaching methods have also been tested over the years. How can it be changed just by saying so? What if the students are trained according to the new method? If the talented young people are taught badly, wouldn't this be a waste of talent? If conditions didn't allow it, Bibi Dong would have wanted to rush over and slap Yetianxing to death. This bastard is simply lawless, and he doesn't pay attention to her, the Pope, at all. Martial spirits are constantly developing, new ones will be produced every year, and some will die out. The training of soul masters should keep pace with the times. If you are afraid of failure and stop moving forward, and always stand still, you will only be overtaken by other forces. Besides, no matter what the outcome is, it is always good to give Wuhan Academy an opponent and put some pressure on those students. Yetianxing retorted with reason. After thousands of years, some things in Wuhan Palace have become too old and it is time to inject some fresh blood. To build a new college, the venue and facilities will cost a lot, and the subsequent investment will be astronomical. I don't think this is necessary at all. The Wuhan Academy is enough to meet the needs of cultivating soul masters. Bibi Dong knew that it would be difficult to stop Ye Tianxing from recruiting soul masters to train himself. All she could do was to make it as difficult as possible for the opponent. Financial issues are the key cards she plays. There is no need for the palace to free up additional finances. It only needs to provide a suitable venue, and the subsequent expenses will be paid by Bianting itself. Ye Tianxing said with certainty. Ye Tianxing is not worried about money. If he keeps a tight grip on the production and circulation of elixirs, wealth will continue to flow in. Ye Tianxing pays for the money to train the students himself, so he doesn't have to worry about who the students are loyal to. Since you made the plan, you are responsible for everything. Wuhandian will no longer give you additional financial support, and at the same time, the issue of student resources will be resolved by you. Bibi Dong was very upset, but finally approved Ye Tianxing's proposal. The cultivation of soul masters is not achieved overnight. She does not believe that Ye Tianxing can compete with the Wuhan Academy with his hastily built team. By letting Ye Tianxing devote more energy to the newly built academy, Bibi Dong can develop steadily. Thinking about it carefully, this situation is not unacceptable to Bibi Dong. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Another Blow. Chapter 47 Another Blow. Bibi Dong's final retreat was also a last resort. In the previous round of voting, none of the elders publicly supported her, and the situation on the field was clearly revealed. Bibi Dong, who lacks both strength and political achievements, will find it difficult to win the support of the elders. Another round of voting would probably be self-defeating. It's better to directly agree to Ye Tianxing's request and increase the difficulty of running the new academy as much as possible. Compromising and giving in is not the same as admitting defeat. Bibi Dong will never give up the fight for the dominance of Wuhan Palace. Today's temporary retreat is just to retreat in order to distract Ye Tianxing's attention and strive for a peaceful and stable development time as much as possible. Come back when you become stronger. The major event had already been decided, and when Bibi Dong was about to announce the end of the meeting, Yu Guan coughed suddenly, attracting everyone's attention. Your Majesty, some time ago, the ghosts and I were severely injured in the process of besieging and suppressing the human rebellion against Tang Hao. Now that the hidden disease has recurred, I am afraid that it will be difficult to bear the heavy responsibility of the elder of the Wuhan Palace for the time being. The two of us applied to be transferred to Bayan Court to recuperate for a while. I also hope that your Majesty will understand. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into an icy abyss of deathly silence. Ye Tianxing, who had been mentally prepared, looked calm. The other elders lowered their heads unconsciously and acted as if it had nothing to do with them. Bibi Dong pretended to be calm and clasped the edge of the conference table so tightly that her palms were almost embedded in the inside. When Yu Guan and Gui Mei lined up, Bibi Dong had expected that the two of them would make some moves, but she didn't expect that things would happen so suddenly and intensely. So much so that she had no time to react. After a long silence, Bibi Dong, who had calmed down, finally moved her hand away from the conference table. An obvious claw mark had been left where her palm had originally covered it, which showed that His Majesty the Pope was really angry. The two elders really think it over. Bibi Dong opened her eyes wide, and her sharp gaze swept towards the ghost of Yueguan. After all, Bibi Dong is the Pope of the Wuhan Temple, the only twin Wuhan owner in the world, and has not yet cultivated to the title Douluo realm, but his power cannot be underestimated. Both Yueguan and Gaimei who were stared at could not help but tremble in their hearts. Once you make a choice, you can't change it easily. If you don't please both Qin, Mu, and Chu, that's a dead end. We have already thought about it, please grant your permission. Yu Guan met Bibi Dong's eyes and said. Then the two elders can rest in peace and recuperate. Bibi Dong uttered the last sentence word by word, then waved her sleeves and walked straight out of the conference hall, ignoring all the elders in the hall. After the Pope left, other elders also began to leave. They still had a lot of work to do, so it was not appropriate to stay here for a long time. Soon there were only 2 elders, Yetiansheng, Yueguan and Ghost, left in the conference hall. Yu Guan turned to Yetiansheng and smiled bitterly. After irritating Bibi Dong, their life in the future would not be easy. 2 elders, please rest assured. The Pope just can't think about it for the moment. She will definitely figure it out after a while. Time is on our side. Yetiansheng gave reassurance to the 2 elders who surrendered. Bibi Dong is alone, and has not been able to get the direct allegiance of an elder until now, and it may be difficult to give her a few more years. On the other hand, Yetiansheng is completely different. Backed by the Hall of Enshrinement, the one whose talent and understanding far exceeds Bibi Dong is the real future of the Hall of Spirits. No matter how ferocious Bibi Dong is, he can't blatantly kill Yu Guan and Gui Mei. The most he can do is wear small shoes. When Yetiansheng grows up enough to compete with him, will Bibi Dong still be able to jump around? We should go back too. The things to be done have been completed. Yetiansheng got up and moved his stiff body a little, and then returned to the other side courtyard with the 2 elders. With the 2 of them joining, Yetiansheng's power will reach a higher level, and the future is definitely promising. The Hall of Worship, inside Yetiansheng's residence. Qi and Tang Xiao, who were sweating profusely, were carrying buckets and doing housework. Even if Yetiansheng is not at home, the courtyard must be kept clean and tidy inside and outside. If Yetiansheng comes back suddenly and finds the house in a mess, they will be in big trouble. Eldest sister, when do you think this kind of life will be big? Tang Xiao muttered, but the work in his hands did not stop. A period of training allowed Tang Xiao to fully master the skills of handling various housework. She was no longer that Miss Haoshenzong who stretched out her clothes and opened her mouth to eat. It will come to an end when it's time to end. As for when it will end, it depends on the young master's arrangement. Qi gripped the rag tightly and worked hard without any slack. Qi was born in an orphanage and received more than a year of education from Yetiansheng. Her mental maturity is far beyond that of Tang Xiao. It is certainly not reconciled to let her only be a maid for the rest of her life. But she won't complain about her miserable misfortune. Complaining can only vent emotions but not solve the problem, and it is not worthwhile to risk the trouble coming out of your mouth. After complaining, hurry up and get to work. The second floor hasn't been cleaned yet. Tang Xiao obeys the order. Tang Xiao tilted his head towards Qi, bowed his knees and said in a pretentious manner, "Damn girl, you need to clean up." After getting familiar with the environment, Tang Xiao went overboard more and more, and Qi felt that she should be taught another lesson so that she could clear her mind again. Just when Qi put down the rag and was about to take action, the door opened with a click. Yetiansheng strode into the house under the bewildered eyes of the 2 little maids. "You 2 should put down what you are doing right away, go back to your room to wash up and change clothes, and come out with me later." After Yetiansheng said a word, he walked straight up the stairs and towards the room upstairs. There were only 2 little maids left in the hall who were still in shock. "Sister, what's going on?" This was the first time Tang Xiao encountered such a situation. She turned to Qi and asked anxiously. "I don't know the specific situation, just do as the young master tells you." Qi calm eyes began to light up strange colors. She had a premonition that after going through so many trials, she was finally going to make it through. The 2 little girls hurriedly put away their tools and hurried back to their rooms. After staying in the yard for so long day after day, Tang Xiao was almost bored. As long as you can go out, even if it's just for a stroll, it's good. After Qi and Tang Xiao washed up and put on their regular clothes, they immediately went down to the living room to join Yetiansheng. "I plan to open a new Soul Master Academy in Wuhan City, and you 2 will be the first batch of students in the academy." Today I will take you guys out to buy all the necessary equipment. I will give you 3 days off when I come back. When the holiday is over, immediately report to the college with me. Ye Tianxiang briefly introduced the future itinerary. It takes 10 years to cultivate trees and 100 years to cultivate people. Establishing a Soul Master Academy is not something that can be accomplished overnight. The venue problem is easy to solve. But it takes a long time for teachers and students to fix it. Qi and Tang Xiao had excellent talents, yet Tianxiang never planned to lock them up at home from the very beginning. Only by cultivating them into powerful soul masters can they serve Ye Tianxiang better. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Skydome Academy. Chapter 48 Skydome Academy. Qi and Tang Xiao, who were stunned in place, blinked vigorously. They still haven't recovered from the shock. I just mentioned it just now, but I didn't expect that my dream would come true so soon. Being able to enter the Wuhan Academy to study, they are considered to have made it through. But if we leave, who will clean the room? Young master. Qi said somewhat incoherently. Qi has been working as a maid in Ye Tianxiang's house for more than a year, and she has become accustomed to the life of a maid. The sudden change in her lifestyle made her feel overwhelmed for a while. Unlike Qi, Tang Xiao was shocked, but joy surged into his heart. A period of life as a maid has not wiped out her ambition, and studying at the Soul Master Academy is just a way for her to get her life back on track. I will arrange for manual cleaning here. Next, you have to focus all your energy on cultivation. Especially Qi, your foundation is even weaker than Tang Xiao's, and you will need special training to make up for it after you enroll. Ye Tianxiang said seriously to Qi. Qi, who spent time in an orphanage when he was young, studied for too little time and was certainly not as good as Tang Xiao, who came from a well-known family, in terms of basic knowledge. Most of the sect's children have been taught all kinds of knowledge by their elders since they were young. After awakening at the age of 6, they can free up more time to practice. Commoners who have awakened their soul power and are sure they have the qualifications to become a soul master can only begin to receive instruction. Before that, they have already been distanced. As ordered. Qi took a deep breath and replied seriously. If Ye Tianxiang hadn't used heaven-defying methods to help Qi sort out her meridians, she wouldn't even be qualified to embark on the path of cultivation. To get to this day, Qi has experienced a lot of pain that is unbearable for ordinary people. The price she paid for obtaining the cultivation qualification was higher than that of everyone present. Whether it is to respond to Ye Tianxiang's expectations or to give himself an explanation, Qi will do his best to cultivate. It's late, let's go. Ye Tianxiang's time is precious, and it is not easy to find time to go shopping with them. The new college has just started, and the quality of its students will definitely not be comparable to that of the established Wuhan College. Qi and Tang Xiao must be trained as soon as possible to make them the flagships of the academy, so that they can recruit students with better talents. Wuhan City straddles the middle of the two empires, guarding the transportation hub, and has a superior geographical location. Coupled with the aura of the Holy Land of Soul Masters, the prosperity of this miraculous city is among the best in the entire continent. The entire city is hexagonal in shape and is located on the Six Wings Mountain. The height of the city wall reaches 40 meters, which is tall, thick, and majestic. The marble-paved streets in the city are majestic and white, with shops lined up on both sides. There is an endless stream of business travelers coming and going, and the traffic is bustling. Ye Tianxiang walked in the front, Qi and Tang Xiaoxiang followed closely behind, and behind them were servants carrying large and small bags. You don't actually need to bring too much luggage to go to the Soul Master Academy, but it's a rare trip, so the group will inevitably spend money. Anyway, Ye Tianxiang is very rich, so he doesn't need to worry about money at all. These things are just as an entrance gift for the two of them. Master, what's the name of the college we're going to? Qi, who was following Ye Tianxiang, suddenly asked. She is very concerned about the matter of enrolling, it's okay to not even know the name of the college when the school starts soon. Tianxing Academy. Ye Tianxing replied directly. Then we will be students of Tianxing College. Tang Xiao said happily on the side. The academy was named after him, which is enough to show how much Ye Tianxing attaches importance to the academy. Needless to say, the students of Skyvault Academy must be first class in terms of cultivation resources. The group of people were discussing the affairs of the academy when a call suddenly came from behind. Sky. Several people turned their heads and saw a little girl who was exquisitely carved and shining like a pearl running towards them with all her strength. The little girl was followed closely by several guards in plain robes. Zioxiu. Ye Tianxing was able to confirm the identity of the visitor just by hearing the voice. Qianrongxiu didn't stop until she ran in front of Ye Tianxing to take a deep breath. It seemed that she was in a hurry along the way. Tianxing, I have caught up with you. I went to your house to look for you just now, but I didn't see anyone. Qianren said out of breath. Miss, please come back with us quickly. You haven't finished your homework for today. The guard who followed us advised with helplessness. Qianrongxiu took a few steps forward, ran directly behind Ye Tianxing, exposed her small head and said, I don't want to go back because I'm suffocated at home. Tianxing, help me quickly. There is no doubt that Qianrongxiu sneaked out of the house, and it is not known whether the Grand Priest knew about it. Master Tianxing, please help persuade the eldest lady. If you don't cultivate well, we can't afford to be blamed by the priest. The guard said anxiously. After Chihiroji died, Qiandaoliu devoted all his efforts to the only remaining granddaughter. Qianrongxiu's mood gradually improved after she returned from Ye Tianxing's home, and Qiandaoliu also began to assign training tasks. During this period of time, apart from supporting the Bayan court, Qianrongxiu has been practicing hard at home almost all the time. Her cultivation has improved significantly, and she is indeed feeling bored. Rather than practicing in the worship hall, she still wanted to stay with Ye Tianxing. Qianrongxiu's talent is extraordinary. As long as she is willing to put in the effort to practice, it is almost certain that she will become a peerless powerhouse. It doesn't matter if you take some time temporarily. Zioxiu, did you run out without telling the big worshipper? Ye Tianxing narrowed his eyes and turned his head to ask. This. How could Grandpa with such a high cultivation base not know that I ran out? Since he didn't stop it, he acquiesced. Qianrongxiu argued forcefully with a smile. Yes. Ye Tianxing was silent for a moment, and then said to the guard who came here with a gentle expression, last time I gave Zioxiu a bottle of elixir. I was so busy that I didn't have time to tell her the magical effects of the elixir. I happened to meet her today, let me explain to her for a while. Did you hear that? I came out to find Tianxing for business. Qianrongxiu suddenly felt confident after receiving support. Master. The guard hesitated, but they still felt uneasy. A sharpened sword is a good chopper. Only by understanding the correct way to use elixirs can you improve your cultivation level faster. If the big worshipper is blamed, you can just mention my name. Ye Tianxing continued to excuse Qianrongxiu. Rather than sticking to the rules and leaving Qianrongxiu alone, it is better to stand up bravely. In any case, as a grandfather, Qiandaoliu of course still hopes that someone can care for his granddaughter. All right. Master Tianxing, please hurry up, otherwise it will be difficult for us to explain. They can serve as guards around Qianrongxiu, and they are also very knowledgeable about how to advance and retreat. If the big worshipper really wanted to be blamed, they would have no choice but to accept the punishment. The consequences of stabbing Ye Tianxing out would be even more serious. Because that would not only not leave a good impression on the big priest, but also make the second priest bad. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Riot. Chapter 49 Riot. Tianxing, I heard that you are planning to establish a Soul Master Academy recently, right? Qianrongxiu and Ye Tianxing walked side by side on the street, their steps as light and lively as a bird that had just left the nest. That's right, the name of the academy is Tianxing Academy, and it has started recruiting students in Wuhan City. Ye Tianxing glanced at her and answered truthfully. The establishment of Tianxing Academy has been officially announced in the Wuhan Hall. Qianrongxiu asked knowingly, and it seemed that she had some ideas. Skyvault Academy has just been established, so the number of students should be very small. How about I join the academy to increase your popularity? Qianrongxiu said sincerely with her moist eyes wide open. It is too depressing to practice penance in the hall of worship. If you join Tianxing Academy, you can see Tianxing every day. It's a very important matter, so I have to agree to it. Qianrongxiu has a special status, and accepting her easily may lead to disaster. Ye Tianxing will not agree easily. As long as you agree, Grandpa will definitely not object. Qianrongxiu crossed her hands behind her back and turned her face away to prevent Ye Tianxing from noticing anything strange. Except for special circumstances, the children of big families generally seldom join the Junior Soul Master Academy. According to the characteristics of the family's martial soul, each major Soul Master family has a special training program, which is beyond the reach of the Soul Master Academy. Douluo will most likely not let Qianrongxiu join Tianxing Academy to study. Because practicing in the academy is far less efficient than practicing in the worship hall. Zioxiu, the Soul Master Academy teaches some basic knowledge, and you should be familiar with those things by heart. Joining the Soul Master Academy will not improve you much, but it will slow down your cultivation speed. I think it's better for you to stay in the worship hall and practice. Ye Tianxing persuaded him earnestly. In Ye Tianxing's original plan, Tianxing Academy is not just as simple as teaching Soul Masters knowledge, but also needs to be responsible for many research projects. With Qianrongxiu present, it would be inconvenient to conduct many experiments, such as testing soul power circuits. You hate me so much, do you have to drive me away? Qianrongxiu's face drooped, and tears were about to overflow in her eyes, looking pitiful. Ye Tianxing stopped, sighed, and said seriously to Qianrongxiu, Zioxiu, we are still young, and our bodies and minds have not yet developed. Now we should focus on cultivation and studies. Some things should wait until you grow up before you consider them. Your life experience is still very shallow, your ideas and concepts are not yet mature, and you are still not sure of your own mind, and you are easily confused by momentary impulses. I hope you can calm down and think about it carefully, and make a choice after you really think about it, and don't let yourself regret it. An immature girl like Qianrongxiu is easy to deceive, but a big worshipper who has lived for hundreds of years is different. The great minister was optimistic about Ye Tianxing because he knew the importance and never crossed the line. If Ye Tianxing dares to cross the line, the great worshipper may fall out at any time. Douluo would do anything for his only remaining granddaughter. Ye Tianxing would not be stupid enough to take such a risk. To drag is to drag hard. What Ye Tianxing has to do now is to delay the development time as much as possible, and everything will be fine when he grows up. But Tianxing, you... Qianrongxiu clenched her fists and frowned, just about to refute, when a commotion broke out in the street in the distance. The soul skill confrontation produced a shining light, and the turbulent aftermath shook the tiles on the houses on both sides to pieces. Catch him! Catch him! Following a burst of fierce shouts, a crowd driven by fear rushed towards Ye Tianxing and others. Miss! The guards who followed hurriedly jumped in front of Qianrongxiu, protecting her behind. Zioxiu, let's leave right away. The two of you follow, and the others will be in charge. Ye Tianxing calmly gave the order to retreat. The law and order in Wuhan City has always been good, so it is not a trivial matter to make such a commotion. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. With their cultivation level, the most important thing is to retreat immediately to ensure their own safety. Going up to join in the fun is courting death. Obey. The accompanying guards did not hesitate, and quickly evacuated with a few children according to Ye Tianxiang's instructions. Ye Tianxiang grabbed Qian Rongxiu's white little hand and pulled the little girl whose head was still stuck to run. Tang Xiao and Qi followed closely behind Ye Tianxiang, fearing that they would be scattered and trapped here. The situation is unknown, and it is dangerous to be stuck in place. The place where the incident occurred was far away from Ye Tianxiang and others, and coupled with his decisive command on the spot, the group of people escaped from the place affected by the chaos without any danger. When this happens, everyone loses the mood to go shopping. They did not stop outside and ran all the way to the enshrinement hall. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, the shocked group stopped to take a breath. What exactly is going on? Qian Rongxiu asked Ye Tianxiang in a low voice. This was the first time she encountered such a thing in Wuhan City. Facing an unknown threat, Qian Rongxiu's first reaction is to move closer to reliable people to gain a sense of security. It's not clear yet, but there should be results soon. It's not very safe outside recently, you should go home quickly. Ye Tianxiang already has some guesses in his mind, but he won't say it easily. Wouldn't it be nice to take this opportunity to send Qian Rongxiu back, lest she come out and cause trouble? That's right, miss, let's go back quickly. The accompanying guard immediately shouted. When encountering an emergency, the most nervous thing is not the two little masters, but the guards in charge of security work. If Qian Rongxiu was accidentally hurt, they couldn't afford it. Qian Rongxiu pursed her lips, her slightly closed eyes full of reluctance. She still had a lot of things she wanted to say to Ye Tianxiang, but it was a pity that she couldn't say these words when she reached her mouth. You should also pay attention to safety and remember to take care of yourself. Qian Rongxiu twisted her face and could only hold back these words that were neither salty nor light. Under the protection of several guards, she reluctantly moved and walked towards home. After Qian Rongxiu walked away, Qi and Tang Xiao suddenly relaxed, and their suppressed emotions almost couldn't be restrained gushing out. The two of them don't like Qian Rongxiu very much, or it should be said that they are very jealous of Qian Rongxiu. When Qian Rongxiu was present, the two of them could only be reduced to backgrounds, and it would be difficult for them to enjoy the young master's attention. Ye Tianxiang did not return to his residence immediately, but waited outside the worship hall. It didn't take long for subordinates to pass on the information. Ye Tianxiang just glanced at it before turning the note with the information into ashes. During the period when Wuhandian was busy dealing with internal power struggles, other forces were not idle either. The battle between the Haoshan School and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School finally came to an end. After Tang Zongzong died of illness, the Kaibao Glazed sect began to let go of its hands and feet to fight. The leaderless Haoshanzong was defeated by the coalition forces, and the disciples of the sect suffered heavy casualties, so they had to close the mountain gate and retreat to the dangerous mountain to defend it. The news of the Haoshan sect's closure of the mountain had a huge chain reaction. The spies placed in Wuhan City panicked after losing their superiors, and it was not surprising that they caused some trouble. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. With such a big commotion happening outside, it was impossible for Wuhan Palace not to express anything. On the second day after the news came out, after the meeting of the Elders' Palace, it was decided to send a mission to bring gifts to congratulate the coalition led by Kaibao Glazed Tile sect. What the Haoshan sect has done recently has aroused the wrath of heaven and earth. The Kaibao Glazed sect stood on the moral high ground and joined forces to attack it, unable to find any fault. Exposing the inside story of Haoshanzong's hooking up with the soul beast is a great achievement of Wuhandian. Even if the two parties reach a settlement in private, there are some things that Wuhandian will never admit on the surface. As a sacred place for soul masters, it is impossible for the spirit hall to change its order overnight, denying the positive position of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in this battle. At the same time, the internal problems in Wuhan Hall have not yet been resolved, and there is no suitable excuse to attack the Kaibao Glazed sect. It can only commend Kaibao Liulitsong's righteous deeds, create a sense of presence in front of all forces, and demonstrate the spirit and strength of Wahundian. No matter how swaying the wind and rain outside are, Yetianxiong remains as stable as Mount Tai. The day after he returned home, he was summoned by the chief priest to the worship hall. Yesterday Qian Rongxiu was almost involved in the commotion, so Qian Daoliu inevitably asked Yetianxiong for some details. When Yetianxiong came to the worship hall, he saw Qian Daoliu sitting peacefully on the seat next to the statue of the angel god with his eyes closed. Sensing the arrival of the guests, Qian Daoliu slowly opened his eyes, pressed his hands on the armrest of the seat and stood up. "Xiao Qiang, you're here," Qian Daoliu said in a deep voice. "I've seen a big offering." Yetianxiong saluted seriously. Qian Daoliu waved his knuckle palm to signal Yetianxiong to step forward. "Don't be nervous, I already know what happened yesterday. You did very well." When such a big thing happened, the guards naturally did not dare to hide it from Qian Daoliu, and they all explained the details honestly. Qian Rongxiu was safe and sound, and Qian Daoliu didn't punish them, he just asked them to step down after a few reminders. "If you hadn't made the decision on the spur of the moment, I'm afraid there would have been a lot of trouble. Big offering, this matter is my responsibility. I shouldn't allow Zioxiu to mess around outside." Yetianxiong would not let down his guard just because of a few compliments. "You are still young and have insufficient cultivation. If you encounter trouble, you should avoid it as much as possible. Never put yourself in danger," Qian Daoliu warned in a deep voice. "Xiao Qiang, don't get too used to her. It's not good to always let her mess around." Qian Daoliu was actually just talking about it, and he was very satisfied with Yetianxiong's actions in his heart. A person who can give Qian Rongxiu the utmost love and care is the one who can be entrusted to. Qian Daoliu naturally hopes that his granddaughter will live well in the future. Yetianxiong just stood there quietly, not answering Qian Daoliu's words. Seeing Yetianxiong understand things like this, Qian Daoliu felt even more satisfied. "You should know about the Haoshan School and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, right?" Qian Daoliu asked after waiting for a while. Qian Daoliu asked Yetianxiong to come over not just because of Zioxiu. Yetianxiong set up the plan to weaken Haoshan Zong. Now that Haoshan sect has reached such a situation, the great minister would like to hear Yetianxiong's opinion. "I received the news yesterday," Yetianxiong said seriously. This period of time is when the Clear Sky School is at its weakest. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and a group of small forces can be said to be strong. It is also expected that it will defeat the Clear Sky School. The Haoshan sect is no longer something to be afraid of, but the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect has become the formidable enemy of the Spirit Hall. After this battle, the Kaibao Glazed sect's reputation skyrocketed. After accepting the small forces of the coalition, its power grew rapidly and it has firmly established itself as the #1 sect. There is a vague intention of wanting to fight against the Wuhan Palace. Qian Daoliu stared at Yetianxiong with sharp eyes, telling the current situation. Yetianxiong set up a scheme to cripple the Haoshan sect, but also raised the Kaibao Glazed sect as a formidable enemy. This is not what the great minister wants to see. Moreover, Yetianxiong was busy targeting Bibidong during this period, and Wuhan Palace even missed the opportunity to intervene in the war between the two sects. The great priest called Yetianxiong over to beat him. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is already a dead bone in the grave, there is no need to worry. Facing the implicit accusation of the great priest, Yetianxiong only responded lightly. The number of soul masters under the Kaibao Glazed sect has exceeded. There are more soul masters than the Haoshan sect in its heyday. The dead bones in this tomb are too tough. Qian Daoliu said with displeasure. If you make a mistake, you must admit it, if you know you have made a mistake, you must correct it, and if you are beaten, you must stand upright. Now is not the time to be stubborn. If you want to destroy it, you must first make it crazy. When the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect ascended the throne of the three sects, the fate of this sect has already been doomed. Ye Tianxing's face remained indifferent. What do you mean? A few simple words made Qian Daoliu feel a strange feeling in his heart. This kid is so confident, it seems that he is not aimless. A mere auxiliary martial soul who couldn't break through level actually ascended to the throne of the number one sect in the mainland. Do you think this is reasonable? Ye Tianxing smiled slightly. Ye Tianxing's previous series of operations seemed to be aimed at the Haoshan school, but they were actually aimed at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile school. Under Ye Tianxing's deliberate indulgence, the Kobo glazed sect had climbed to a level that did not belong to them. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Now the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School absorbs a large number of foreign soul masters and rapidly expands its strength. It seems that it is advancing indomitably, but in fact it has buried a huge hidden danger. The Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda is an auxiliary martial spirit. Without the cooperation of others, it will be difficult for a soul master who owns the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda to protect himself. For a long time, the Kobo glazed sect has been able to maintain the sect's military force through marriage with powerful fighting soul masters. Now that there are so many foreign soul masters pouring in, can they get married? Even those battle soul masters who are related by marriage, are they willing to succumb to assistance? Weak stems and strong branches will bring disaster. It doesn't even need external force to push. The internal conflicts of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect are enough to bring this sect to its end. The bigger the expansion of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the faster they will die. Ye Tianxing revealed the future fate of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in a few words. Other sects need to be careful when building a large spirit hall. But this is not the case with the Kobo glazed sect. Among the last three sects, the combat effectiveness of the direct descendants of the Haoshan school and the Blue Lightning Overlord school are all top existences on the Douluo continent. With their strong combat power, they were able to stand alone and subdue all the external soul masters. The direct descendants of Kobo glazed sect have no such ability at all. If there is no way to bind the foreign soul masters tightly, instead of strengthening the Kobo glazed sect, these people will become a burden. The more soul masters there are in the Kobo glazed sect, the more the entire sect's combat power continues to decline. Did you plan to do these things from the beginning? Qiandao, who understood the whole story, showed a shocked expression. The Kobo glazed sect itself has huge hidden dangers. I'm just taking advantage of the situation. Ye Tianxing calmed down and said calmly. Ask for a recommendation, ask for collection. End of this chapter.